If you're right, my wife knew. Menene na baba trefia. Agia, me fear you. O wife no ho fe pa. Me da se. Na won maduane ye de. Ne nsa no bo.
She, if you're right, me nsa no bo.
Mon WhatsApp mon chatty. I was 020 608 1910 020 608 1910. Greater Accra here no more and crying La Paz here and I'm lock ceiling for a war. Unim bet no more kasa on their social handles. Okwa Anamilock ceiling dash official. Anamilock ceiling dash official. That is TikTok. Facebook ni Anamilock Ceiling Limited. And Instagram and social Anamilock Ceiling dash official. And one monkasa CC and Anamilock Ceiling there experience the warmth of modern luxury, intuitive, balanced and beautifully simple. And one munyankita hu de no mumbo. And pay my yanko na if ya brempoma henne jinare denne. And ne on fire yanko na ombo debro enchira yen wo next network for societal transformation if ya afa weni so
metia mnim sem baby fufuro but as well we are always ready to enyehwe
you are always ready. Okay, that's good. It's good to be ready.
To be ntimi free mood.
It's good to be ready. And if you are no pay for young next.
I'm saying for my mama nyina chibio na me fanche mo denche akese free nest network for societal transformation chamber anopai my yemisa saboto no to say unim se woni sika wonte apo ende unim dada se sika ni wa na o yade moneria timechew na afa bibia wo hu ne o yo ho kra na anopai enkomo aye bede abusuama ho hia opa esanse me sorry afri kasa fidie so no na wanya mfasodie bebre so no me ya adwensense anu dwumasua ene hwe se homeboa good say ye nyina ya agye atom say dia ene natural number yi mamie 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 wie afei wanya number ya wie sei no Mr. Wadawruma nya soe na ya so etie me obisi number no wante ne ye 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 Network for Societal Transformation ye adwumayeko a wono wodwene wo yiedie wodwene won kankro wodwene wo pagya ho itisa no pay bibia betimi akoyie na wagina wanamon so yi a eye next for ena yede sa enkai boy ebrawe ensano dwuma sua ne hwense ansa na me ba be hye me kasa ya se no ye nyina ye gitumu sa se wo wonsano dwuma wo wade wo wonsano dwuma sikampa wo botomu da ekwom so ne wo da ena ji se bi ayade wo yare so kro obi betimi aye adwuma na mawo na mombo so me adwuma de wo yare nne wo bi ntumi nkosi wanan ana obusu ani ntumi nkosi wanan nye sika ne mra megu botom saa na tie wodo nsa ya adwumaden so a wobetimi kra wu e de agya wo ma ama na yeye next for ani so ade hunu ne se ye de nsa no dwuma ntete ma adasa no na nam so asesa hyebre na nam so asesa nipa yiedie na nam so asesa enuama bi a se bi predua sakane no na oboso na awura ho na asesa ne nyina kama na afa watumi agyina wo nan so ye de nsa no dwuma ntete bre wo bosome na wotwe ebra no bia na watumi asua bi na aboa ama wo nso abrabo no etumi ayetoten ede amao enti nyankopon adom na wa mefaya ankode a on the 12th of July 2025 on the 12th of July 2025 our National Theatre of Ghana Accra heya National Theatre ye nyina ye ehyiamo na ye sua nsa no dwuma ye nyina ye ehyiamo na ye sua sane ye de yensa ebeye bibi ama na ye ye Ebusua fa onsa ye bibi o Ubebo degree wiase mu degree nyina ai eye pa sanse nimde de ho hia nanso so sa woni nsa no dwuma wo betimi a kire at a point e wo sa wonya nsa no dwuma bia wo be ye ne kakra side business kakra bi what I say entisika we free aban hoba na we nso free wankasa wadwuma mu ba na we free wo investment hoba woni be boa wo ho no na kyese wa ye odefo anisa obi adi won ma wadi ye wiase mu a wo ye obi adwuma na didi ye ene ese na na obi adwuma no no mpeska enti wo a wo bi e wadwuma no wo na obetimi adi ho sika ni yi amana ye 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 ni so ade hunu nyina ni ye ni so ade hunu ni nyina ni enti kan ye ho na nyankopon ya adom a on the 12th of July no yesua nneoma bebre ye de just one day esi ho na ye de akira nneoma bebre ye be kira pano ye be kira so na esi samosa liquid soap parazone ene ho nkro ne ba ebreba mu a mebobọ program ni nyina so akira wo nanso sa number ba modin asa obesan atro to dan ho bie mama me 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 0244 474 093 From a boss, Miss Ochre says, see, no pay, friend, as Miss Ochre. If you are some infra no pay, program no, manager home, baby. What I will match me, or bet you almost simple cry. Then you go for ya, Dumois, what the see yo, I'm a memenda on the 12th of July, no, Yenaya sign Ababe Shemha, and I say Ababe Shemo, Ewo National Theatre, and upon on what chipe pepe, Nejumedino Asha, see, Afe Abusia TME. Yes, yamwa. Eya fa book eno pay bra. Esan so be take note. Sente sa so a wo phone now dey to record no a record bi. Ade bi e be ma wakai. Se program me ko bi. Fabra. ye be chiro se ne yesi samana ye didware ana de de si nneoma ye be chiro se ne yesi eye alata samana gel ye de alata samana kan ne one de alata samana de enim se alata samana de se enye hwam alata samana de ne ewuso mu ana de ato saposo no watwi dabi ye say nimde ko na nimunti ye de abafu nimde ebe chiro se ne alata samana no wo betumi de aye nsuo gel na wahwie e de agu saposo adware ama honam atoso we betumi de aye wadwuma afebo sika de be ma wo no ye be chiro se ne yesi eye washing powder de edisi nnuome omo ye edisi nnuome ye eno bi ho asam na making afei ye be chiro se ne yesi eye glass cleaner ye betumi a chiro se ne yesi eye floor cleaner ye be chiro se ne yesi eye liquid soap shampoo shower gel hair conditioner setting lotion styling gel bread brodo abodo pan wasam na make you cake rock buns spring rolls ring donut pizza both fruit meat pie CCTV camera installation fish farming snail farming mushroom biodigester power zone Dettol organic fertilizer organic weedicide after wash tracking device installation 3D epoxy emulsion paint brown sugar ointment samosa fresh yogurt fluffy ice cream energy drink Fanta cola drink malt communion wine aba abusia de wa kanu crow hwenuoma bebreba mabubo soi na yesifa 200 Ghana cedis bra betro udin na fa bra beji certificate e kire se wa ba beji ntete bi ete se yi a wasa wo bonsam krampo emanes adwaiko no bonsam ma ye ba bia wo bia we eye kwa o ye de ye kire wo kwa ye nye ka press mpoa 200 Ghana cedis no a wo de ba Accra100.5FM program na se da no
and you bet me at Lefia. If you have for mania tipa tomato mix, and yes too, a bon quaya. Jai.
Hey, if you're so walk room, wouldn't tipa tomato mix. Be the beer bawarias wine. Me popo beer mwedibi.
See, tipa tomato mix. Said ye a mediani a speciality. Me now for Marima added down when you don't know that's one for the Nebiani. And that's some control. Or by the tipa tomato mix, a year Jani. Now I hope walk crab dibia. And to any what the vitamins A, D, E, K, egum, a near fortification. And yen what the digestible fiber, any liquid so I can home. And my product no I come say.
And yes, sir, a bonus of that form, a boogan adjustle. Upado do afre 0203 403 400.
Tipa tomato mix. Taste happiness.
FDA aji ejedi nkra to yatum.
Nana kwabena bobi ansa berema be mati gara furuku be puntimpuna si sokode no wakachira katabin say you what you can say kwabena keja guma mne enko
what they want no fe fire ho what so ye mrade say ye ma utumi a o mai mu ba ye de ya brabo ba ye fe nanu pe nya pa be ye bia ya pra won ya ma ya kwa be baba wo sikanso ni medi ye o okoji esi tra no abraye bonyono memu obani esi kontompo hini ye hu fitempo ya se koko wana obeka sem no ya hye wan frumuma ti memu fo na ye bre dollar bako seed intiminto petrol bua ya den driver intiminto edwadifo kwanso so intiminko Kakra boys bedi ensu ontimi nto. Let's do this. Thank you. We are back. Tuesday afternoon. That's right. Don't mind them.
Corruption and dirty games. And more no say what you swap for. What you can be needy and I want you for. My sister day you can hold rumble.
All is to pay. All is it. Don't mind them. Thank you. Thank you.
A big thank you to slow down.
Yeah, man.
5 music.
Hiya.
Daddy, what's up? It's another
Hiya.
listening now.
That's right, eh?
On the beat. It's a bay.
Yeah, maybe any morning come be. You see, on a more serious note, sometimes when you put on your microphone and then I make a say me producer. Yentimi ntutu, yentimi nyahwe. Say obi busuani eba politics mu na say onimi say ebusuani mi say wajimi. And if we can look into their eyes and tell them that you are a very stupid man, you are a very stupid woman. Omo busuafo beka say ebeye omo yentime enko politics mu, then we save ourselves from destruction and we save the country. Because look, when we keep on having foolish people, stupid people entering your political circles no more, Ghana will break. We will die and go, and we don't even know how Ghana will be like. Maybe there is a problem. When I sleep every day, and I know that one day I will leave, but I ask myself, after your generation, we know Ghana be saying. I want Ghana to be a better place where my unborn grandchildren can be proud of us. And I've said this. Os udware na utraka mu tu se wo ye broadcaster akoye adwuma me dem akoye adwuma na magime bosu me akatu akọ. Whatever happens, I don't care. You are a fool. You are a fool. You are a damn fool. You are a stupid person. You are a damn fool. We put on the microphone to shape the destiny of a country. We are business partners. We have interest. We talk. The microphone is there to help shape. So when somebody is stupid, you must be able to tell the person, you are a stupid man. You are a foolish man. Yes. Yes. Me be a radio station. Adia me presenters. I don't know. We are fucking man. That's what we catch us. So we are fucking man. Kwame, how can you tell me, say, oh, kwa see a yepualugu? What is $900 million? What more be 1 point something over 1 point something million dollars? Where di oko wasesa ne niamako. Anyani adia omdi begu na ya buying taxpayers money no. Omo make us say can say a loan no. So we are going to pay. Eh? Ye no. Obi abegina parliament 2022 akatre say only $200 million air kwashe Pualugu project. We can't find the money. We can't see the project. Also, my man can't say any panasa we are kwasi ampeni. Now, me kasa enye radio ethics and kaye societal nonsense. And that $200 million is waiting for me and you to pay. And that is the reason why a stupid government like a Kufuor government and nyansa say taxes no and kwaku thing you what MPP mu catch and say COVID tax ni nyansa nim but almost this can't so mu use COVID tax no more the judges can free or the kotua say obeyis can free bottom director or a crown for but when you state power and state power no a man quite so or the policy say ba e ye beyis can free bottom and the obey we no no I use policy no e dia fa e dia kwakwa koshim nipa wo nya kwase ano e this person is not a fool. What's my man can't so what you Jimmy for? My man can't answer no. Where is the $200 million? Ama look, when him and Juma no me no parliament no. Even Nadia no ni be go Pualugu site no. Oma for Nadia na auction na ton. They have auctioned it. The reason why you see Western world look, the kind of insults about Jiwa America bonte. No Donald Trump. The kind of insults about Ubed say or non cost sweating first no mu up and down. Now biba. Now you just chance on the money and you chop it anyhow. Who says any Panamanian can't change with Jimmy? You walk to the northern region right now, and everybody is saying it. You can't find one dam. Kwame, Opa, spend your time as production crew. Check from 2017 budget allocation to PFG. And that is why the peasant farmers are sitting here telling us that even with the first batch PFG, they don't want to constitute auditing, forensic auditing. How can somebody go and pull a data from somewhere, not the court district office, or say, oh, my supply a year fertilizer 50,000, 100,000 bags near you who can near their mano because your man instruction so a party ba and or ba. And let me say this, me, I'm not a zombie. I'm very sure that there are other policies, there are some 1 or 2 infractions under the NDC administration and Kufuor administration and Rawlings administration. But Kufuor, because he's a criminal, they decided, say, Omo beto yentuombe yama na broso. Their data, peasant farmers' data, says it happened across every district. Go and check the only amount to know it more. Says getting the and for us to pay a year bet says cano MPP near Jimmy onim nyansentino oka onu etuas kana masa Akufo-Addo afeska e de bia maneba as hotel 6 million abadam say saa de no wani gye ho wafa wadi on phone because your government policy you see every be government propaganda machinery go and defend. And you see, sometimes the reason why I have issues about Akufo-Addo, also after politics move 40 years, you should have done better than Mills Mahama. Yeah. Because with your age, you have seen it all. You saw the mistakes. You saw the loopholes. You saw where we can build on. But you decided to tear it down. If at 2016, Ghana falls through about inflation 15%. You should have done well to at least, if you can maintain the 15, or even if you can go down, just maintain it. What do you do 24, 25, which is a figures a wawa massage you. Because someone more a Ghana Statistics Service almost through Akufo-Addo. So they massage the figures and they go and give it to them. You know, to just imagine if we are having the real figures. So Accra100.5FM what double the 2016, and you are still not shy. You are still not ashamed. You are walking around beating your chest. How about them? Yeah, Kwame. Look, you see, if we are not able to look anyway, Guta focus ya Urajo Mahama. Remember just 2 videos. That was yesterday. Now remember just 2 videos of what transpired. Right? What transpired. But my main same way. Say Urajo Mahama Timia. J. But my a good governance, come and do something better. But my a good governance, and my who say somebody can do it. You have done it before. You showed us so much respect. John Mahama showed us so much respect that even the mere say Obi, I can wa audio so when $1 million will be jai politics crano. You see, JM ehu Ghana for reaction, and he kicked her out. That is respect. And I know John Mahama can do better. Give us good governance. That is all what we ask for. Odi alone okojia the mu 10% na 90% no what the farmer ye ekufo ado koje a no awie ni nyina na o ma che chaman kwasiafo boys we num UG ahinum foolish boys we kwasiafo we omo mo brother ne de ye di akwaji loans ni acha ma wo na ska gugu polytank mu ska gugu mpase as we speak say isa ma me no o say akufo ado kai say ma me ni case ne nkosi he na ye kasa kasa amfa anzo bi atwa so enkosi judges no obi abegene de oh yeah obi abegene de. We have a very corrupt judicial system. Very corrupt. Because President Noah say, or no lawyer no, I predicted what will happen. Just give us good governance. Kwame, Ghana. Opa, ye invest, ye nye kronon frio, ye invest into farmers. Kwame, if they invest into local farmers, I can be a farmer and I'll benefit. You can be a farmer and you benefit. So at the end of the day, and yes, and this we want to know. Bobian sounds sorry, say me ko Jubilee House. Akwa give free money, a good polythene bag, makwa kodi. That is the problem we are having. Atamis was my friend. Mama was my friend. Mimini NDC and Tukaida for 8 years. Never. I don't want to depend on state money. Never. Dominic Kisi from UK to US, Guyana, where Dominic Kisi na memanoko. And yes, I mean to me, but I don't want to depend on state money. That is why I've been able to live for 8 years without going to any MPP member. I want to prove that I can live without state money. I can live. I can survive. Me, I can survive. 8 years. So let the government invest in farming. Mikro mampo asase ho mekwa kwa yebi. And I'll be fine. Shasanra, I'll rehosem. What a yet local a form printed books. Any school in Tare, Kwame, now Odi Malebanese ni. Obi catches where Jimmy was who did matem. Nakanda penny abre, say we did penny for them. No more Jimmy to me and can't also who are Jimmy for pa. So to be a sardiano. Kwame, young guys and no bar. Young guys. What's saying on Juma just like that? Only a Ghana fool. They voted for MPP. Bako Papa ye MPP DC. But me and family MPP ni ye or a Ghana ni. Why not? Last time we didn't listen to them. We copy accident so. After na mengo yese nipa no ya MPP ni ana o ya NDC ni. O ya nipa o ya Ghana ni. Se metimi agene nkwa esa me fight na me no. Waje edi amale Lebanese ni. Ya catch us where Jimmy na wusu. Na nkrofo agina nche complaining. Oh, why are you complaining? Ade anipa na ye no. Enti Lebanese ni Syria ni ho nto no. Ade akra na nkamba be ya me refi. Kamba bi bion. You see, yeah, I'm out for motiere. Enyeman be say enyeman bu a Akufo ne ba omi anoma ya. The day they will go out of power. Ebe ya reho. Ebe ya reho. Empire and say we need reforms in our education sector. John Oba Yemaye. We need infrastructural drive. Said ya John Oye no Oba Yemaye. Unim say infrastructure kosa. Hwe enameti as devi. Sampai. Even as Sampai General Radio, so I think I was listening to either Joy News or City, one of. Yeah, me flippy. Now, Minya Sampai General Radio say, I say Kumasi KJT phase 2 no. I cut 20% penny for kasa. Till I cut 20% penny for kasa. And chakra. Abani Piscadi Ababe. Now, a debt restructuring, no? Debt restructuring. As if Omo can't say, the amendment of the debt restructuring and buy and Ababe destabilizing Omo. The ama Akufadu name crop for no. Sa Jimmy Kasa na na omo mani pabufu no omo ka asem to say as obi and a creative debt restructuring no and aha wo mo pa sankanye ye no a ko mo aye bibia antikani pa kro no a wo yes an wa anya de as obi na ye who created it, who took us there, how did we get there? That restriction. Explain. But they talk to media men who can't ask them because Ubusano say then honorable bedru ha when ye menon kasabiu. And I know when you say Paka or Yerepa Isa Simon 7 said Jimmy Fono. Also on Oman granting interview view. Oma Paka granting interview view. Paka yao we are regional minister. Konya microphone ye, minie, winnie, and I want to challenge a man this for say, and this want me more your friend say a project 10 our Shanty region, and also one up we are good, and this for no minyama mebusomo. Now what ye 8 years ni, but what dear. One say just say ya na Kim is see bosso, ha that tija. Oh, sorry, free wa no when you bring brandy so. When you bring Paka so, say Paka. When in your interview, you one flow on the program to be other ya or Trapono, or Busano, or Trapono. Why we are regional minister? What also a commission projects? Car was my trapo. Oh, what would Jimmy know? Jimmy, if the president you, if the Kufad was to from. Who are regional minister? What our commission projects a Washington region? I own what to challenge. Anna Obi Catcher say Bobo was what trap me. What trap was I say? Into Ubabono. Ubabono say. Ubabono say. Say Ubabono say. Pacho Boguta mame. Boguta mame na fire for Naba.
We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One thing I observed from that meeting was that you take your time and listen. Your Excellency, you remember that when we were talking about how you were going to finance your Savannah project, we had said that how are you going to finance it, and then we have suggested that you have to go to the edit fund, which is being misused, and that you listen to us. You remember what you said? What say? Small home are doing any baku for trim. What you say? It so Pia what me a casa no who say yang normally are near friend ordinary traders. Now, ordinary trader, be two or mampeni, abedi at that time, before no catch a train ni baku for trim. Next, or you're listening, President. We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One thing I observed from that meeting was that
you're listening president. You got here on 24 hour. 24 hour.
And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it made the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it made the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And
Accra100.5FM.
Actually,
yes, star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. And yeah, just 1,500. And then Cheska said, Paddy says, truly, I tell you, nobody can tell how much we miss JDM. It doesn't matter being MPP or an NDC person. We are all suffering. Patience of first says, Nyansani JDM, man with integrity and humility. John Gaza says, we are enjoying the show. Thank you, Senior Man Bobier. You're welcome. Bozet Kwesi is here. And Divine in Chroma. Citizens Kennel and Chroma is in the house.
You know, my jet tights okay.
Hi. Mini akwaba.
Anyhow,
Boko there.
Nyame adom bia boko.
Bibia dan kwamu.
You say Yankopon there, why not from there? It's your
aka
system na o man na ya wo ya to no. the system no so by we take care of
ABB something which is there.
One kasawa we dia.
But unim na many peasant farmers needing come. I don't know whether you were following. And they were talking about Pualugu Dam no. Almost sending my co. $200 million missing from that project. Crofonas is solving Marco.
Unim, Mamin Chetty phobia. Unim say, maybe me catch us say, me pese, and Naneku for the buy. Nanka me da sorry one day, and Nanka. Ebi a member studio and a topic the dead bia makruma the dead so nanka ebeka say oh okay asem say na aba che say unim say me anytime my baba betena bia me start say me kasa na me lament bia no me wieo nanka for so wakasa pa ba unim say me do down my kai foforo because problems no a dos
is
she sa peasant farmers for asem ya okay, one say what do when you share Naneku Fado a buy a Greek sa so called 1D events a planting for food and jobs. Osha sa policy in implementation any the outcome na the Auditor General's report to know only say fertilizer yedema amanfo say they support you no the monitoring team omunkwa amufu any hotel amukọ die nkwa chain fertilizer ni nyina oh yes say yes you omukọ round no abamufo no omuso omukọ round eso omukọ akọ monitoring na omukọ akọhwe ko ebefa so a yen peasant farmers for no planting for food and jobs say kosen no unim se omo rounds ke ka omo ye no dos chance supporter ye buy ya ye de ma farmers for no na me ade ba ko ye ha me ni se unim se andana na kufu ado abanwe eniama na identify yen asoman eniama na yetumi ka se ade we die systems sa na operate sa na function no under this government no either say editoriate and I say they don't give a hoot, they don't even care. Bobie, a bang and now bet me akase fiti kwame nkroma pencil. Edi besin de. Say ye a Greek. If you budget anymore, you bet me surviving. Get to me. And so a buy out under this government. See, if you listen to the challenges and the plight of the ordinary farmer, you will be amazed. Now, you see, it cuts across all the sectors. And now me no can say, and now me no can say, remember, agriculture, say now me no can say, fitinanado, time of babayemu. Unim say, they are near friend in Tako, you go school. Yes, you are free baby in Tako. Yeah. Like, one near board districts, in the schools, near board regional zonals. They are selected the best people. Unim say, Nanado, more than 4 years in here. We private individuals are si cash more invest in Ashanti region. All the regions in your baby are.
Sir.
Yes.
Obana say Kumasi de na de power.
And I say Kumasi de no a private initiative because someone say nko yie.
Sir.
All the regions unim say
Kumasi de na private
private any government any GES.
Obua.
Me boa. Bisa me person me boko company didi.
Oh bon
joy product for
joy ointment.
Yes, sir, joy.
That's public so.
Omu church no mu so I buy GES in count. None of my GES.
But they give the money to GES.
No, say you have to partner them because say schools they are under a certain agency. So you have to operate. Only madam die PE teachers no. They say PE teachers are there na sports, physical education no mo. E no ntoma kona e so mo kire no. E so mo nyina ko integrated science. Ntoma nkire hwe bio, e nkire sports wo school mo.
Divine some men are kind of excuse my language basa saro.
Me basa. be a phone line to be ne frɛ SHS second cycle institutions PE teachers for said then omo kyerɛ say omo nyina kyerɛ integrated by order.
I want chess sports.
Me see na sports no go kyerɛ wɔ hen because akadeɛ any supporter omo here from aban ama omo tumi sports no aban agyae pa ti see emba bio. Wonim say Ronaldo fertilizer na ye de kɔma peasant farmers no. Wonim say ni nyina I spy. Na a spy. Ayi fertilizers I see de kwa kɔma yi. Na wonim Ronaldo mo ekoje sika bi. Eye ho report e de kɔma World Bank. Say oma ye training workshops e de ama farmers for across the nation. Unim say enye farmers for na beti omo to omo kwa Jesus sika no. Unim say omo sa so baaye no workshop no omo anye na omo ji sika no. Yeti omo to no omo ye workshop no. Unim say omo sa so charge farmers no for workshop no omo organize ma omo no. Tio omo chiro proposal e dada World Bank for say omo ye e friend say training workshops and the ama farmers actually omo ko me so medua observe your friend is saying climate change in the keka ho and this can mo omo to be dead no other farmers for no complaining omo say so ko no omo ko training mo omo no omo say so charge omo workshop fee say no dey teachers for laptop no before e be ba no omo ko je grant see teachers for training ya workshop omo unim say fee teacher be salary 200 cedis
Abo. Oh, they were here.
So you see, under this government, you know, some of the things we want more. So better na wo kai. E be say send ya wo high. Because who's yenti bi da, yenti na ba kosam da o. It am na mani bebre ye hu. I'm telling you, ye hu. I'm telling you. And na ma bebre say, wo better na ayo one say, hey, me last time na me new obi din komo. And I may catch on some of the things that happen under this government or say also having on it say on Jindi say a bit to me happy. Me man evidence no have do time and no say and go for 3 months and go for a wiki do. Oh, scholarship secretariat asemi e beto je ya na ye kan ho asemi ya. The same thing. And on propaganda omo de aba beto ja say ye ma fourth estate for 900 beneficiaries din aden no mo select na wo ye source no so bia be publish nipa e bia 20 na say unim say wo information variant to the event say they are publish also publish
there be say GBC egu
omunim boni omu aka so
there you GBC egu crusading guide ya tutum say omu papers a friend say statesman egu assassin radio observer egu nti omu publish enye yi kasi asemti
unim say che say omu mom say all of a sudden ni mom journalist na onu mom atumi ay expose no the information about no there he's being attacked say or the information about if you have anything contrary to what the gentleman has brought up publish it
sir almost say is it miracle boaje na one of our police boys no be say scholarship is not there for poor and liability citizens. And he said, "Obi, it was kakra na say oye ne ho minus on faswa. They will give it to
no,
that person."
But Bobby, command some of the courses no mkoye no. Share the policy.
Obi a double.
No, Obi a double. Apart from that, wouldn't say. Some of them no courses no mkoye no share the establishment of the act na the scholarship secretariat na ye share that by say some programs be wo no as a country no ye running na be a to say even say oil and gas time na ye discover oil and gas in commercial quantity no na ye human resource no e form so there was a deliberate scheme say ye be empower secretariat not the more youth ni young people akwabonta kusua oil and gas ni mining ni honiama na wo obi age scholarship so akwa communication o
ba akokra de oje $51,000 wan kwaye ombusa no so nya accident na no honam ye ne ya
unim say UK
or the sika na akwa hwe no ho yare
unim say UK executive baako ote ho no mu since 2008 on ba Ghana da unim say ono say opese onye law UK on ba Ghana da no or dual citizenship o Ghana sanso kukuru Ghana yen poor taxpayers money e dey command your UK honum say on fan go school in which like member mu yes who in whose interest na ye beka say ye wo sika ma na bu yasunti obi on ba Ghana on contribute to onye hwe oye party member ntina dis kanako ye ba na ye ba beka na mu kokko apai say mu buafu. No, you see, unim say me I blame some of you media guys. Unim say dear Mahama we couldn't forgive him for now. You can't hun sama kesa no. Last time we show we ask you didn't observe. Now make kasa no. There was a texter. My share that channel screenshot or say some of the things yeah kind of simple no. And Mahama no some of the things near man yes so wild until no one no be say NDC for no more for no moon to me kasa some more thing because it looks like from where the too much.
No, you see way first now many used to I was of the view that a NDC should push. Never used to as well. No, the citizen also must know. Recently we were talking about the same thing. That position is a swap. Listen as well, NDC must push to engineer for those things to happen. I was also of the view that the citizen must rise up. So
I think, sir, you rather misconstrued my point to mean, sir, I am only discussing that the NDC should rise. I'm saying that
no, on the first no. On the first no. Now first no. Me resibia now betumia. Now you argue that no. And you be na so me kan kire say ade say ye.
Yes. I still stand by.
Then recently I was talking about the citizens about yes our boys in you born that time.
Yeah.
Then you made an argument that MPP made things happen.
Yes.
And NDC should follow suit.
Yes.
However, and yet divine accord raise issue be and ama me ba wo say. I say the entian crofo busano. John Mahama decided that mintimi mfa on mine sika bribe CSOs any the so-called statesmen, Christian council, pastors to start speaking. I won't do it. Then John Mahama believed that a citizen be a right to question,
express a view,
to express a view, to question the government, to ask for accountability.
Yes.
So Mahama and the NDC they were okay with the noise. What I say? Unfortunately for us, you are dealing with somebody here recently, divine recently. Penibi Ephraim list to well. When you have a system where they share gold bars, and security had for no motimin, only Madicro. What I say in the name of we are going to meet security heads. I am for Jiwamo dear. Pastor say Jiwamo dear. And that thief, that criminal, Reverend Mate, sorry that I've added the Reverend to his name. Mate no mutombe kachire ye say, omo bae no, omo me ma omo sika no omo video omo. Ne confession a video ewa.
Yeah.
Me bo o say when the Kufado no buy no, they gave them money and omo video omo gu edem. And nipa no boni trim say me ba be di boni. So you ask yourself, how many media men and omo video omo from Joy FM to City FM to Asempa FM to Peace FM to OK FM to Accra FM to Class FM to TV3 to Metro TV to how many normal video more good them. So they came in with a plan that we are coming to destroy the country. But how can we destroy the country? We need to tie some of the watchdogs. Those we can't tie, we will go after them. So some are not talking because they are afraid. I spoke to somebody, a friend at OKFM. Okachem say, Bobie, what dear? Who were near the multimedia for you? I didn't stir. Who was street in the movie? Me, when you didn't minibi to my mentor, me OKFM. Na minidi. Oba wanyem, ewo UTV. Me ono lady na frame. Sa kwasiano Okujeto Junior no MPP no. Boy no MPP. Perry Okujeto. I send the message. Ahmad Father Dexter no say we're disrespecting to omunyinedi. Oba onyem. Hey, yes. Kwasiasa. So I'm telling, look, things are happening. The multimedia City FM, they talk to us. Me, they talk to me. They call me, they tell me, Bobie, this is what is happening. They talk to me consistently. I met Kumasi guy back last week. Or friend me and I was a why you interview where no nipa no how an interview na friend Adwumawura that is not happy with the interview. Hey, yes. Wa friend Adwumawura that he or no how you interview no what Jimmy Sanwa ye busa aswa on to me no he is not happy.
Say busa na asem.
Say busa no Ghana asem no on to me anya no na ni anye ho. Now I'm catching say next time we give me a microphone and you shina soon.
Now I'm say yet here show our frame as a resource person and member no. Who say some of the platforms yet one more near a free producer say next week member name baby you.
That's all.
Oh yeah.
Ah, won't the attempt one can be how is it that so we have media houses say independent too? I'm coming. So why is it that we should have independent media houses? So then a political party MPP 40 or national headquarters normal slots. It is sometimes important. You know that NDC Sankasa members are representing 30 media houses. And your body say Sani Pawedi on Yard Mofanenko. Do you know that is true? Me have been many experience in Libya. Omutubika said no. This particular topic we did, men for way back. And you know, they will be a baby embarrassing on the topic, no. And I baby banana say NDC for the don't know. And I say, exactly.
But when say NDC as a political party, Omun now sorry, you sad and honda. We are say
they have never done that.
Say, Omun interest said the Obeka radio should be a form they don't mind, they don't care.
But that is wrong.
I say, okay, Pacho, my memory to me, I are wrong because of a nearma. For natural Ghana for, but in natural sense, no, and Kasani running country. Say on mine as a party in government, you don't sit down, waste your time thinking how to manipulate private media and even the government. You know, it's unnecessary. What do you say? But also, I want more what you say governance.
Yeah.
But in the civilized world, look, who is going to call who that we don't need this person? People say worse things.
You see, Kwabena, what I think about this whole say, it is wrong for a political party to sit and fold arms and watch things happen naturally.
No, you know a different issue. Me say, the many way come on busa say the entire crowd for media for na me chen say media for about 3 factors. And on where be one dance.
Yeah.
They can call Adwumawura. And this will not do that because it's a good governance.
Yeah.
If you don't be claim say and this is
okay, no. I know it must not happen.
What you say? Then another issue of threatening people about what they say. Then umo media niska no video no. No, these are a criminal world. And as I didn't call you, American ones say NDC, they don't have time doing that. Two months NDC, waha, Obia Kasa free. Because nobody will come to you in the night with national security. Nobody will chase you.
Yeah. Nobody
will video you.
Yeah.
Obia Amfro Jumera say Yenise. Me one day kwasichum jeche and na lady be a HR or multimedia. We had a meeting. Make kasi a kwasichum and praying for. And that is why after me you know. And before friends I mean kompa kwasichum wa chom yes menko say kwasichum yirepe minim ni fie menko say ne baby ape minim ne baby a ni krom kwa menko bu dan mu ho minko twa nka mu oye kwa ni microphones na si won min tu bi nkotoni endi min kwa na cha sam fa cha sai fam ya dwuma menye
me pa cha menye boni so fa cha me
fa cha me don ga si asam asantini akola ti se me mu akojina kwasi twumanim mu aka cha sam fa cha menye boni so fa cha me wajiminti na mi mikro asantima po jimini mfiri ho
kwasi ani mampon
to be catch am praying say me bobi answer me come papa that camera so offense so kokote menye your baby aye and at this point we don't have any option than to let you go home. Nam so go home some my dad them I'll go home from kwasa simfro kono ha but anyway baba je wa man asai no ya catch na say akwa we ye boni ni susu money tinimu obesai o man no na so so ntiase a over to you Jolate. Do your worst. What can you do? 8 years in me need question view. But I am okay. So the point is other guys they don't have that heart. They don't have that lion's heart. They can't go that far. They can't go to the last limit. Say, look, at this point, the basic. They can't. Because they want to live a high life. Nobody just fridge.
Or their condition.
Fridge. But the point is, so far in this MPP, the reason why people are quiet now, the system has been bribed. This to a one will be a gold bar. Gold bar. And gold bar check.
But him say, Mikoshia MPP penny will be pa na, and Amama ya alarmed. That's why I said the opposition parties, they must rise up above the normal politics now. You know. Do you know that the Biamika say under this government say you're complaining to say Pualugu Sikaya almost 253 million yakoji ya budget for enkodu. Unim say project na buy unim say nyama kochi we say nyina no they don't care or see they have put in place plans on the berreke December 7th election and all the stakeholders especially the media now mobile use no it unim say problem be one more instead say on may use 10 million that's why problem no on may move 5 million the media
exactly that is what they are doing
instead say like everyone say yes you Kolebu urinal center machine break it down you hear $400,000 I can fix it there be no cook $400,000 no they are called media 5 chair
do you know what nearly happened in the last election, Karan? During the last election, I had to walk out of a meeting, which meeting was by some MPP bigwigs, and they were trying to get me to get them closer to John Mahama, to decide as to how to get people to attack radio stations, because they had knowledge about plans Akufo-Addo war to use some media firms to call the election. And until say attack some media firms now so maybe the omoko John Mahama hona omo Accra boys ombe use boys no to attack the media firms because Akufo-Addo through Gabinom, I used to a certain way be or deep media guys no be call it the election no, against John Mahama Warren election. No. I walked out because I saw a snitch among us in the meeting. Today the snitch is working with Bawumia. I was in that meeting. He knows himself. The snitch has metamorphosed from being part of us and working with Bawumia. When I questioned why Wakwako joined Bawumia camp, no, or say yeah serious.
Na Bawumia do is serious.
Yes, or say Bawumia de obe boama omo dibone.
Okay.
Edi awini.
But
John Mahama, that I explained to him, said, John, mean ko kasa same way in John Mahama. Because were you too gentle to want to ever be part of any criminal?
John Mahama would never do that.
Or attacking media firm. But now I think, say, I'm tempted to believe, say, we are fooling.
There be Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Aja?
Hello?
Afa, 500 no.
Hello?
Hello? Otibenka? Hello?
Hello?
Pacho, Otibenka?
Yeah, Pacho Mituka.
Pacho, Frose?
Oh, network, no breaking.
Oh, too bad. All right, so that's it. Anyway, we have our first winner for the CMG Scatcher there. You start for 13#. With me, I to draw. Since you just follow processes no. Now on our corner. Mesiaba studio. All right, so
yeah.
Anyway.
Those things no.
Anyway,
me no. The reason why I think say we are being foolish is because
Amamu ka say na ye no.
Dear John no
is the best.
But Kwabra,
allow everybody to express himself.
Kwabra, it is not so spiritually and biblically when you see wrongs go on and you think Jesus Christ will treat abano.
You know, but me Bobie, I will never preach say a Kufuadu use crude method. So any other government also use the same crude method.
No,
I don't buy into it.
Before let's not jump it.
Okay.
Where I'm talking about is when you know, say they have plans to rig an election.
Onya Juma, Onya Shi, not the answer.
Juma na was on you. Na Gianni say also we election. Na what you say? Me yen high because me mpese bia moja bi begu ana se bia obi ho beka.
Oh so owi anya hwe. Yen Ghana for.
Say
owi anya hwe sana wo ka.
Say sana tie dia. Any then let's leave it.
Oh, we will not leave it.
Oh, because
we will not leave it.
And your man koso ama
ya yen Ghana for yes. Owi mu a.
When Omako join Bawumia, Omo Crown Affairs and system doesn't know them, but another system knows them. CCI, they are working in the favor of Bawumia and your man. It's because they have said, say, John Mahama, and ya dear, Obe Peneso say, be grandpa, Obi this year. Cha.
No cry, who try
but, Mensono, they made two. Say, Pentecost of Crown, in fear and in
yeah, one idea. Yeah, Ghana for say, Ghana in it so. Yes, sir.
Because, okay, but minimum, dear, I've seen say the only thing that will help, it may not be because of NDC or John Mahama. The Ghanaian people will not allow for it to happen.
Now you are talking.
Maybe the
Say Ghana for be press Bawumia. Catch us how we nipa no. So minim nipa kro ye okọ Bawumia no. Ya do omo fie omo busua na e be sha se free wo. Catch no.
But udim say
e be sha se free omo busua fie.
Me na me strong room.
Ya udim dia Ghana for udim plans of Ghana for. Udi obe hundu mba Bawumia.
That is the only thing.
Yeah. Obi on the police phone ko ya di o.
Unim say kwabra da bia say wo de na ma me catch you say. Ayana NDC for omo behavior no I don't get it so much because I say me ma en hame because I've seen things come naturally to face these people.
Oh yes.
And yes, I can be a camera better radio so because I say don't get me who na can ye. Fifi kwete me who na can ye. Me who obi an can ye. Yamin credit was shocking me to my marrow. Yamin what Facebook and a Twitter photo. Yamin, hey, do you know what job there is that you are undertaking?
Yeah.
Organizer.
Yeah.
Organizer has not even organized one demonstration in this country.
Okay,
one. Yamin was shocking me. Was shocking me to my marrow say. Eti Yamin now tell Bontia now ye de nyina. By that position miensa ye kodidi nyina. Ebinita aboso. Hey, Yamin was shocking me too much.
Yeah.
And I'm not so reliant on them because if now we are in the street.
Yeah, now me walk Mampong over the weekend.
Hey.
Many MPP boys be say busia for like my cousins and the Kotra baby. And about ko catch them say well who say boys be free she be aba behind dan go krumo na MPP for na de omo ba be adwuma na omo nyira ya MPP for omo nim kwaye a omo do ombe fa so wonim say efum sa akode ekọ
yes
independent
okay
bolo kruso ko independent akyeremade
yes
na ekwaye akyeremade ani tunsomfo ni zongofo be ka bom ya MPP for no
Mampo is gone
chebi for no on some crofo no free chebi they will run ombe dwane me so ombe omo hunu so ombe fa kofiase o so ombe fa chirimfa so ombe yusu taw so ombe yusu mprimo omo hu ba bi ombe fa ya twasa na ba ko de ka atwam na MPP for boys no frame say bra ba ko na ekono na me so de gya no de munya wo mo so ombe sra wo mo omo ensenum na ayi jankoma ho na ofiri ntino omo be na so gya wo mo ye nyina ye ba kiro mo say ye wo krom ha ansa na omu firi chebi abetena krom ho ombe hu so unim MPP for na be soro omu so
MPP for na that's the whole secret
enkoma enkoso nyina MPP for no and the best sorry
but you see you don't have to be casual. Kemina was strong room 2020 elections and I can tell you say some of the happenings you have to be deliberate about certain things. Casual. You don't have to be too casual in the room. Yet me raise concern say no normally wa hase obesheno ni aba ye beto aba matchroom parties yo ni akwa assemble be say 8 ni opposite nipa 2 ni ete ho no bi anka bi mi wa no na political party bi there why hyehyɛ every now and then every minute be national officer onka event saying say strong room ye submitted din ye submitting crofo nipa onka wo bo say we aba ni crofo room ho na ye pie ye be pie be ba na vile mudu na sesa all these things ye planning. That is my concern say won't nothing extra high sa na at the end of the day ni be wie bi no ni asanso de ensa be ku
but menua enka o mind say Ghana should we get to that point but yanko account policy makame policy about to do so obi ato no 11 we to correct no kofie we ato ewi a ya collecting fe ya si asomasi na awi ni o Ghana for so on to aso Ghana for so we mra din obi akoni fie ye hia ya trase ye didi ya sere ye koye ba bi obi nko obi fie nko sere aduane wo se no won ti ase because we want power to destroy the country. Yes. And you use every way and means. Okay.
But I say, Nina emanating from the fact that say some people have some superiority complex. Be some more Ghanaians. Che bi no munti. Unim say, uno din komo in their mind, you know. Omumbu. I mean, like, like you know, it's that disrespect. No, it's that disrespect. And that thing.
I before come home. Why when you can MPP who say no? Would you mean a chain takes in?
Me call my boy, me call my brother, say Send I say as a man for more to about maternity. Now patch about me out free. Robert Daffo ye kwabra so that dia be you. It is a dear ye po ye really put a pusage. And I'm so really pusage. Hey, you can't memu as men to about maternity.
Na dia koto ye ya mo amusimu die mu krampo no mo amukra mu su tena yen. De bia mu su se ni pe nka mu nimu a nka ye nimu a. Hwe guta. Sankrofo yo mo ka say ye.
Yeah.
If you know them personally, you will know. See, MPP for champ. And like omo say no mistake. Omo bomb san no de kwa bloshi. Na ko kantamanto. Na ko even say abosio kan. We talk to people. Now obi ko clear car part keke. Car part a door. Unim say COVID-19 levy that door no so keke na or clear no pono. More than 700 cedi. Meanwhile, then ankasa no first no yen turn more than 1,500. So they know people are angry. Say Nkofu we might disappointed. But you see, the anger is not enough. The way I think say we have been too lenient with Nanado. See me, people see me and they question me, say, also when you one man demo you. I don't know carbon team you. And me myself, I blame myself, say, yeah, ya man from where the total. But you see, 8 months, 7 months, 6 months, I'm telling you, say, it's a second of 1 month who so waka. See, those people are mobile home and they say a friend is saying a red carpet. They don't deserve red carpet. Let them have eggs in their faces. That's what they deserve.
Sir, answer. Omuka somu be wiem because omunim say Ghana for adwina sesa. And I keep on telling Samuel Kunum. Say obi ani police ni go ye. Oh. So abusia 40 akropon.
I know na how say ni ka say danduru waka.
Say so obi ani police ni nkwa.
Danduru wa.
Just omo for omo police for no omo omo national security for no omo fie no omo chema obi a 1111 na o guard ho. Because nobody will waste time at the polling station. You started at the polling station. Na bi ma shase wo fie. They don't know. They don't know.
My main cancer. You
know
what I take consolation in? You see, what I take consolation in is the fact that all the security forces services in Abomwa. Omun 100,000.
Yo.
Omun 100,000. Ghana Armed Forces. Omun in Abomwa. Omun 13,000. 13,000.
Welcome 8, 10. Obianka show. Ubakumbio.
Ghana Police Service. Omo adults 52,000.
Oh, omo
52. Omo population in 52,000. 52 plus 13. Are you saying? 5 2 13 5. So 63,000. Fire Service Odumja. Kwabra. Omo dudu nyina enu 5,000. Prisons almost same. Okamu nyina boma omu 100,000. Omu nyina so wabusuya. South na see what 30 man south no. I was in north or south?
30 man south.
Yeah ma kwasia Jimmy I aboy be ye MP Jimmy for no. Mateje men sa kosa krasi ni Jimmy no. Obeye MP no. Yeah, moja ukum nipa de be MP no. Kwabra. Oye very prominent MPP mo a. Bon ho ban. Because you see obia na busuani aye ye
omunkum krofo bi o.
Afra se no. Afra se na yakoto aba no. Say ye no omu nya
even with
ye be ye kura na. Yebema a year na ye fe. Who ye ye na me ye.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Also be
because
what you ye yo. Who ye so jani awo kwa. Me ba busu afo so ye yo.
Me ba divine.
Yes.
Eti kromo a wakum 10. Ukum 10. Christian cancer and kashe. Peace cancer and kashe. The president himself. At least ebia asema 2 years. Enya de papa ye be hwehwe nkofo kro ye omo ye saa de no na embra no omodi dabi jo fu concert boy no ko gina parliament ka che say we a criminal now don sa ko kan ballot paper enye 20 years e boku ni enye ode okay
we na Carlos ni nam ho
yeah na Carlos afa ballot paper awie yeah ware on the ware no ono ni nam ho ya monitor
with impunity on the nam ho
enti this time around the ordinary boys and girls on the street will let you understand that nobody will go and waste time on a policeman or actually to avoid this nyekuno.
Who was no?
Yes, your friend nearby police station. They will report at the nearby police. The next house, I will boost your fee.
Ah, na kabra.
Amonti ase.
Sabi ya nana moyi. Na me na poku. Wako ku me this year. Na ku fado your president. Me kabia me ye kamaye. Am ye di matumbi. Hey, na ku fado na wako gina microphone nim na wako care speech. We are there your president.
Debut.
Ah, now then.
But mini anti.
One day born, one day die.
The point is.
Na na bet me akwa ye nsuom nam.
Unim de omo yesu.
Adan ya wo ba no. Ono de oye nipa chen me mabusuani no me de hye no. Ah.
Unim de nti omo yesa de no. Now omo suma omo nkola no so they should go around the country telling them, "Hey, MPP de omo nyem."
Ah, unim eno ne asemo a memeti a. Unim se ano ma yo madwi se. Zenja mu masako.
Unim de nti a
mu zenja mu masako ano.
Me ba unim de nti omo yesa. Omo yesa pese be ya those who want to vote for John Mahama will not waste time.
Yes.
A tactics, a psychological warfare.
They want to bring apathy where apathy.
Yes, they want to bring apathy. But you
can apathy in an opposition party.
You nim dia be ye wo.
Ono anani abre na wo petumi.
Ye dim
ono onya ye no.
So why not you say o see ye njam mu. O say
you see, but do you know that message now we dey call around
yes.
It is militarizing the grassroots. It is giving energy to the downtrodden, the one that is meek and weak and feeling say me kotwaba ajeme sebre free won nsem wo
ba ya bra ko wu
me no me kwa akwaji me kotwaba ajeme 2 million free won nsem wo so fa ma me eduru ho a wo behu look me na me dey because look anybody that was ever informed about say nentin ko foi omosi abano mo we ni kro mo fa ma mo ne ba ne sa mbe den ubo sa won ka hwe o onu agina ho sa ane se gade besi onu na ye kan sa ne che no mi minimum pp fo a on aduma kikisi constituency wo ena me mo mudin executives bi omudin komana me ye say voice they say the election ye say mo kra ye say mo ye we ne kra mo fa man of the chief me catch na mo mama ni nyadi yo na ye kra ye nto executives party executives
or your full analysis in tandem with Guta meeting and everything.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay, so at your friend and sa interview if you want what I have interview on Joy Joy TV, right? With Akakpo. So credit no Joy TV and yeah because a national issue and it needs to be discussed, and we are just playing it back. Or office or kemu baby I will be no. Take your time and listen to Professor Frimpong Boateng with Akakpo on Joy TV. Yes, we are ready.
But the Cardiothoracic Center, your brainchild. Tell us about your journey, how it all started, from studying in Germany to wanting to come back to Ghana and serve. Walk us through that journey.
Well, it's a very long journey. I don't know whether we have the time to go. But just when I get to a point, you stop me. It started when I decided to do my postgraduate in Germany. And so I left Ghana in April 1978 to study the German language first for 6 months. And then I got a place to study at the Hanover Medical School. Actually, that is the only medical university in Germany.
Wow.
Dedicated to medicine. And so because the person who invited me, who accepted me, was a cardiothoracic surgeon, I decided to stay with him. Because Germany, we need that kind of protection. And so, although initially I wanted to do trauma and orthopedics, I decided to stay with them. And so I did cardiothoracic surgery. And then later on, there were really 3 or 4 reasons that solidified my resolve to do cardiothoracic surgery. Because when I was in Ghana, there was a time we were medical students, and there was a young girl called Teresa, who had a hole in her heart. And the newspapers were soliciting for funds to send this girl abroad for surgery. But they were not successful. And unfortunately, Teresa died. It stuck with me. And then a friend of mine, Kwara Kwabwa, who in the rental school in Accra, he finished from 4, went to Kumasi to learn shoemaking. You know, shoemakers have a wooden board they put on their laps, and they use a small sharp knife to cut the leather. One day, the knife slipped into his groin and cut the big artery in the groin, supplying the whole of the right leg. So he was taken to the big hospital in Kumasi. Those days, we didn't have the experts, we didn't have the material and to do things. So my friend lost his leg. The whole leg was disarticulated. And so he lost the leg. Then the third reason was that we all know Professor Ismon, who performed the first open heart surgery in Ghana in 1964. But after the coup, he stopped, and then a lot of things were happening in Kolebu, and he wasn't happy, so he stopped heart surgery. So when I was in Germany, I said, well, with my knowledge, my attitude, and the way I look at things, if I don't go back to Ghana to continue from where Ismon left, it might take 50 years, 100 years before another person will come. Or maybe it may not happen at all. That was the third reason. The fourth one was very personal. My own father, who died before I was born, died at the age of 24. And my mother was, I think, 5 months pregnant with me. Wow. And apparently, he was traveling from Bibiani to Kumasi to buy some things for his business. And he had an accident on the way and died. He didn't die on the spot. Apparently, he died from injuries to the chest injuries, internal bleeding at the age of 24. So I said, well, maybe then I better do this so that I will save young men so that their children will not be semi-orphans.
So that's basically how the journey began.
The journey began. And then but when I came back, interesting enough, my own mother had an aneurysm of the aorta. Wow. And I had to operate on her. Because those days, I was
you operated on your own mother?
Yes. I was the only person who could do that. But later on, of course, we trained people and then...
What was it like, though, knowing that your own mother's life was in your hands?
No, I shut off. As soon as I go to the theater and see, then I disconnect at all. Because if you don't do it, I'm not that emotional. This was the first time I've operated on relatives. So I shut off and then I did my job. And she was well. And
interspersing the conversation, you would see some of the pictures and maybe even videos will be sprinkling in there in respect of Prof and his work. But let me come to Ghana. What did it take to put up the Cardiothoracic Center we know now? Because this was basically your sweat, your blood, your effort. You did something that no one probably does. I mean, you came and all of this was on your shoulders. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was difficult, but I was determined. I knew, my mother was very young. My father died 24 years. I don't come from a rich family. But one thing I know is that we came to this world with nothing and we'll go with nothing. And so I was determined to do something. The money was not my focus. I wanted to do something. And so when I came down, the Germans were prepared to give us surprise credit to buy the equipment, but they said they will not go to build for us. And the government was not in a position to build for us. So I started.
Which period was this?
Well, this is 1989.
Okay.
So
the PNDC.
That was PNDC. That was Chairman Rawlings, who was the head of state at the time. But he did very well. I mean, I give him full marks because, strangely enough, I had never seen him before, never saw him until the day he came to commission the center on the 4th of April, 2nd April 1992. And so what he did told me that he did that not out of political expediency, but a genuine concern for the health needs of the people. So I admired him, and I made sure I wrote to him to thank him for what he did. And not only him, his people, Kwesi Boche was very helpful.
Professor Kwesi Boche, of blessed memory.
Yes. P.B. Obin also, Misata, strangely enough, all gone.
You mean the former vice president?
Yes. He was a deputy minister, deputy secretary for health those days. He was deputy to Kwesi Boche in the finance ministry. And Owusu J from Winnipeg also, he was there in the MPP those days. And then Nana Kwaku Sapon was brilliant, Ato Ahoy. He started everything. Mrs. Grant was more or less a mother to me, and he was very concerned. But the difficulties I had was from my own colleagues, in Kumasi, especially in Kolebu. People were just bent on making sure that the thing didn't come on.
Wait, hold on.
I've chronicled everything.
You were trying to resuscitate, because this person you had mentioned had done something in that area and then got frustrated and left.
Yeah.
You came down, spent your time, your own resources to put something up, and you're telling me that your colleague medical practitioners, doctors, were trying to sabotage you.
Yes.
To what end?
Well, so it doesn't come on at all. I mean, I'm saying this. I'm not conjuring stories. I've chronicled all these things in a book, Deep Down My Heart. Maybe we'll come to that later on. So I don't want to go into those details.
Let's talk about them now.
Which one?
I mean, some of these challenges you face from your own, those in the medical fraternity.
For example, that I should not be given a ward. I didn't have a ward to admit patients when I came in each year, when I had no ward. That's why I was determined to build. I didn't have an operating theater. I didn't have people to help me. I didn't even have doctors to help me. In the first few years, I was alone, taking blood from patients, taking them to the lab, running all the rounds that house officers should be doing. I did all these things. And people were just trying to make sure that things became tough and we wouldn't get on. And even someone suggested to the head of anesthesia that he should go and fiddle with the equipment on the intensive care unit so that when patients are put in them, they will die and I'll be discredited.
Goodness me, no. I don't think you're saying what I think you're saying.
I'm saying this.
Someone wanted the head of anesthesia to fiddle with equipment so that people would die and you would be
I'll be discredited. Heart patients that are operated on will not survive and I'll be discredited. So the head of anesthesia told him to put it on paper.
What he was saying?
Yes, from implementation.
Of course, he would not be able to.
Of course, he would not do it. So he came to me. The head of anesthesia came to me and said, Kwabena, be careful of this man. And of course, what that person did subsequently told me that I had to be very careful.
Have you ever felt, I mean, at that time, and we'll come to even the current dispensation, has your life ever been threatened?
My life?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, no, I will not say so. Maybe through some other means, but not direct physical threat.
Not direct physical threat.
But people try to do some things. Someone invited me to a party, and from what he was behaving and what people were telling me, I didn't have to be a soothsayer to decline that invitation.
There was an attempt on your life,
yes,
I suspect.
Yes.
Let's go back to Kolebu, and I want to walk through a few things when it comes to Kolebu before we move on. The Cardiothoracic Center is now what, 35 years?
35 years.
35
years. Look at how time flies. 35 years. When I came down, I was a very young man, 39. And so.
And now look at you. After all the years, decades, and now you've grayed. I look at some of your pictures from back then, and I look at you.
Look at my gray,
But that's life. When you look at the center now, what do you see?
The center deteriorated after I've left, because of the way I was driven out. But then now...
Why do you use the term driven out?
I was asked to leave. It's just like driving God away from the universe He created. They were behaving like atheists. Atheists are people, I think, who drive God away from the universe He created. Anyway, so... but now we have a director, in the person of Professor Mark Tete, who is trying to bridge gaps and do things, and I think he's doing very well, and he needs our support. We have to support him.
Do you feel the Cardiothoracic Center could have been bigger, better offering? Because you look at Kolebu and the role it plays in the West African sub-region, and this is not now. Even in the Gaggisberg era, it had been playing that role. Do you feel there are missed opportunities, that it could have been better than what it is now?
Oh, yes. In fact, 3 years before I left, I started a program, first of all, to train people. That's the first thing. Train people. Some doctors were sent to South Africa to learn pediatric heart surgery. One was sent to India. I wanted to send one to Canada to specialize in some areas of heart surgery. And then we designed a new cardiothoracic center, a big block, and we thought we could get land in Legon, because the medical school has, I think, 400 acres of land. That was what was reserved by Nkrumah for the medical school.
You mean the University
Legon,
of Ghana campus?
Of Ghana, yes, campus.
Right.
So I did a presentation before the Vice Chancellor with the drawings and everything, but we did not get the support. Basically, we wanted 20 acres so that we could build a new cardiothoracic center there, but it didn't work. And also, the director who took over from me was not interested in any new project and so on. And so I left, and that's what happened. But you are right. There should be, because we were on top. I mean, when we started, we were just at par with many heart surgery heart centers in the world, not in Africa. When I'm doing something, I do something to the world standard. I don't like cliches like Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or West Africa, sub-region. No. We aim at the world standards, and that's where we are. We were. But then, now the technology is also old, using 1990 technologies in many areas. And we need training. We need to train more people, anesthetists, surgeons, nurses, technicians, in many fields in heart surgery. Heart surgery is very complex. And so, but we lag behind, and now we need to fight very hard to come up again.
Speaking of heart surgery, if you go back into the centuries, at a point it was contemplated that you could operate on every other organ but the heart. It was a no-go area scientifically.
Yes.
And then I think sometime in the 19th century, it was proven that it is indeed possible.
1896.
Exactly.
Actually, even before then, there was a black person, Dr. Hale Williams in the US, 4 years before the official date. He performed the first heart surgery, but he was not recognized in the US.
The typical stereotype.
Yes, and then until 1896, when one German, Ludwig Rehm, did the first heart surgery. That is, there was a wound on the surface of the heart and he stitched it. And that was the first open heart surgery.
For you, at the cardio center, while you were there, what are some of the milestones in terms of heart surgery you performed that readily come to your mind? The new innovations that we brought to the world, and not just surgeries, like there were many of them. But then, for example, we were the first in Ghana to safely operate on patients with sickle cell disease who needed heart surgery. Because, yes, because throughout the world, they say they have low hemoglobin, and so they will give them, they make stage transfusion, and thereby introduce infection. No, but we said, and also that you cannot expose sickle cell patients to cold, because even when the weather gets cold, they get into crisis. Yeah. But we devised a way of operating on them.
The reason why your boss had the way, and now more your documentary be heart attack diseases arise across cardiovascular diseases, and the rate so I have spoken to Professor from Pomboatin on this matter on phone in private, and it seems like ye call a probo ye didn't come, but nobody talks about it. But you know, so ne yarea a clear and crofopa as we speak now, because of the kind of foods we eat and other nema you consume. And I don't know, Divine, just 10 minutes on this particular matter, because yeah, politics, but our own health. Even I don't know, Mpachonko from Fanchemi, Sebia will be Kokano Bonenswa, but even our brother of Kwabna Kwachi. Yeah. That is what I heard. I don't know, Mpacho. Me who any me who any evidence be I say need any cardio disease Mpacho. But that is what I heard, Mpacho. Mr. Mo. Me family who be a artisan, but we nipa nipa. And they bet me to be at any point in time. Just quick comments on it.
Unim say, they be a some American say, so only Obi Benyao, BBM, we are Simon say, and ye BBI. Sisi, I mean, no, can your plans are fenina and pioneer best uncle Ponso by my own thing. Now, this is my 7 5 so you woo, I last rapper. Bibi fufuro bia e kan bia yare bia na betoa obeye mobo na ma wasam yedin and the ya cramp no say be prolonged, like yare a e be stretch over a period a ho no mu na amwa no kakra na wo ye hu si a enyi si wo ye si a na enyi yi ya na ya say yare betumi aka wato form na unim sa dimension sem we no broad na de wo mu pa ne say as a nation, because sometimes no a canapum some there is no individual or we are see or no say or no napum dinsem or wasika or resource our to me. Akasa wa buane ho Emma bet me ahwe no ho akwa there is no individual and then a privatizing ma obeka say oh at the private level na we can manage. No, that's a kama health issues no at the top states and they take charge of.
But Divine, these are things we hardly talk about.
No, but you see, a social service. When in Dentia, a do baby, I am penny for no. Omusha na omumano, omu pese omunko amanoni. Because your health sector nangazangazano. A idea sasamu toa. Who si kase den krana into me and solve the problem.
Can't be fee.
Unim. Our mama kaya sembi. In 2012, ne o campaign manager be no conductor in the campaign. na yɛyɛ campaign no ɛna onya some maybe you know some friend gal to say onya bibi wɔ ne nan ɔna ɔde kɔ Kolebu ɛna ebuki no sɛ yɛbɛtwa ne nan nti yɛma ne date ɛna yɛbɛtwa ne nan no wɔ Kolebu na wonim sɛ ɔno atena ase anɔse no we deɛ ɔbɛ manage because ɔmo se na yɛ cancer ɔmo ma ne yɛ huhuhu sɛ cancer de bɛn ɛna ɔse da bi ɔno ankasa to US nti sɛ ade a ɛbɛtwa ne nan deɛ ɛne ɔntwa no US mu na hɔ no at least ebi a ɛhyehyɛ ɔho no bɛyɛ better wonim sɛ ɔkya ne bɛtwa ne nan anya mepɛ n'anim wonim sɛ ɔkɔ US no ɛnan twa namba so bio
I see
wonim sɛ na me manage ambulance company bi in 2016-17 eba 19 mu hɔ no na hɔ na mebehu sɛ yɛn health sector no kyɛ sɛ agye nsɛm kyerɛ sɛ wonim sɛ na me no kasa yi when yɛ kasa yɛ provide ambulatory emergency service the amount is here ya na si anya arrangement amfa amount ahead of time wa wonim say be referral say ya do fi one hospital akot say 37 Kolebu obetumi adaka mu 3 hours ni enya bed en fa ma we oh yes wow. It got to a point wonim say we had special arrangement with health doctors any medical superintendents our hospitals and health facilities no say na be ya ubetua at the end of the month you was typing be the ma omo say na be ya wo de o patient ba ho no mo a ometumi aye arrangement quickly am here to me admit no there was a time where one patient you didn't fit tabet you didn't fit central region you refer no you didn't ba Kolebu wonim say oda ambulance ni mu a 4 hours am ye pe ba bi ma nipa na to ye nya na bushafo no hu sa de ni mu aye den no of voter region e na omo ye omo adwe say sa de omo form ani nkire voter se na be ya owu anu aba fie o say that is the reality omamu has say reality no ye de ni ban ni fie se na be ya at least akoso mo kwan no so no
na just said not to us
they not to us near the neko that's what happened and that's what happens in our system na unim say some of the enyama ekunkuma womanfo bebre no see bobi enye expertise na yeni sometimes the man
but we are not prepared for
no we don't have the equipment are omo be use of facilities no obe kon any ho and you know sometimes no what the price sa machines we cost wa kakrebi you know say our leaders they don't think about
us na kan no instance ni pande $400,000 be ko your friend say Kolebu or I got $200,000 ama
media na yen ka ho asem because on pay bad name but me the make akwa see so about this matter is about lifestyle yen kasa so ya pomudin sem no exercise kakra no ye ma no enkum entumi yen wo ho no mu a tretre no wapo mu e na ase na yedidi so times bi wo no mu a yedidi a ebi wo no ebi wo no mi say mi pesokins pa but me say ebi wo no mu a those days na me say obi na peso nkumi one day bi na me sorry ahomachi ebes around 9 more na me real soakings in milk pa
anopa na na say
number 9 me dem time bi obi oni mi bia me nyeska soakings pa na me di na onim say me down no ahomachi no na me home esizi ye wow yes enti my dear me says I don't know ma call radio I call fire my dear me so osibesi na ade che no na me ye koda menya hard burns
Jesus Christ
me call hospital near check here no ehun say no sana unim say me lactose intolerant I didn't know
okay so the milk
a chair na digest inti me diwie na me koda I say na milk no san begu me trim inti me system ni gina sizi ni nyina no lifestyle na recommendation ba konso no say yenyi no ade abrofo ye ne say o birthday dan na ankasa na say o birthday na enfe ba kwa be kan ofe so no sa dan no moko full body check up say utumi check your body because ho no obehun say BMI or system no asesa ana ensesa
this can go to top jare
but odie enu na esi ehwe but onim say ka wam
ase onim
unim say ya kasa asem we cardiovascular disease ne cardiac arrest and gofonya bebre no she ni nyina nkanfo a yesi exercise obi wo gym owu ni nyina nkanfo no say economic issues and the high on the ladder.
Thank you, but listen to them.
Economic issue no yeah share remember me say remember be brain to mean that because kotokuo now obeti news maybe to and share used to me the message be serewa me what as be send me message you see the school fees this is the master's number please send the money to not order the what you say me 8 o'clock 8:21 me sorry na me who message no
bro
makuma
bro
say me akuma yale anka mewu
bro and then who say na dwuma
e go be now hey economic issue
I mean no kra na me ra wo say many list to echi na MP say masa me je me hu bibia enye ye
because you see I know share school fees any rent and that madam will be friend me or see the rent and the landlord so called their channel cra 19,200 you see echi no friend me oni sani pakro we okoda onya cardiac arrest we edrobe ne exercise be de betumi
economy no ekum
for chain sa exercise sen be pa de betumi agi obi a ne landlord like akache no say eyi hwe heat na wo ankasa ya provide o na unim say minim obi a oteneka mu na jo 11 okwa ohwe no for gauge na oposi no gina ho no ohun so aka no
so onye dey you
because of say or drive to so aka no ebeka no kwan so e no park si so to me nko e no nim say me dey bia me hu na yes me experience me to car be 2017 na me to for 72 Ghana cedis na me dey fill the whole tank unim say and ananado so obi sa me say see sa car no you try say o fill ya ahen na be komu a me nim because the last time I me try here no me sika say me do onum na me my instructions 900 the trim na car no still enye my 900 cedis na so car na enye my say me nim me kwa no ma to 250 sa na me de nam na nte wonu say me ebu am timi nam na me kuma ye ma shi me say kim na me pente ba do fie me hu kwa me do because chale me che okwan so iti economic factors no e kun for chain because they see a pressure a bankrupt for so and only say an excitement in for 3 more like only go be breeding come on a fun idea be man for akuma tom yam no ma on my expression mo be bre inti marriages collapse under this government and ra hwe go course for and ra any mami bi so no nko ane household on the household sike koka go course doctor inum company no or say na omu from 56 na ni nuaba ko 56 ono nkasa o 62 omu ye about 9 household omu manyina wa manoni o so mu nyina ewu aka ono nko a because of time ne now so ade no ni kunu nkasa nya stroke ye now so ye collapse ye no ni kunu nya stroke ni nuanom na aka nyina so nya heart ene omo na mu so da for man see ono pe na entire family no aka na o exist it no economy no na nado so that so called banking sector no ekuni pa chain
enra me hu say your friends also Gold Coast fund no different and microfinance no different and some mainstream banks no I think one of the Ekum nipa 900.
Yes, I know you have investment banks.
900.
I'm sick of what ewu was I me madam for adonu. Madam for Erica Donu ebusia for some team in campaign for chairman. We the manusi sumenas. Well, me on the last message. Bobby me just screenshot that send to Russia. And no born bra and no den sika be good gin and the be good Gold Coast. I'll say or per se like what brain Russia intino obon brain nyina wi person san so be settle e wo Ghana eno nya kidney yare kakra eno o say onu an sika wansra ban say owu oba ye no say ni sika no person fa transplant onye sika the guy had almost 600,000 cedis 600,000 Ghana cedis e one account mu o so hia mu 100,000 owu ye pe wawu and I'm no can say ni account no say na kufu adoa say sika no wo mu me the bank statement ni ID card ni BBA kitam si am no can say erekadonu agbahia wu enti no ye care about your health service near you na lifestyle o me tie pressure o me so no me ni hypertension ni blood pressure ba me ka kire o pressure me so no pa ebu am timi hu messages me ignore ni nyina ba ni nyina ye nkrofon so you can see who say yes and raba kubi or send me message you timi so owu but chale de me yan say e bia menya invitation but because I can't do anything about it deep on so ne ho akire no me tie my bo me nya voice note no and I'm my friends so we say and everybody was telling me say Charlie and your mama heading so imagine what it means and they said this girl senyakupo amfefia obewu enyame na me kunu but the truth is that I don't have the means even if I wish me donate 500 cedis the condition and 500 asem but unim deti ame kasa it still boils down to politics and say Okoboy honorable Okoboy ebe kan asem bi o say NHIL levy no ye jeje no o ma jeje so far e port ye to ade electricity o say sa sika no senka ban assign sa sika na ye mobilizing nyina de ama foto no or say even the most complicated disease that we are seeing nyina no Ghanaian should pay a dime a cedis to have that kind of service or the son ho yare meanwhile ye jisika no ye fa ma NHIL ye fa ma obia aban fa ma mo
are recapping e discount ko Jubilee House
listo to asumi enko so mi enko okay
for your information so ni baby as scan wa aban frebi recapping our recap sika no se capping no se den akapu sika na kwa ko Jubilee House about 90% of sika yaje wo NHIL na wo san ke de ko hwe ayarefo no e ko Jubilee House e ko ma omuchedi kwabra for your information omko Alisa Hotel e ko hwe running mate ene I understand say omanpanini na bedi akire our flag bearer ma MPP Joe Monkey autistic baumia onko Alisa Hotel echo running mate most important information I was say abendi akire no ehun hia omo but I can tell say the end shall justify the means.
Well, it's so say so you running.
No, they need to. Why not? And I think say so far no I'm rooting for Napo.
Yes, so I'm rooting for Natoshi.
Natoshi in Kenya bad. But me kai the other year Anthony or say Akutona.
Yanuntina me root emano.
Na ama dream I me say
oye ni papa
o ya de mum otimi kunipa kama
ya de
otimi kunipa o ma papa enya stroke awu hey na to
masa oye me candidate
me so kam candidate won say me ka no aka
sa kama minka
oso kam candidate won say
oso kam candidate no won say
say anyo no na so mo de ma kwabra Japan so enya bad
Kayo
unimuma say the speech now my answer na
ya bossa
o ye duma say na na wanta dem obeba no paper one
ke bossa hey anybody embrace
ko be bibia be difo
anybody embrace
ani be ye den
ba me about fremo paris hey debi
ya ti frema ye manu si sumi na so me pe frema
me so me pe eslo
they say glass.
Me first lose
say glass.
Also obuade, eslo obuade.
Me persla.
Obuade.
Oh yes, me persla.
Persla. Obuade onyimi.
Ana mo pese owu no be ya dis dey ana.
No, me first lose.
Anyway, but I wish them well. I just pray say it's all in the accrual of accolades for democracy. You know, I pray say ombe yusu wait na omochusu omorani mates. However, you see the coming election no enye for MPP. Kwabrami tie frimpon boatin no. I heard messages I think say Senka or expanded the communication on Dema, and I would have seen a Nyoma ability to giving NDC some citations. Da free amanone bedro my way. The NDC government knowing say we have one of our own who has traveled far to acquire such knowledge. He's the first in Africa. He's the first black man for Paul Boateng. And when people discuss him, and they say Akufo don't know Gabi Kwasia Jimmy Fowe, now Omo discuss from Paul Boateng in a certain taster. Who is like Paul Boateng in that family? Who is like Paul Boateng in that family called what friend is saying? Ofori Penny Fee. Who is like him? They should tell me who is like Paul Boateng. Because me, I don't have his kind in my family. How I wish. Because Paul Boateng, I'm not so sure. The last time I checked, he doesn't know his mom and dad. He is that type of a person. Onim ne mame, onim ne papa. When huni mame da, when huni papa da. And I think so obe free me busuem. Because we when the nimna, and I need and the moment or the moment cry. As a cry, me yaseno. Uza. And I think some media me who from Paul Boateng or busuem. But oh, Gabi no mane san kwasia for na. Chrono amo bonti, you wanted to tarnish the image that you can never build. You can even not have, or you can't even aspire. Even in centuries to come, you can't have such a character in your family. That weak family, criminally minded family, a family that cannot even rebuke its own, a family that is very denigrated to the point, say, you have to only be thieves to survive. Family that can only build a palace on taxpayers' monies. That family, useless family, that can only survive only when they steal. Family that are thieves, broad daylight, armed robbers. They were tarnishing that image. But sometimes, I feel I should tell Frimpong Boateng it serves him right. Because you see, when you bite fingers that have fed you, your end will be near. For example, if you listen carefully to the narrative now, NDC built Frimpong Boateng. Yeah. NDC built him. Yeah. NDC understood why such a person must be put to a purveyor, a bebois, in the interest of Ghana. It's like Jekotanko Bichebilante, who was saved by Rawlings. He came against him. His end was very near. Biting fingers that feed you. And sir, yedishe nkunu, and one yeditie. And untino, he was mentioning people. Omo and tried to make it possible, say, Ombesi Cardiothoracic Center. No. And yet, or no, than Akuma Bayani ya. Ama yediakoye or no operation. Or no yedokuteni. What Frimpong Boateng has not done, I think, say, it will get all of us thinking about what number, and I say how many persons has the Cardiothoracic Center saved. If that statistics is put out, you see the importance of that thing that Rawlings built. Yes, I see. You tell the story that number, say it has saved this number of lives. Then we are able to put that analysis together and say, but for that hospital, no, thoracic center, no, this number of persons would have died. Because apart from going to that thoracic center for a surgery, you cannot use any other means to survive.
But yeah, under the Fourth Republic, and NDC are building Ghana.
They have. And I want them to be able to understand, say, So who are you won't allow Obi to say Kufuor to ever be president. To come and waste our time.
Building Ghana.
You won't allow for
this hospital I will come once me. Until date, any other
there is none. Onwa pe Frimpong Boateng I think say through his other partnership, I think they have built a private one. I don't know how, because I read about it somewhere in the dailies. Onwa pe.
That is super.
There is not like that. If you want to even check in Africa, I don't think we can have about 3 or 4.
And it was built by Rollins.
Yes. What is that Rollins Akuma any other? Did he build it for himself?
They don't.
What is NDC International Theatre Assembly? What is Omaka Cultural Center Assembly? Me say, many minuati hey. Abuane ntakra ne mane ho yefe o. Na ntakra bone ti se Kufuor do nom ti se bawomianom de e ti se kwatere kwa. Edom nipadom ne ma party yefe. Ye bobo din ye bobo Frimpong Boateng num din ma MPP animonyam. Ye bobo Alantrematen num those times na ye bobo sa din na yetimi ka se oi we no omusu bi ni wiase omusu bi ni Africa omusu bi ni honom no na ye busa ye kan ne asa de akoso NDC for no so say monso mon tell obi o te se Frimpong Boateng ye boa na ye busa omo. But they are the reason why Frimpong Boateng could ever be part of the discourse in Ghana. NDC.
And unfortunately, no, the current MPP is the reason why Frimpong Boateng anyway guasi.
Yes. Oh, but anyone to me guasi. They are trying. They are anyone to me guasi. There is none like him. One one kasano crowd, eh? I'm sure say Otiwa, Utimi Buzano say, I nyame me no one nyame. Because I'm sure say sometimes he's surprised that he has been able to attain that pedigree. The first African, the first black man, had surgery successfully. The first. Ebini wiase. Eti we no senka ye your man ye feria de buadea e ka said we no kranka ye kan ke be ka say his honor.
And they are shocking me no.
His honor.
Oma denigrate man no like
obi a e wo senka ebia King Charles a friend no on 19 nanka onama o friend din kura wo so ka say Sir Frimpong Boateng. We don't have his kind in Africa. Not anywhere. After him, no, they have also attained the skills, the knowledge, the wherewithal to be able to undertake what he does. But he is the first ever. Now, in the ages of Jacobus Capitanum, Omono, Oye Ghana near, Oye the first caller, no, in those times, no. Now, Edin say, you bet me crack say bibini crab bet me crab a scholar. Now, Frimpong Boateng tie na yetimi ka say your pride as Ghana for ne say ye will be a utimi has surgery. Man people ni bi nyare ne. He would not even think opa magabi on nam ho ya ne na to say a friend say abebesre no. Opa man nya heart attack say Frimpong Boateng no matter what Gabi has done against him obekwa ko save ne life.
That is his profession. That is his call.
That is his own. And he does it without any. But Kwabra, another point I say, can't me tear no me say, and he say, oh, say, or you pained, or you very much pained, bitter, or you're worried. Say, as for mine, yentimi kra beyond the NDC building, you know, and tremu emani nyekese, and who the need. Say, I was say, ma yajune ko akumayari so as for mine. And the Ron is see, you know, the NDC for see, you know, and no, no, yentremu. and he's worried. He's a private man. Kwabna enye nipa omubenya akumayare nyina na bitima akọ ono ne hospital ho. No. Atimi afford. Look at the NHIL analysis. Okoboy is right too. Kwabna, look at how many times they have increased it under Kufuado.
Okoboy is right about what?
He's right about Sika Yajeji under NHIL, no, the National Health Insurance Levy, no. Obi koto milk, ensure we have toy NHIL also.
But on only problem is
the problem is Sika no Yajeji a yemfa ma enkoto futua. E was say kotomma National Health Insurance.
No see access. Or no see the kwai.
Ontimi nka. There be no crown ya waka. We are not able to.
There be Wakasa Jimmy.
Wakama also when you be at the Atoso say. What you are buying to at that time no National Health Insurance for penny in see you no. And our church and I see no.
Your friends say okra ho. Come mine ho.
I do
no I come man ho.
I call a bank sim.
I call crow.
And then 5 days as I
didn't call crow. No, I didn't call crow.
And you bring a party.
So okay. Now I didn't call crow. That's a call crow. That's what because I didn't call crow.
But so what can? What Chelsea can?
I don't go by just almost here. I call crow.
The call crow and call man minister. Okay,
you look at temper me, the man.
Aye, Echo Casana.
Daddy, you look at temper me, the man, and you're a crowd. You look at temper me, and the man. You can tell, say, we have people in government that share wickedness. They enjoy as an accolade. They are too wicked and mean. Say they don't even care and think about human lives. But when you say Adebisi or Rwanda, well, I think it first happened in Tanzania. You see Minister Biyari. Now he was looking forward to Senka Bino and Mano too. Kwara, where governments are abba in this Fourth Republic, men can kufu any more say. Men can your friend is saying kufu hufin. Kufu wa yebi but wa mtimi anyakese. Yebetimi akyere NDC asupiti ahodwa omo committee oman sika ediesi. The first day I went to University of Ghana Medical Center, na Nyankopon fa me ofa kra isie, ofa ne kra isie, ofa ne kra isie. Na me ofa ene da ho na me kohwe no. Kwara me dru ho no, na me refi se me gina Ghana. Na me refi. And when you say the second phase, Sika akodi Akufo-Addo no ho a omo diska no omo afa anye Kwabra Ridge Hospital second phase sika ba o omo diska no omo afa anye second phase no directly opposite the Ridge Hospital no esanse krono ene sika eye Akufo-Addo de eche nipa nkwanti no o si ade a o say eye multi-million-dollar Bank of Ghana headquarters. Kabra between baby a womo manage your money sika na asai no ebetena any baby a obi yare ede ne beko. Choose which one of them. And I will say first on the priority list. Which one of the two? And if you have a president like Akufo-Addo who will choose Bank of Ghana headquarters because a so-called girlfriend is a deputy governor or a so-called ex-girlfriend or whoever friend say LCO say why
ɛna ɛwɔ so osi dan no na otimi ɛma no your friend saying ɔmo frɛ alimony saying kwamra alimony yɛ ka ne twi saying sɛ wagya ɔbaa na yɛsi sum no
minya ɔbaa da
sum no
wagya ɔbaa da
ɔbaa na gya wo deɛ fine but me deɛ minya bi da
wunya bi da
na wo wagya bi da
minya ɔbaa da
ba ɔbaa gya wo da ebia
yɛkeka
oh so you can tell say kwamra your priorities now it is born out of a nneɛma mienu pɛ krono any the spirit of irresponsibility because your hospital I mean to me more krono because budget be out the hospital ni bia no parliament but semikosi Bank of Ghana headquarters even when I don't go to parliament sikani taho menye bia wia nam diske bia to so that's all and that's all but I'll tell Professor Frimpong Boateng say a man throw the hands up in despair or don't turn it papa Ghana fo buni papa Akufo-Addo ye munu mfere no ye munu mimi munu but me who Frimpong Boateng me koto because me who say nipa ni bi da wo wiase etire we esi Akufo-Addo tisu yi se nkodi ko sua Frimpong Boateng de bia adwenboni ntin ka kokora wakoma no kra ye adwuma obetwam
but obi send him message about Central refinery no?
Yes omoadia
and we Temafo boys no ashase e monitor omo activities serious
bibi besi
the kind of things we are hearing from Tema enclave no serious
na obi
say Tema
omo tanker ni adwuma ye o
Tema oil refinery omo nkwa adwuma o they don't go to work obi ankwa adwuma because they are not doing anything
na Akufo-Addo why you tik kakraka A plus ena odi Akufo-Addo anim ko ye believe in Ghana concert na obegina Kumase Asante man Ghana man
was at the time ko wa be ko ye badwuma David say A plus crowd no wajai party no hello Aja
hello
what for the form what for the form Pacho send about phone so
but 500
tell yeah that's it Mama confirm me another winner Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic the bright soldier capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules the aba top choco top choco chocolate spread the Fabrudumu and a top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. Now, de biaba mpajo for Gridco for in a tour. Gridco for issue statement be. Any day. Okay, Tuesday 9th April 2024. So the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited Tema Region wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Great Company Limited Gridco has curtailed power supply to our smelter 2 bulk supply point, resulting in outages in the following areas. So, One Hand Cement, Goyle Bitumen Plant, Leyland Paints, Oyoko Aero Parts, Japan Motors, Mankwaze Fisheries, Jensen, Akasanoma, Central Medical Stores, Cocoa Processing, Irani Brothers, Amandi, W2C, Asempa Stores, John Moore, Car Bank, La Bianca, Unilever, Dry Dock, Tema New Town, Asaswa, Cars Fisheries, Ocean Fair, Afco Fisheries, European Market, GPHA Terminals 1 and 2, Toll Pumping Station, MPS Terminal 3, Refa Terminal, Asat Tech, Jata Cement, Dangote Cement, APM Terminals, Avnash Industries, TCT, Burkina Faso Commerce, Save Bond, Golden Jubilee Terminals, Committee 2, Cocoa Board Warehouse and its environs. A whole year off. In ye. Munshanka Bowie so and so. The way to answer. Way different so Tema region. Okay, so Gridco outage. The Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, Tema region. In the Gridco NECG. Wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Grid Company Limited has curtailed power. Okay, so we have Yellow Krobo of Lower Menya, Krobo of Royal Senchi, of Atimpoku, of Adome, of Edukrom Booster Station, Suchari Township, Vorivo, of Golden Exotics, of Akole Pumping Station, of Tay Kwame, of Glamour Farms, Wildlife, PW Quarries, Eastern Quarries, Twin Quarries, Recycling, Japan, Akwamufie, Frankadua, Nudu, Enum, Boso, Dodi, Asante Krum, Kisifo, and then important munina. Oh, it do nina.
I was reading.
Yeah, Samo.
It do nina. Adam. In short, the whole Ghana is off. It do nina.
I'm sure we are even running on against it.
So when you are there for
where the message say mama me happy birthday song yi mame onim say DKC emia menana DKC ne wife the late DKC
we so manfa ai statement ba kwa ma the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President 2024. Your friend, bam for President 24. Bam.
Bernard Abantayila
Mona bam for President 2024. Okay, so a press release abba and I mean, go through Kakrebi. United PNC beyond the court ruling. So the Accra High Court has on the 8th April 2024 given judgment to affirm decision of the National Executive of PNC. While this should bring finality to the matter, the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President Tim wishes to call on all PNC faithful to exercise decorum in their commentary. This is a family affair and calls for cool heads to integrate all persons within this truly incrementized party. We need all and sundry within our ranks to be able to sell our messages to Ghanaians who are despondent with the state of affairs. So it goes on and on and on. But
I say, Ohineyere Georgina Konadu Kusi, aka Mommy Georgia.
Mama Georgia.
Keche mami.
Keche, yeah, and now friend.
Keche mami.
Keche.
Benito Usubio. Senior Benito.
Mama Georgia, so
Senior Benito. What you say? Okay, with the mechanic.
Benito. Once Mama Georgia say, "Yeah, mami, proud." And so now, is your name grow?
Oh, and here, mommy, and then mommy 80th birthday. And I wish mommy happy 80th anniversary. Now, mommy, and a party the Ukrainian
party
I don't even want to know because me come mommy party and confirm me who mono. I bet is a makwe. Mommy, me jina na ma wish you happy birthday.
Yes, you are.
Or a council of state member. I wish say Yankopon Bemano and Kwa. Obi diame but mommy we are council of state member here mesrel so tu akufado fo no on fa opa recuse yourself.
Oh mommy mommy every day mommy no omuwie okay
mommy happy birthday
Georgia hotel say on Georgia hotel
yeah me
Eugenia
ne obia Keche Benito ene omo ma kenyina.
Oh But I catch the shirt.
Oh, yeah, no, only a one way.
That made me Shissana, a Bruni, some color, down, could I whom I was a catcher so right after Good House. Sir, Baba Hona, oh, and you may uncle.
Opa, and meet me to a call.
There be a coup for the share.
And we will go unannounced.
You're young, you're quite to watch. You're young,
happy birthday, mommy.
But tell him, Mr. Meshe Bakubi, or Bram Bakudam Shea. Oh, we're school for Uncle Shabby. On this, say, oh, I have it. Say, Bobby. Say, Bobby. No, my gas prefer to was right.
Basana Ujafa can start to
no mamma dear, or penny. I
can't quite
and I only say Bobby, say Bobby, say Bobby. The gas prefer no rubber for one Bobby. Gas prefer rubber for one. Then yet, dear, fuck it.
You pow, make a say, some demonstration petition be against
Womra. Yeah, the Oja here for all right, so that's a live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Accra FM. That's how we do it. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Fembo Biansa. Done. I'm out. Enjoy your evening. Keep safe. Woo! Let's go.
April enunti yesre obetime do ho ahyemu bi baby wi ase boboko no onipa live on one source of income etime e de ahokyere ba pa de oye bia no invest o akwan bi so e de ka ho a ebetime aboa ama ahokyere no etime abra sekakra enunti eya won so bra na besuasua bi kai se date no eye Saturday 13th April and a jumedi bekoso e National Theatre of Ghana. Enunti eyabra na besuasua bi styling gel so ye bekire ne ye ewase setting lotion ye bekire se de ye no ewo dwumedie ase afei kwane e fa so ye fish adwene tilapia eno so uhia space kase bia na wahyase enunti ye bekire fish farming ewo program yi ase kwane e fa so ye snails enwa eno so uhia space bia asa baby kakra na wona wa feature ho obetimi start snail farming ameno so at the income kakra aba ekwane e fa so dia mushrooms eno so ye be kire workshop yi ase eya na ye sheda ene ye kire nyuma bebre a ebetimi ye mfa so ma nipa eno nti na mfie bebre ni network for societal transformation eya na bosumi bia ye deda krusi ho eya skills training program no so bra bi na ebetimi aboa abusua pa me pa chaw obetimi assign so afa number ya made it today a network for societal transformation abos maybe ya chire enyuma e National Theatre no ye ho asem e na wasoguso a otie number no ebiem e 0244 474093 0244 474093 0244 474093 program yaseno ye besan akire sede ye install biodigester ejanan ya o flash ya na ashi ye be kire sede ye no very simple enya hoden djuma onipa bia betimi ayebi amana yeyi enu nti eya abra na besuasua bi one source of income etimi ade ahokire ba besuasua bi na ebetimi aboa fresh yogurt ye be kire ne ye meat pie, pizza, ring donut, spring rolls, mayonnaise, bread. I bet you any program ase. Minim se bibi koso wadrim. Ubisa ho se ye beden yesua we nyina dakoro. Eya na ye sheda. E na bosumi bi e kire nyuma bebre. Eniema ye kire no very simple. Practical. a training program a so practical and real odo ho hyemu a ebetimi ayemfa so pa enunti yesre obetimi edo ho ahye dwumadie mu bi on Saturday 13th April a program yi ebekoso ewo National Theatre ebia na oye housewife eya brebi ebia na akọ pension eya brebi ebia na sebe wapadwuma che bibi nti onye bi nye eya brebi ebia na oye adwuma ope business bi akade oye no ho a eya brebi na ebitimi ayenhyira pa de amabusua oman enkyirima nyina so ebetwa so abadaache tracking device a ye de track car anase motorbike eno so ye be kire se de ye install no very simple enunti eyabra workshop yi asibi na be ye moa pa brown sugar so ye be kire se de ye prepare no rubbing alcohol de baba for you see eno so ye be kire ne ye hand sanitizer cereal mix bribiti se Cerelac eno so ye be kire se de ye no pineapple drink millet drink communion wine afi soya kebab eno so ye be kire se de ye no sa ne me nyina ye ne me nipe hia enu ntine ya na ye hyeda e kire enyima bibiri a ebetimi ayemfa so ama enipa no tie and dye fertilizer weedicide emulsion paint ye di painti dan ho ya eno so ye be kire se de ye no workshop kesi ya se on Saturday 13th April National Theatre Dettol and so ye be kire na die twatwo kra stain remover we nom ena rade adoma on Saturday 13th April ye kire ne ye National Theatre yesre ya fa ho hyemu bi na betimi ayemwa pa eviem a network for societal transformation aye chanitia frey nest adabia mote ye ho asem no ye ho asema na osuguso a utie ye programmer ewo ye nima ye bo ho dawro no date no Saturday 13th April jumedi kasi ebekoso National Theatre of Ghana baby adabia ye hiemu no eho na jumedi ebekoso ye be hyase anopa 8 o'clock eyabra na bepenim die ya de maybe na betimi ayemwa pa obetimi asan afa number ne biem number no 0244 47 40 93
FM
0244 47 40 93 0244 47 40 93 na registration nso bibian sesaye da bia sade registration na tie no saa na tie registration for niema ye be kire ne nyina wo program na se on Saturday 13th April no that's why 300 Ghana cedis first no a nenke beka se 3 million eno kwan secretary won bibian kan ho biem nanso me pa chaw menye mobile money davi menye mobile money bi a shase ne save towards program kasiye edane dru so on Saturday 13th April over program na so National Theatre now the registration fee of 300 naba abetua e program no asehwa menye mobile money bia na emum ye kire nyuma wi a ensan ye e refienti da bia sade program etie no saa na tie ya videos on ye me be kire ni nyina ya boboso yi eni atwa to pen drive so a ye be che edi ama obia free yenton e free ni nyina sha 300 na ba National Theatre on Saturday 13th April la whatever ba no emu yesre National Theatre de enye yera kwan kura babia obia ofo Accra Central car na osi Novotela ewo ha obi sabofra kro be kirew osi Tema station na obia be kirew ewo Children's Park ne nchen hwa yesre fa ho hyemu bi na be ye moa pa date no ebiem Saturday 13th April and a program kesi ebekoso ewo National Theatre minim so title ho asempa bibinti o ma bi da we die meyi hu frim ejumedi a ye ni abre pese kire nyuma bibire betime ye mfaso amanipa ede won ho behyem wodo ho hyemu bia ebetimi ayemmoa pa ya san so ayehu books a yetintin procedures ene eme be kire ni nyina ho procedures number 1 ye say number 2 ye say ne nyina wo book ni ma ye be cha ma obi ye nton eno nso ye free e she 300 na oba wo de ba no emu ya ho certificate nso a ye be che dia ma obi a eno nso ye nton ye free e she 300 na oba wo de ba no emu registration fee na 300 cedis no bibia nka ho biem nanso manye mobile money bia da ne duru so oba program na se e wo National Theatre now the registration fee of 300 cedis naba abetua e program no ase hwa ye wie nso a ye be kire ba bia o meba program be nya raw materials ni nyina biato chemicals gallons containers enyu e be kire ni nyina ba bia obenya raw materials ni nyina biato so ye be kire nanim se program emre wie no e din hira adwuma impuntu obre nipa e de wo ho be hye mu nyina e network for societal transformation aye chanity afra ye nest ye ho asem e na wasuguso a otie abra me jemi kai se date ya workshop e baso ne Saturday 13th April venue e National Theatre of Ghana registration na 300 bibia nka ho biem nanso menye mobile money oba now the registration fee no aba abetua e program no asehwa kai se time ne ya no pa 8 o'clock Bomodiana sign for number ni bio abra me jemi number ni 0244 474093 0244 474093 0244 474093 me body chat to 0244 474093 yebehwe mu nyina amanim our National Theatre on Saturday 13th of April. Yada masepa eradin shiraw.
Accra100.5.
Kaborna wum lahabal nyaxsim. Asibir dalet kurga yo point ne pergele. Nana kobna bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga ka borna ay wum ya to nyasem ko twekane ban la akum nana bobi ansa ka bugum labal suma tumbanyabga nana bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga o twekane o twekan kan yarama o twene bjelba atia nyanwu nyanyu tweba onyelo mabia nana bobi ansa tumbanyabga nyu
Ebi didi ebi de ekomode wom enfoni Carlos ne Hanzane Mustafa ne nkrofo masa da bia de achi ade sen so mudi kase ho atrantwie ki ye ka atrantwie a etse ayi kinagate fo a omote si so a chese so okọ na wo ba kase ho de wo mo de ho aye okusie a wayi chino no
wa mabe aborna wum lahabal nyaxsim asibir dalet kurga yo point ne pergle nana kobna bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga ka borna ay wum ya to nyasem ko twekane ban la akum nana bobi ansa ka bugum labal suma tumbanyabga nana bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga o twekane o twekan kan yarama o twene bjelba atia nyanwu nyanyu tweba onyelo mabia nana bobi ansa tumbanyabga nyu
ebi didi ebi de ekomode wom enfoni Carlos ne Hanzane Mustafa ne nkrofo masa da bia de achi ade sen so mudi kase ho atrantwie ki ye ka atrantwie a etse ayi kinagate fo a omote si so a chese so okọ na wo ba kase ho de wo mo de ho aye okusie a wayi chino no
wa mabe aborna wum lahabal nyaxsim asibir dalet kurga yo point ne pergele nana kobna bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga ka borna ay wum ya to nyasem ko twekane ban la akum nana bobi ansa ka bugum lahabal suma tumbanyabga nana bobi ansa muni nyatum banyabga o twekane o twekan kan yarama o twene bjelba atia nyanwu nyanyu tweba onyelo mabia nana bobi ansa tumbanyabga nyu nana kwabena bobi ansa berema be mati gara furukube puntimpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen
Kwabena, keja guma mni yanko.
Tele Accra FM, yeah,
100.5. Accra FM.
Any energy ministry. And since in Wadaruma, a shasi and Rawma, a Cassina, Msewa Koya Japani, what a year 12 what the Kiako won't put a pen, and no Makosia, and then Ra, one side, a say, tall, any energy ministry, GMPC, Wadaruma, a dinner cost.
Yam would be no more why, Sabio, your man of cranny yet. And your mammy who said, no one can with papers torn and yet, no cry. Will be over one kind of cran, one fine shred or for means then the Bianca said, GMP's for no more cry, no woman and woman, woman, man, and fine matter. Yes, sir. The kite and said, ye could meet. Let me see, if they do baby no GMPC, the Bemato. The young quantity in the Yanshe and Bira GMPC, the Bemato. A sunset, the piano as a way preparation. Name it away, my troll letter, but they are common Nigeria for. Said oil nom the man, GMPC for the Mfama. Miss Answer and Tross are let any deal. So one farmer toll. Miss Anamacas at all for an uncle. No corano and yejuma. Me do baby at Miss Round with no cranny yejuma. Massa me ye, my no cranny be yejuma. Maye.
Tele Accra FM, yeah,
Adenti. And I say a casa asem no ha. Ghana ni bia o tie me wo office kamu. Baby a wo tie bia me bebo eye suhum MC enra. Enra program, right? Enra. Oh yeah, sure. Enra. Muntie asemwa sa MC no aye Dr. Maria Wisidia Maria Wisinyo obia ntua ne ka o me taxpayer me taxes eya John Mohammed tua bi ena ye di fidi sa oba no oyo oba timi nka no hwe oyo oba timi nka no hwe so in your society no said you sit here when it comes to yemma enti menkashe na me person bia tie keke asemwa sa MC no na uboni din ni bibia what they say Margaret Mimi huni da me pa cho bo se wo te trotrom na e Facebook o de bie mo obi ntie normal and some campaign obi ankase saga we suhuma MC no saga we ese John Mohammed mi anhwe atame so amana ni 8 years ena okum no wakwam onso obi anka bibia onso ndi obi anka hwe also be enfino and obi aso mfino and that mean waste time but me dey kai kwaku baako ankwala agimifoɔ no ɛne baomi agimifoɔ no sɛ mea me nuaba Jennifer Queen etie mi a mewia me the best send Jennifer Queen because yɛn complain wɔ nneɛma say ho. No, we don't complain. Because we understand politics. Muna ya na musu. The other side, they say, unim say eyana Akufo-Addo ene ne nkrofo complaining chire obi say obi edidi omo atem na eye omo ya eyana me omo so mwo akura me hu bi owi ase because they only start things that they can't finish. And say no mo pro o de jan omo no omo no momo emfa enyew but who ni kwai say wo de ye ono ya we de no da ba enra na po de no enra na po okay don't mind it's just the content hwe na po te parliament catch obi say wo abodam kwame ya no parliamentary ethics but say na omo from complaining say obi didi omo atem na enye radio ethics yes sir. You see, he who calls for equity must come with clean hands. Nepa abua wi napo abua say catch obi say wa bodam ewo parliament ewo floor. Then you have this stupid girl Oslo Usu ne certain times ano not otinenchen I also catch any person wa bodam. The video captured it. Our parliament. They think they can do anything even at the parliament. And in town, you don't have same right on the street. You more monsha, no man can say bobi edintro. You more monsha Eugene. Uni won kwai. Yeah, omo no be tua ye de ompe bia. Wo de uni ho kwai. Let me leave it and move on. Mama ntwa so. Me baba yi documentary bi a kire mo. Na documentary no Minimitim ya Akufo-Addo documentary. How criminal, wicked. You put it together, a nice documentary. Yes, he who calls for equity must come with clean hands. They complain over insults, but anytime they get the opportunity, Yeah. Omunyo opportunity no. Kwame, just imagine say NDC launch campaign. Now NDC say Baomia akum kwamna buadu. En kwamna buadu maame de ni wo ashe Baomia. Se Baomia ni kwamna buadu funu e die for 20 minutes. True or false? Mena meka. Baomia need a funu e die for 20 minutes. Kissing somebody's corpse for 20 minutes. Samuel Oku was there, Akomia was there, Samuel Oku no de kopam nipa ni free ho. And na omloke prono and Baomia slept with a corpse, a funu, for 20 minutes. Opa NDC lanche campaign mobim ko bie na no enkas sa. Even you know the boy no ama me o what ase omuye obeka ye no so Samuel Oku meka ase no oni ho Anthony Kabo meka ase no oni ho Akomia no meka omo bo omo din nyina ate ase omo okrom ha but your friend say eye wonti sabe ewo ye mfansre MC Mwa got the opportunity yesterday. Saturday the okafa your mama. When you give them the same dose, they start running around. Almost for Christian Council concert for no, almost for Peace Council, greedy thieves, you know, almost for agro, almost for what to any ire. Maame no what to na chi free na ni bepem na so chi kromfo no ayi cathedral kromfo no omo kofre omo mekasa meso de opa ma NDC ya omo obi repeat de kwamna boadu maame kafa ba omia ho obeti de bekoso. But the entire my Musa. Now who do you blame? You blame the NDC. Because me there, me kwabnasa me a party chairman. Na me who say number some mo campaign. Ya be say me say that my boys are launching insults campaign team. Insults campaign team. Me in this national chairman. Ya launching insults campaign team. Insults campaign team. Me here Accra100.5FM, me here Peace FM, me here Adom FM, and the social media way. Me here YouTube TV. Hey, mo better some, mo better correct. Some me and this national chairman. Insult campaign team. You have launching the 6th March Independence Day. We are do me no. Crowd Emmanuelsia, Emmensia, a share for do me no. A bomb was show matare. Monka Mamonka asembia adape twankwa Shawfra no pa kopma nwumre ya peti mo no aduane mo twa mo anu ma bo break 10 no ma bedidi 1 no ma ba lunch enwumre dinner aise supper e de ko anajo mo ko da ya sensena nka ammomadi na ochu bi on be ko hospital check up. Yes, insults campaign team. Mopenon tokwa so a yate eye fighters campaign team. Omno omokon tokwankwa. Because Crofo no onu omo ye campaign em say sa no mote ase. Hwe asma MC ojina woka. Waka na be before go about on some Ekukrudu. What come one say pe extra one. Hey, Captain Smart did the atom. And I will be the atom. And I went to the atom. And I did the atom. Wait. And now my mother Tidia. I did the atom. As one Jimmy said, oh, because people near Abua or Montiasio. As small Cadasso Nimso did Obiatem. The ono can the ono and only conscience na hunima wu. Or they don't have conscience say adia me yen say me did obi atem. Onim. But your documentary, you can't say you can't encroach. Also, there be am catch the Kwame. A encroach be na trans normal package. A Ekufuado. Yeah. For their personal interest. Your documentary be just be 2-3 minutes. Your documentary just 2-3 minutes. We are making some be actual. Making some be actual. Yeah, where questions. Mr. Also be benwa, manishebi, with a manishe documentary nibi. Maybe I can't send be actual. Uba se best city debia, I am a canoso. Amo said no, Bobby.
98 he had contested me for the candidacy of the party to be for the 2000 election. Of course, I won, but our party is democratic, and we operated under constitutions of contests. So when we won, and knowing the background from which he was coming, I thought he would fit the role of the Attorney Generalship, and I didn't have any qualms at all inviting him to come and serve as Attorney General.
I thought Attorney General was more his line, but it was as Foreign Minister, I think, that he really blossomed.
Many people think that the trial of Charles Taylor in The Hague, important though it is in being able to insulate the process in Liberia, would perhaps be better staged on the continent itself. And in future, we hope that we can develop institutions ourselves that would enable free, fair, effective trials.
Foreign Minister, I traveled the length and breadth of much of the world with him. So we got talking a lot during the many travels we had. I always felt quite at home with him. And I think my trust or confidence in him was because of this very long background I had with the many members of his great family.
From his political activism in his youthful days in the late 1970s as General Secretary of the People's Movement for Freedom and Justice, or PMFJ, which insisted on a democratic Ghana through the establishment of his law firm, to his human rights activism days defending the politically oppressed, Nana Akufo-Addo has shown to be a tenacious servant leader and a family man.
I can say boldly that among his generations, he was one of the best. We did a case in the court, and the late Nelson Kofi sent him a written recommendation, and he said he's the chief of the old bloc. It shows how that generation respected him.
First Radio I. Now ono no ye lawyer to Radio I yi wo hwa kotin odi wo mu da wokochi Radio I me na me ko ni fi ko frɛ na won frɛ na obepupu ni ti da.
He actually got cases from the legal aid office for lawyers to do, and he did a lot of free cases for people who walk into his office and he thought that he had a good case. You call a lawyer in the office and assign you to do it. So that's one strength of him.
But his tenacity will even become more profound in the Fourth Republic.
We must
of the people on this march, 90% of them don't have jobs. As far as we're concerned, that's the issue. Jobs and bread for the people of Ghana. And we think it is time that the government began to fashion policies that address the needs of the people of this country. And that's what we want to do. And we're doing so by a very successful, peaceful demonstration that shows the best of the Ghanaian character. That's why we're here today.
Against many odds and amidst intimidation.
I'll say, oh, we ain't another package. Me catch Ghana for say, a young crofobin no moon say, some criminals, thieves. No more say Galamse who interviews. They are criminals. To Galamse, more chamfine, more bank accounts. And a Jomu to Galamse, and Opano ye interview. So, please, let's find out this Galamse issue. So, what do we do to curtail this menace? Well, Busani ni question. Anajo o tu Galamse ewia anopano ye interview busa say na Galamse se a ebe ne dey say anti Galamse for no chirechire mu kwayom de befa so no afre ne nkola no chale omso mbe say ntimo fanfa ha. Yes, that is the kind of people. On documentary no my Akufo-Addo no. Now they are watching Akufo-Addo after the presidency. Omoba Belojai say he is the biggest president to be Ghana in Africa da. Now sikana wa wi ano kwasi ade Elizabeth ohenenum fucking woman omudi be sorry ohimas kasima men kasa bi we be di ano no kwasi ade omoba be di a kire ye ni utie ye President Akufo what President Akufo and the President Akufo ni Akufo-Addo suban. Hey, President Akufo ye nya atwumunia ni have en kwaba edin pa me ba bia Akufo wo means wo bio da ha what be amama ba chi watra akogwa so se kasafa Akufo-Addo ho no mum video Akufo hia kai hia tie ensabrane oba Akufo-Addo say Akufo ba bia wanyini du be di say hwakwa we damage hwaboni a wodi o man we hwaboni a wodi o man Ghana hwaboni akwa we di gone na busuafo wodi o man te say Ghana dibone utim se nipa dibone tie Elizabeth ohene wo akoso Newman mame panimu hwankwase akeka woti akonwa so awoka oka radio I7 say Rollins time ya chi radio I Akufo-Addo na woka da sam no sense that time on akokoma radio I no oba no atoto radio stations mu over 300 and Akufo-Addo who was studio na ayi anya we dey na nya ayi fo militants o state security na omamba toasha also who was studio ya chi media fokotum know how yet me ka say Rebecca say me fra umra de ne ko aka yiri mu no ya na na dwene say ne so ba bi ni asantema mu no me say ye documentary bi ne be ma man for visuals amobi ahu de Akufo-Addo ye say omo shas me ka kire mo say Akufo-Addo wi a de omo ben say omo ba be elogize no to wait for another generation but ye be Akufo-Addo videos ye be compiling ni nyina aguo demonstration say Akufo-Addo lead kumipraku demonstration na then government ye violent ye be kwa koyi ye friend say arise Ghana what went on our circle under Akufo-Addo leadership under Akufo-Addo this criminal this reckless man under his leadership wo akoso Newman what ya konwa so keka nkwase asem say during radio I and busa say ayadan na rekubro be atwe no firi Akufo-Addo nchen Osiano ni yonko akokra wo so de nsa be wonani. This a criminal eya otimi eya no ti se odwan but na pataku ena esenmu tricky the whole system. Today for MPP from 2410 gina wo ubu se obia say otreke yen. Yes, Kwame, true of us. O the MPP ni mu ufri kwa you have been talking to most of the people. Friend people pani bia gina wa was no kwano treke yen ni enim se sa no tie. Even with the current situation, Akosia Newman, Lisbeth Ohine, Aleskwenu, Aleskwenu, and Niama Akoso, President Otiako Nyaswa, Supreme Court, on 3 occasions, are finding the decisions as unlawful. President Ebisi Ghana Memuda, President Otiako Nyaswa, on 3 occasions, Supreme Court are finding the decisions as unlawful. Now, who Alex Queen would you can quasi asem? Oko Shesco must spending or documentary we who are a no taxpayers' money na or more di and or more to one can quasi asem. President Otimi Kofesika requested sika from Central Bank of Ghana without parliamentary approval. Ebisi Ghana bako se mu da ye hu bi da ya nti bi da Akufo-Addo aye na Alex Kwenu se kwayo se Kwenu no gina oto kan kwase asem na no na kura Dubai ya se de ebedi anie se de mona ni ji Akufo-Addo ho pan so hu no se ababa ya te sei se ababa ya te sei no na wa ye de na e yode ababa te say ye na ye ode obi say o man o destroy o man no wa frɛ gbibidi kame ho asɛm papa no agye na wudi na woka knowing say asɛm a woka no ente saa boni ni say o man wa say education structures wa say ye nyuma wa gu nyuma hwɛ na no mrante o betra ha 7 years ni what mi agye eye mrante wow eastern region for what you omo nsema adwuma dia Lebanese omo print books omo printing empowerment akoya de we e dia baba beto but me ka tira man for mo be hu proper documentary on Akufo-Addo you bet them videos. Me ya chi mini nyina ho videos e wo ho. Omo ba be attack me ofie e ho videos wo ho. Ayi your friend say Mensa Thompson videos e wo ho. Mugabe no videos e wo ho. Ayi your friend say we Ohineba de Ohineba kra de voice ne nya ono a. Enya ono a. Yes, still, they insisted. Obia ono timi ka se China ni kodema na ede no ajeli Ghana ni. Na Elizabeth Ochihit wono kan kwase asem. Shedade bibi agro ni sa ne mana kata mwani na jimisem no na mudi che. Sankrofo ho esen ka military yibe no nipa bo mo masa na de besi biasi. Chairman Francia, man Francia. Ya kanu huni fast, mami twaso. Anu obi asende me no. Say Magdan say obi. Ono Magdan way, very useless boy like this. Ono Magdan say ada radio niya kan wasem. No atimi a convince tema police regional command. Na so obi ko bi wasema defamation anya suit anya kwat na akọ usu obi aka ho asema kwakọtoi under Akufo-Addo criminal libel law is working under Akufo-Addo. we kwaso na muyi sa at the time we at the time na tema police commander tibia kwachi journalist no ad na kotum for almost 2 months so omo bu no so omo man aduro na num yo tim wawu kroma ada journalist kroma onya adwuma crusading guide in tiem fa omo onya adwuma daily dispatch in tiem fa omo time rallies no chi wo no na ya ne de ya no ya against human rights. Today Akufo-Addo is behaving same foolishly, stupidly. Ya no ya against human rights, ya no against animal rights. Na ndisi no ahun omo ye omo communication samre sika no omo de amam for communication mo fa bi nye document ka Akufo-Addo nkwasi ase mo compile video na bo a bossa me kwam compare bosia me free me kwa compare bosia mama nkola sha ase compile mudi bone sa dai mudi bone keke mu hunu nyansa se ya ne enua gan na ni nete na o kena bi me so me ba betena fie nti ade we ma menye di bone keke zengo me obaku bo me toa so awanhwe a de beba nya me mo so boy no wawu ada radio presenter wawu omo de ne tumu Akufo-Addo no de ne tumu ma owi I can't see much in What's your holiday? Say 1,500. Pacho, I'll tell you holiday. Nah. So, what time ya? Eba hajne. Pa. I'll tell you holiday. Bottom ya yana hajne. CMG scratcher there star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. And I'm a boni pabel 2,500, 500, 500, 5 million, 5 million, 5 million. A 12 gumne. Cause you're sorry, I'll try ma. Chankwara no ofie. Na bia to aburo ne mo. Dia gunsum. This also Mami akuma wa wona ta atweare. Nyame adoma ochina. Ye nua pani Rexoma ye yi o maame. Memenda na yakope ne krabe. Ye sra dom. Mumra na yenkoka ye nua Rexoma on. The legendary Rexoma. Chaze yakwaba.
Kara manjozo.
Boko de.
Bibiansa sayo.
Mekasi bibia sesa.
Bibiansa sayo.
Mekasi bibia sesa. Ai elder Chasa Kwewia asena na mekase ofri bunaba no. But eneso say that Tibruku ni ebekwa asori. Elder Bibiansa sayo.
Bibiansa sayo. Sanya tiena.
Sanya tiena sa tiena.
we can just not complain. No.
Oh.
Yeah,
couldn't say, Yen show kakra,
birthday boy. But I'm in tears, and it's usually days like this, special days in your life, it to be expected, say you carry a somber mood, but so shall beret.
The birthday. Obia the birthday boko birthday ko beret.
Beret. I'm tempted to think say enya better. The years I open fire service, I tenders living now. Oh my boss by. Anyway, Nana happy birthday. The coupon goes to a now. I want to Sungu Akumano so. Ghana dear say why now but bit mania pressure. No way we are down. Why is it?
Since I'm checking me the baby and number.
And you guys we would job. For the journalist video, some food I will go. Well, we go. People are here, Papa. Here we are. Not as you. What do we are? Okay. You see it. As it, you know, you are not able to. Oh, my name would be some phone here, Timono. But what can we do?
Say, a good word with me. I hear documentary. Man, say, or no, or media freedom, or no fighting media freedom. Ah,
you see
how?
Matisse na kasa. When watching the side of the story.
Yeah.
So people also have the opportunity to present the side of their
story.
Media
me ko bobo sia pa anti say me ko ton me ka no.
That is it. Ube timia catalog the event. I see. When this one bit timia go back to the beginning of the Fourth Republic. I say. Na young catalog event and why not a winnie?
What did Bonnie say?
We are now an award.
But Charles, when him there, me say me did Bonnie say yeah. I'll just go and sit somewhere quietly. Me him say me did Bonnie. But Nipa did Bonnie even on any crop for Lisbeth or they still don't see that Nipa did Bonnie too much.
But that is international cars will be on the price. So be on the price. Obia on the price. And do ball Lisbeth on here. No, because it's sign or waji. Because one football is better now would die. I have war for. Oh, now you are not being fair with the facts.
Anyway,
I have war for doctor. Media school be a near come for Makaji media. You may yes, who are
criminals.
Yes, by
criminals,
and they are against some of this media freedom. You can't watch them. I say the media freedom, and quite any day. What is it? Media freedom because it is in Article 162. The rights are guaranteed. I say the rights are guaranteed for every stories. You will not be censored for being decided what to publish and what to write. So guaranteed, but unfortunately, almost any sanity and I'll be true. Be see and central for now, because I see my problem has to do with journalists in this country. I said, this is say we young journalists and sana ye be whom. And to know on fana some who quack osra there for when you muko. No cock can in tia waba. I didn't walk or so cosre. Conem fan two butum, Nessan Kofi. Men phobia some munko. And then like more normal, especially more on air for no more normal account to us somebody send you back can with your bar.
Let me grab me on any anywhere, madam.
This is Uncle, we are united. Say a lawyer.
Me on any be anywhere, Medini Diago.
That is,
yeah, we go away.
One of more creative problem on air for no. Jandam no one amobo. That is the issue. To where Canadian no be canta, but this fat lawyer for yes, with me upon myself, NDC lawyer, MPP lawyer, or make a dinner court the argument or movie, they still see themselves. When you so where you mate, when you see but a bands and dread room with their baby, this a walk say will be, and the Jew with him, and then in there. Dear, now, and no beyond an answer by a car. Me wa, and then no beyond another by a count. Oh dear, by a Becania, ya, let me tell you, Muntie 3. The campaign to arrest Muntie 3 as evening, Joy. Led by Isankuma. Muntie 3 by no must share campaign, as or Moko Car say, other day, say BBC and that, and a damn for say, or be warren no, a rape no. It was Joy, or interpretation of Moody truth, because one get 2 boys. And don't want to get to language. And I'm going to Chief Justice. And never ask him. They know Mugabe Mubekoro. Yeah, you never caught her. People knew that they were going to go in. Yes, about the attitude, but Robin must say, yes. That's it. I didn't know. I do tell it. And the commander, Sanet said, as in trouble who answer. Said they will stand for this occupation, professional. Now, at least, on my card cry to some extent, me, my cassette until say, your mamma radio go to 4 quine. No more I could join presidential press call. Same people in a tape, a bam, Herald, Bekobi, any other ones, Bekobi.
Now, who could be?
Oh, say maybe I mean song. With the Muslim, I cry for Mammo access, no more could be under MPP, not under NDC or my FM access. I could Jubilee House, I could cover stories.
At Tamil's time,
press freedom.
At Tamil's time,
press freedom.
At Tamil's time,
because you cannot talk about press freedom. Where the
at Tamil's time, not daily guide, not daily guide, not daily guide cover stories from presidency.
Fine. At Tamil's
even meet the press, not daily guide. Accra100 friends Boadu BBBB Techi Boadu
Just Techi Boadu.
Yes, no,
yeah, that is started assessing a year no started assessing Tramem NDC year Congress or more year MPP press, so-called MPP press should be able to go and
but you see
NDC,
but you see
but you see that is my problem. With this angle, you cannot preach press freedom. I mean, media too.
But
the press has no freedom.
Akufo-Addo, me expect so much from him.
Yeah.
What do I say? Yeah. Assuming NDC will not do it. In fact, Adiaba Akufo-Addo Gina so a man Ghana for Gini D the fight. Against press tyranny. Say, your sense and for so. Those days,
rather, it was how he was sold to Ghanaians. Because in all instances, Rekubobi and the high, in the case of Radio I, and obey Kufonso, a push the repeal and this. And you can find you because it's another year human rights lawyer par excellence that you be a new view. Alpha and Omega. And Nanadu as flag bearer of MPP and in the see when MPP mun see. Now say that Cabre Nanadu 10-1 you when you
you're criminal.
Because of now it has happened, continues to happen till the media and the market packaging.
Yes, I do.
Anyway. Succeed marketing, packaging. This and one also. And one was Ghana packaging.
Fridge, no.
Send a package.
Yo.
Fridge is a lawyer.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to me. How old are you now? How old are you? How old is McCarthy? How old is
is Honto. May God bless me now. God has blessed me always. God has blessed me always. God has blessed me always.
Hip, 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 hip.
Hooray. What's it?
Hip, hip, hip. Hooray.
Yo, I appreciate God today.
Yeah.
And thank him from within my heart.
Ghana for moment
words cannot express how much thankful I am to God, especially in this very turbulent times. Kwabra ene oledi frame anopa. In fact, ahomache na okache me say eba Nyankopon nim senti a me wo na se me wo ba na ebe se menu me ho de obo empire se Nyankopon emane nsa anwu biem even oya brewa mpo senko wo ba biem na otisemia kanani beje. And it expressed a lot to me. As na oledini me dia grow of phone so, but now or can't papa. After the conversation now, oledini me have way no. Kwaku also the bit also. Na as na and come on me dino a year as a dia grow, but after I reflected on in common. I think say miano ebi ana menim ne me ya oledi atwema adwen si ne ma bi so ti me danyame ase da ehu ase se wan fanyansan kameme na osua misun ye ne amania me ko mu ne bibia mu no na si nyum de no wayi mafri mu nti medanyame ase papa se owudini akufuado eye mampani wabopo ahodo na no wosoma dampare so o mekumie
memo sa anwe ma
ebi ma menka se kakransa wosoma dampare se o mekumi wokuma ase na ya be hwi me ka
no birthday crash to
every me nsem ditio gina me so na police wa Ghana ha
Mike now say today being your birthday, at least just lower the fire and let's have fun.
No, but the birthday is being celebrated with a fire in me. It is how I should thank God. So I disagree. Osoma omo so omumekume dampare udini no so omumekume na onye meka Yankopon di mi ho afofie na me da so wo enkwan wo techere mada abodwe mu yi aseda nam de manyame kwabna aseda piesi am de manyame aseda se de atafu susu fa ye hu ni nyina no kwabna ene nyame achame nkwa na ode afiba akwasa kamimfie hu a mede ni nyina be ya aseda na my friend say papa enkwa odi amami I will never take it for granted, and me make sure also say every breath in me biano will work to help build Mother Ghana. Na say omani ye mpo na ye wuachi ye church my history na se sebi ye boss a list o na poku bi baaye bene awudifo akufuado ne akbayifo akabrechire honhomu a ene oman ni di asie na be kan ya papa na che se nkwan no wan fa nche keke enu nti mami ahonde ni bi nka ho na ma me yokudro honhom
edimaye nkama
na kwabnama no enye nwuye die moma me so nka bi na me nse nyame se omoa me na ensem no a se bi edi adencheche wo man mu no ye nyina
ntimi
nka bi ne yam
onto ere na aka cheonia
de me kan se sesi ayeti adi hia ayem kwantenten ene ahoden
amen
na mebo baje sere rade se wonyina listo awodai so na nakoma so ade a wo hwehwe se nsakra ye beba Ghana na ye papa no mmerwafo no kwakrafo ma bre omomo jani akwa ahomegiem no mdo musika kosie na nso so ene omo yade mpo munya bi nto aduru no momo ko ansie do omreko momre nso ye no sansakra ye ne mra na omo ninje na se de liso wede ne kwa to aba afode ama ne man no misre twede amponyankopon se de ne nsambe so bia anye nhira
amen
on nhira ne nhira na sefo nyina amen esan se rade asema me ate asese se rade hira obi a wo hira no mane ka ne fiefuo na diferi ne fibam na yemwa ne fudie nyina ye nhira na onipa bonifo bi a osum fidie de wa hyehye bia soso no erade man ko na so amen wana otu owa amena no yebeka wo mo ankasa agumu amen wana o hyehye mpatuwo akwanhia esan ene abanma ne no ebebo wo man kasa kunkomu aso amen happy birthday.
Thank you my brother.
Say yekase yeka ebedos. Maria Adam says thank you Bobie for playing this wonderful song to our brother Listowell. Okay, so Ahmed Rasta Soma, happy birthday. Bill Smith says, as today marks your birthday, may the good Lord bless you and keep you under his wing.
Thank you.
So we have Paul Amenya Glow says, happy birthday to Mr. Listowell. May the Lord bless you and keep you and bless your family.
Amen.
All right, so this one is coming from Inusa. Felix Yeboah, he means his champion Listowell, red beret birthday, and they red beret birthday. Okay, so Inusa says happy birthday to my big brother Listowell. We have Kwamina acidity hafu achinsu Kwamina extend my birthday wishes to my most senior Listowell. All right, so we have Suleiman Abbas, Red One Mikey says happy birthday to you and amen. Hannah Tete says pastor of the Taranga Lions, Samuel Hunter. Kojo Fiagbe says happy birthday. Suleiman Abbas, Red One says happy birthday. Ima Princess, good evening, Bobby. God bless you and your panel members. Happy birthday to Listowell. We wish him well. All right, this is an fans.
In fact, as at 3 a.m. now my phone was inundated with thousands of messages, calls and other. Yeah, I've about 14 different platforms. Me and Kasanibia, me part. Yeah, I don't know. Your friend's administrator on.
Yeah,
I haven't been able to answer most of the text messages. People should understand. Say I'm human. I cannot work like an AI, app that. But I really appreciate the love. I'm in Beret because I have a story to share, and perhaps I'll share it before we go beyond the way. No, Kwabra, only say, I sent it to me on the 28th. No, my findings, my investigation findings, I'm a man who yes. That is why I'm very much at peace with myself. I know the perpetrators. I know the criminals. I know those who were coming to kill me. I know those who have snatched my car. I know from within me. And that gives me much joy. Say, obi fawa dia na so obi ye oboni na unhu nipa kra. Unam kra na utibwe boawfo. And all the confirmations and the understanding of what really happened, Kwabra, what happened?
Oh, but we can't use it to.
No, I won't. No, just the time.
Because of the time.
It is just to give a brighter, understanding to what is hidden. Kwabra obi ntimi wia wo car emfa wo phone enso phone a low battery enko charging for 6 days.
So charge
enso endum phone after 6 days. Enso phone for 4 days. Only pakoya am robber that. That party is to blame. And I say it with all the authority in me. If he likes to challenge it, we should go to court or anywhere. He, as the IGP, he must shout all that effort to take that car and snatch that car and take my phone to look into who caused me and what happens to me.
Maybe because of the position in Tiana.
Beyond the position.
So go and report him.
I won't report him.
Then you have any case. You don't have any case.
I am not a prosecutor. I can't prosecute crime.
No, hold on.
If those that prosecute crime are even my adversaries.
If
your adversary is the prosecutor,
then you don't call that young court.
No, I don't bet me call. Me court. I cannot prosecute crime. No citizen of Ghana can prosecute crime, except you have the powers to do so.
No, but when you know that somebody has wronged you, you report.
I don't have to report the person that has wronged me to himself. Can he be a judge in his own court?
Then what?
So I will wait. Time has been my mightiest judge. And you know it.
And let's wait. Let's move on.
That is why I am happy from within me. The beret is signifying that, look, I will revolutionize my spirit to take up the mantle, and it is unto every Ghanaian to speak, because where ebi ana ayeme enye hunto may feel say enye onwa sabre no a ebe ye hunto no, I may also be compelled. But if you have a system that is able to create armed robbery, able to create criminals, able to create things that will come at human life, that system can never suffice under a democracy. And that is why I'm in Beret.
Okay.
And I'll be in Beret till we find democracy.
Till 7th December.
Reborn in Ghana.
7th December.
Yes, 7th December.
That's all.
Yes.
Kwame Mame, your friend say, Professor, what do you call him? I didn't try to help. Okay, your audio. Okay, all right. Because me they know ATF to a quick one, and Professor Bafo Ajmedua, Senate, and I heard Professor Ajmedua complaining that it's like we are under military rule. With what you are saying, it just crossed my mind, so that we decided to connect it. And he raised an issue, the way Akufo-Addo is behaving like a military system. Bina ye wasi na obi use veto power to do what. But I said uja interview ni na. And I said, anyway, so we picked this audio from City, right? All right, so we give them the credit. Professor Bafo Ajmedua.
And all of a sudden, without the boss' knowledge, the leader is dismissed. It throws the whole company, in this case, it throws it ajar. I mean, it will be disoriented for a while. You see, so if the board were aware of these coming changes, maybe some months or weeks ago, I'm sure the board would have met to make sure that the change to be smooth. Right now, when you are ordered to hand over in 4 days or so to somebody else, how such a huge corporation, how do you just prepare your handover notes and make sure everything is in order before you hand over? It's impossible, see, because SNET is not a one-man company or one-man shop where you can simply call your son and hand over. This is a mammoth financial institution with investments all across the country. So if giving somebody marching orders in 4 days, for me, as I say, it's marks of a military rule. And we are not under military rule. I think things must be done with some finesse. not these kinds of arbitrariness. The constitution that we always talk about, that has given a president these extensive powers to appoint and to give no explanation for why he appoints and therefore why he fires. So if we as a people we are not very satisfied with the way these powers are exercised, then this whole movement to reform the constitution for me becomes very, very pertinent. Because without reforming the constitution and trimming the excessive powers of a president to appoint and disappoint and move people around and all, if these things are done in the larger interest of the country, there's no problem with that. But this is a situation where I think a lot of people are questioning the rationale or the motive for making these important appointments and changes a few months to the end of the tenure of the president. So for me, the critical question is whether we should continue with a constitution that gives the president unrestrained powers.
All right, so Charles, my main starting few so Professor Bendia and Rani it is ye Senate boss and yeah the Osafma banner be sure. But when you read the wording, the tonation, people are just worried with the tonation of the letter. When you read it, it's like I say minimum but then I heard Professor Bafo Ajmendia claiming that even the board, Senate board, they were not aware of the changes. So it's like President that story, you know, say you need to nifu, say Jankumau, say Edwin no, say Hwayo, say Slowsu. He decided to do whatever or no first Beman Huantono. And Utie your senior Professor Ajmendia.
Commander, my man, that's not in chatty for Narrow. Now, men can say we're straightforward. Constitution is Anamayano. Senior President to pay a noye to on one a constituting board. And you know, to me, say, obesity board or no. When you not count the man for see, yen to say a constitution, no. Because constitution now you plano. Enya papa no bi answer there to say constitution no enya papa because all the flag bearers are omayi omanim another John Dramani Mahama or see obey changes constitution no ba omiaka Akufo-Addo nankasa there to presidency writing to tell parliament to desist and cease from forwarding Adia or more transfer passing unanimously are both minority majority are dear too. Now president and say look cease and desist from transmitting it to us. Now who is Senate board? Because in the scheme of things, you know, Parliament is it is on the same level as the executive. Because the separation of powers, no matter TSSU, your battery arms of government now, they operate separately and independently. They are of equal importance. But Omumponu, and that's to be there to actually let come on. I instruct them not to do what they are supposed to do under the laws of this country. Now, who can board now president are constituting? that one they say a normal on one inquiry. So he will talk to them the way he wants to talk to them. But to say board, is it the first time? This is not the first time. The cardboard that Mr. Darko, Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company board, quite fast with the good board, no, and quite fast with table floor. About Francis it has happened severally. So Jani, the appointment of military chiefs. Yenim. The appointment of police chiefs, we know how it is being done. And your primary problem as a country, Commander, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. You see, Constitution that the 2 million president. So if you are unfortunate Now we have president Bitis and another Danko Akufo-Addo. And then a foot for like Asante Bede Tonuma. This is the situation you will get. Because Omunia Futu Bio Mudibemano. And what they think doing and no maye. Once the amount for a shared document be a confirm a Japade book.
Yeah.
Benin say who sa book in Bia.
Oh, a Japade is this a be a portion be na.
Yeah, there's a portion be directly making reference to that has to do with making reference to that Senate changes we. But surprisingly, that brand we you didn't call Senate one. Now on my ma. It was at the time I never Papa Beka Ghana for say public sector no ayema. Intino omumphobia adwuma bio. Position demand no na eni ho. That position didn't exist as Senate. But you could create and you did no share honor. Onumbom arise beyond the people no more honor. Ni okotu womo no. Wakopa omu nyina ho. Ene wa be CEO. And I'm managing director of Senate. You see, we have not been fair and we are not fair. Penyibi, not a wife, a year more Senate. If things were to be done normally, and I think we do patch. But they sidestep them. You move you need for headquarters, you go to baby. I don't have his permission, so I will not mention the name. And I know some of you are aware what I'm talking about. What I say? When you no, you see, this is not governor. Sometimes we try to say, okay, now Rollins Gina so did you cool no, a BC na.
Ah, see a bruise.
And the soldier phone ye nibi. And now me money ye nibi. And then Chelsea, well,
the security heads are chopping the money with Akufo-Addo.
You see,
so they are okay.
Sub-Saharan Africa na design na coup na revolution na military takeovers but bio military taking over biano it has to do with some of these things. What I say, this should be warnings to you. Say adenjina say ya munkwa. Why must it be only you? When you rub it in the face of the people, Commander, this is what you get. And especially when people feel say omuwo I'm 10 years. I have my second term. I've been voted for. What's it? Ufa Burkina Faso, yeah, papa and Sinomo. Mali, we are not better than them. Niger, yeah, and Sinomo. I have vehicles. But Bia, sir, yeah, once year, let's change it. Let's do it right in Bia and papa. But almost society, no. Let's check. Ivory Coast today, they are all thinking like human beings. Obia said reset. Everybody is thinking right. Go to Yevende, Burkina Faso, Tuareg, Okramu. Everybody is thinking. Mali, you see, when Omeye Ebisa now Obia forgetting ECOWAS. So ECOWAS are quite useless group of old men. Omun to omu yankunfu. In the sense, someone in the Koswa, rather than ECOWAS speaking, no mako manuetu. They only wait until as a monisia, and sana ECOWAS best sorry. Abasu, we ankoyi, we anchayi, and intino, we will not. No, you don't do that. And then in Koya, you must begin to talk, you must caution. Sadia Wuye, there are dangers, implications, and yet stop it. ECOWAS, ECOWAS won't do. I see this have become puppet of the US and UK for Yempenifwe. He has become a puppet of the US. And you know, or ye be to please them. Senate agu Senate. And your man Senate here, you know, what me be. I want to mean it. But then, Osafuma for buy, and I would not question for what? I do not answer a question or not. Nantia say, we don't how is it 4 years? 4 years or so, 5 years or so, no could do no Senate. Obiatna 20 years. Obiatna.
He's been there for 7 years or so.
Yeah, okay, we say 7 years.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, 7 years. But somebody has been there more than 20 years.
Yes.
What I say? And it doesn't mean that you're qualified than them. No, he's not the most qualified. He's not. He's not the most qualified. And you know, why would he be Osafomafo's son? Why Yamana ye why Yamana ye time? Do you get it? It is becoming apparent. It is nauseating. Oh, these things are very irritating. What I say? But then, maybe I'll be Prince Adet. So just for your makeup. What I say? So for your makeup, be a photo shoot. So they are not doing their thing well. Where to see that they are military rule na ni woman. Difference in here was civilian president. What I say? And a military protect you almost subject into tyranny. That is all. So they are using the military, they are using the state apparatus to do whatever they are doing to us. And to share the scheme. You load the Supreme Court, you load the High Court, then the appeals court or court of appeal is loaded with party fanatics. So your grip on power is cemented. So what I say, that's the thing. And this will be a bar, a boy home by way, would the court to be a new would require a bogu. I heard your person. No court would require a better time someone would didn't tell me and send a court never decided on the case. Because that has been the modus operandi of this Chief Justice. So would they are summoned bar rather than say obey fast track case or no, obey what to hope. No, so I could Easter back. The first time a Chief Justice the case we are offer press conference. Now obey Chichimu. The entire mass are ruling. Can you imagine? First time in the history of this country. This is a Chief Justice. The whole Chief Justice, friends and trouble for Momra. Now men Chichimu the entire dear some will say. A been see that, but it will happen. That you are only seeing strange things. As a entire hard dream, so need to be a hard dream by your mother, whatever they want to do. That is what Ghanaians elected. Because some of us we told them before 2016 election, say we have known Akufo-Addo. He's behaving opposite the things are working. So you need say on by papa as president. The car you no mubo ya nugu ya almost say ne mu ade e ya nkoda ye mu ade ene na mfichenia to bogu park no so at least say Ghanaians won kaya na dia this na but this time no they should be bringing our stones to us. I say all right, so nyamu kaya no ena bamu no but when they say munkitwa I can say no baba
anyway. So Samuel Kweku Tata says check the Japanese document. I think is being overflowed. Kwabnata McCarthy, this is a hybrid. This one is coming from Kwesem Chibuesiako. Bright Tibu says ECOWAS is just President's Club. That's all. All right, another tester here says Hannah Texas says when the country is being governed by lawless lawyer, everything is done haphazardly. So I'm not surprised. All right. So this one is coming from Anatete. Danny Timmons says, point of law. Here is your stone. All right. Listen. So Senate matters arising. Sika Chedia. Hello.
Hello.
Alpha.
Hello.
Alpha.
Alpha.
Adam. Abom. Abom. Maybe who in his say? Who in his say?
500.
Wow. I don't know first time.
The second time new.
Oh, second time ni. Oh, and ochna holiday ne ebeso. CM Jessica Chedie Koswa ne entra. Why?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, that's it. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. CM Jessica Chedie. Oba bema process no na de woko. Me say holidays yi Didi. Didi. Emame. Didi. Emame. Obia bedi di peche. Obia bedi di peche. Yeah, so snitch and matters arising, and you heard your senior Bafo.
Kora, my main chat for bium na mention me no ma bedwafo. I mean more about so senior de bia me no. yeah, Bansuna, you were very loud. Concern but I wouldn't bother to waste my time because I know that you are a very diabolic person. But it's good to have one of your kind as a brother too. At least every mama who say me mama tone kotiata. I'm a try baby I'm a cat. Kwabra Senator Semna esino enyam nwanwa and the tonation of the letter, no, you can see it from the character trait of Kofi Asante Bediatu, who, I mean, has been very arrogant since birth, and he has always tried to be where he ought not to have ever belonged. Sometimes you see him and you see a caricature of a sort trying to belong where he ought not to ever belong. So me, I'm not surprised. Like I've always said, I don't expect Akufo-Addo to make sense ever. I mean, it is natural that new personalities in life would not maybe subscribe to old because they think abeful. But say we're free a certain world bimu and our bedroom baby ayedruya. And as Sanyoma we be a wound TB da who be done a beonwa. Me mehunipa oye jay and a mehunipa or yahumaswo. Inti minim the two no bako or what it takes or what the wherewithal like or you're equipped or you're sophisticated and untino. Say on nama with a certain finesse, you can tell say, oh, with the acquainted with your jail, are you positive? Because are you proud of the oil? Such people who are more, even the journey mukrano, who say, or wadibu, or what traits are like ability, nipa epe. But the oya hand time, only be it's in oya mayaka say, hey. Obi, and those are the people to say Kofi Asante Bediatu no or chokra tano krana he makes it look as if say or no de nabufuo as a kratanim Kofi me na ye na yafa wadwuma Kofi, and it happens when you have a family taking a country to ransom. What you say, one family and their friends, a criminal syndicate or my form, you know, they always try to look for persons that can best do work and pay. And when it was referenced, say where Japadie document in him, no, because I saw that book, Emmanuel Omudibu Mino. The third point I am is say, Kwabra. Me who be wo baby bebre like McCarthy canon. It's true say onim say omaye bi e wo GRA.
Last time
I can say that on authority say Public Service Commission this lady ya omo de na kotena GRA ho no. Kwabra oni first degree kra oni bi enye so wo bi. Onko school, onko university bia, te se Kofi Asante Bediatu, onko university bia, or find papa certificate, and or ko New York University, and they be a lawyer. Ubusa Kofi Asante Bediatu say, show me your undergrad certificate. Only be. Ni papa we school, I will go on 1979. Ni papa certificate, and or ko New York University. At the age of 17, probably at time no, now wa boko or Prempeh College, we. I'm ya pamono or ba Accra bleo and then also so vacation classes or ya control your friend is saying remedial and then also so we omo pamono and na offer papa certificate no they got New York University. Kwabra, he was awarded because they were surprised as to how come a 17-year-old boy will be holding an LLB certificate. Omo baba actually omo hu so say obi aya bebo actually say Kofi Asante ono so ni papa ni din di Kofi Asante o Kofi Asante certificate ya yampa say obi abewie school ha your friend Kofi Asante say ai ofri he ne papa ene ne nyina the same name ne papa di Kofi Asante ono so di Kofi Asante anu no de ti wa so ye lawyer ni no sa ma me oti hoi oni unim ne position kura no hold wo your friend is saying GRA ho no support service division of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
But why you ma wache?
There be omu ba ye no de ne kwose ho.
Onya adwuma o GRA da.
Wonya adwuma me say unim kwabna apart from ono no there is another guy bia omu de na kwa sese omu de na ko EC. Ono so omu de ne ba as a consultant ewo SEPS omu de ne ko as a consultant no within a twinkle of an eye no omu ese sa akwa na ye fe no ya kwache no sa akwa no ya kwache sese ya kwache aba be assistant commissioner in charge of IT. Yes, ono so ni di ni government payroll so Emma Auditor General's report 2021 actually say or the oman ka 537,200 and something. Ewa ni nyina wa is here. You have a criminal syndicate. If you have a president who is a criminal, Kofi Asante Bedi to his secretary a criminal, Gabriel Sauti Darko a criminal, on crowd or ex convict. Your friend is saying Osafo Mafo a criminal who teaches how to sell books that are not for sale, who will sell fertilizer that are not for sale, who will make that syndicator will no assess a judge for most criminals. And you our package the court with criminals. And they have formed the syndicate just to rip the country Ghana off. That is all that they are about. They have not made these changes for any reason but to come and steal. Akakakra ho snit ho no. Unim say snit. Ya ketuan ketenketia ye di ko snit ho no. Eno no mo pesika na wia. Snit were properties. Oh,
at least they should just forgive us.
For papa kono we wie sika bebrebe o ko anybody di ma o wie sa ton yapade nyina die. We sika so ni di. Won cocaine yes sika so ni di da. We wie bebre wo cocaine a kodo banti mesika se na mfama no. Am asone da. Wo cocaine wo man thousands se se wa kwa about sika na sa. Sika so ni di. Sika bebrebe a we wie no wo na be so. Akufo do se sika na so no. Unim ni konya agbo enti also support
enti those who know me know I'm never
nti champagne na esi nanim na ani obobrobo yi nante no ko fori nante na no na mo o wen sa be sa enti kwabna snitch crowd omo di acheyen. Oh, they are too for oh, my dear, may have 2-4 because a whole crowd here, Nipana, on the Nekohono. A beer not or qualify. But GRU or minor revenue collection agency, the authority that takes revenue, yet you be unqualified. Aquacotina honum. What you want as a support system, no acting no, because Public Service Commission. One more intimate mano, your friend is saying recommendation letter. Emma Edrubebia, na they were compelled, say, I was so much GRA say, Omun before from la, na Omun envertino, na Omun even try to qualify that person to go and take that responsibility. Eti media enya me nwanwa kura but kwabna eyenko to sre ena wo se nyina ho ye be tre studio ha ni akasa kasa o ye kura benya kompo se ye nyai kasa no na ya nkyere kwan e wo se ye de fa so a ena be hayen me media I believe say this can never happen under John Mahama. Show it got to a point yet me appointee obi okay okujeto no time no ya frɛ okujeto a qualified to be a minister, a deputy minister na or information me boy na mails and of information core education kwabra ye hu how a nipa twe omo no esi omo so omo mako suku omo ka certificate no wey oba wey oni certificate okọ school monikers okọ ukrom school monikers oba wey
any certificate
me say on call university da public service commission omo busa ne say school be na akọ e obo school bi din school omo call any din.
Are you sure?
Yes. Only masters. Sa portfolio no service support service no. The least you can have AOBA or what 10 years experience in accounting. Only be so obia nepo kunye me person manim gu ase because se manim gu ase amen kasa already should be ekufo do anya holiday. On me prove to the world say or certificate. Obano, your friend, Julie Esiam, Miss Julie Esiam, Unini Pakra, Busianio, Keno for ya 10 years, Ayereno, Ninia, Keno for yata, Nereno, Ninia. No, I'm not better now.
Thank you.
Anyway,
happy
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Honda.
Accra.
Happy Monday. But ready a Japadia portion, mamma.
Mamentia a tea for near her for Ohima Messica. A way me chow 1 woman demolition army. Charles McCarthy, I say.
Yeah. Chance to make a just war, bro. We are saying, buy.
And I beat you. Me say, Mr. Plane ticket.
Yes, it is a charcoal.
I do obey free America. Every Charles McCarthy won't cry. Hey, if you are told that.
Bo,
you can't watch on so become a bit here, pa.
Say, what to Onia? Bam, Ray.
Coco. Hey, or come here, Muamu. Could see me, hey, Jazzy.
America, Virginia.
Hey!
But I am virgin. Babrunia didn't brand.
The only mamma Castle.
Yeah, but
well.
My mama is casting me a question about question. Yes, we will say,
okay.
And you are my cock or her name in the amount.
Okay.
Nana.
Sorry, I want to mean Chawano. Obi Ebusa, very important question. Unim say, Omrene Kotana, knowing say only certificate, only appointment letter.
Yeah, I have heard that one. They haven't given him, given her appointment letter.
But why did you
Yeah.
Nana, there are a Japadie document. A year Trimopa, a Kufuado in a Busian boy, said your mo pese or mo ye Ghana. A broma be o man penini or mamma moon in a chino. Oko Kratafa, dear Casafa, the SCA home, any. Head no say adopted children. Nana adopted children in financial institutions are. And no, I say ownership no in free Ghana ha. Or say these are the top banks in the local scene, which largely foreign ownership, that we will not be able to take controlling equity stake. However, we still need to wield substantial influence in their operations through leverage over key management personnel and some board members. The aim here is not necessarily direct financial contribution from these banks, but rather to assure funding for private businesses aligned with our cause. In the unlikely event our bloc is not in power, we could also count on them to make pronouncements that will influence public opinions against the ruling government. These adopted children include ABSA, EcoBank, GCB, Stanbic Bank, and Zenith Bank. And Tidomo say, only says our bank we see no more. aban sheda ni ko we Ghana Commercial Bank ni free mu a aban sheda ni control wom nam de omo pese omo ye ne so omo pese omo penetrate ewram na omunya influence ni say omo pese omo control enti sempo MPP aban eye kufu adomo no achemfo ni aban mu a omo betumi ayusu banks no ama se bio generate public opinion. It means you betumi dia control the economy no said the be ya dom hwe be se betumi akanti oba de ekasafa ya osafoma afoba no ho a ho eye second paragraph no point 2 which is EcoBank or say EcoBank. We have two routes of entry into the institution. First is through SNET, which has a seat on the board of EcoBank Ghana by virtue of its shareholding. That seat is occupied by the Director General of SNET. In phase 2 of our agenda, Kofi Bosompem Osafomafo, who is a Deputy Director General of SNET, should be made the DG, that Director General, to give him the seat on the EcoBank Ghana board. Secondly, the wife of Ace Ankoma is the group head of commercial banking and a member of the executive management of the EcoBank Group. Our intelligence is that both the role of the group CEO and the managing director of EcoBank Ghana will become vacant in the next 2 to 3 years. Nana has been advised to use all diplomatic avenues to support his Ankoma's wife to fill one of these impending vacancies. And he omode ya osafoma afoba no ekwa so no Ghana Senate ewo shares ewo EcoBank na nipa na no represent Ghana or influence no Director General of Senate ena ya osafoma afoba ena ye deputy enti nyo no so boss no no intimate na enti the second phase ni say ye be yi Director General na fo na ya ma ya osafoma afoba no aba be ye Director General na ono na occupy that seat no EcoBank na said ye be ya obenya influence on EcoBank na omatimidi agigi sika dia finance omo businesses are omo operate in this country. Unlikely event say omo free aban mu a na omo you see the same influence no di aban ya beba no ani. So that is the agenda ena edem pepepe ajapade enti everything is calculated ya calculate eni abidu sam pempenso a yaduro no enti so to say ya osafo ma afoba no ba EcoBank for memamudue said ye onyankopon ka say asase nipa da sanya mugu asase so munue o otwease no amatamfo no na ne atono so obremo no ne EcoBank memamudue enti de wo mu eno no banana de bia amekasa abato nwo nsunsanso na nsunsanso no abi ne wo me saa openi no ho na yayi na die no emfa me ho na nkame coat ena nkame shirt bisa say na mo aye anwe yen fa ye se nche eye abekronsa omunyina eye abusua enti kwa be fa so yi na die say be the text message.
One of the top staff of SNET text me here and or say the staff is happy say ye Bakono because even though we but he's better than Bakono.
Okay. Bien. Tell me family ho I say could be insure tapetampe insure tampetampe e ya be kronsa e hia me sa nemum ensunsuaso a wa bato so ampese Ghana for atiase ne say under John Dramani Mahama NDC open state institutions are na financially omoye strong ejina omo na so e wosika fam na Senate e ka ho papa.
Okay ba me mbo say Josephina Anan Ankoma appointed as new MD for EcoBank Kenya.
Why ya? And Thomas secure.
Omo appointed in Dabe.
This is Kenya.
Ate.
Omo dey go Kenya.
EcoBank Africa.
To bit me aba.
EcoBank Africa. And that is the second phase. And Thomas secure all these two vacancies. And EcoBank for new. Nana.
Me.
Under John Dramani Mahama, Senate was financially strong. Bukom Boxing Arena. I see one no. Senate for any see under John Dramani Mahama. Or Monfaso Munya any be and no see. I could father buy 8 years money away. We been say one project. Snit, a finance, a year. Is one mad at the fete bukum a year boxing arena. Is one Ubin Trebi. Ebino. And to Omo manage ye. To say ye de supporti a busia. No more do monsa for Ghana for num who say a sini Ghana for num and a soldier for trasako. A soldier for trasako. No be ati trasako no be tutu akoyeku no ye chine akozutu no more.
Oh, Yama gold bar. O de enka no ntu. Yama gold bar.
Said the Nachas Makati ke. Soldier nia ono no ye makeup o twinanim. Na wakofa no phone na wa ye TikTok video and odi ato ono bullet obi odi no kwa kwaji bullet say odo ne man never ene and akufuado a soldier for ye corrupt than police and akufuado a soldier for omo ye corrupt than police
they are sharing the booty
omo nkonko fight galamsey omo ko mu nyina commanders ni nyina kwaje concessions no mutu omo ati o man Ghana soldier car no share a military uniform no mu protect galamsey yes ekwajo mu sika protect omo mine anado
say omo timi de omo MPP for boys ni be gumu
mo
and omo permanent sham because most of them be J tabletop
and no
omo din ni regular army
then upe Ghana state institutions are corruption wo mu a and Tissa Rollins mo penso a soldier for no munya corrupt into mu say the politicians were perpetrating corruption or mobile cleaning system and the military themselves they are worse than corruption
me say omo ne akufado ne che
say no yes wo ne akwadabo ekokotoba no abobi ahye ne nsem ubobi hye ne nsem a de obeji bia na ni nimu bio wa cha mo bia bi wa che amom nyina anya bi enti wanya baako na mimi wiedu abeka enti the military officer commanders they are living luxury lives na when the beja luxury life for so akwaji bullet Rollins okoyeku no na o die he had nothing and he had nothing to lose we mu de omo was something to lose wakwaji da trasako team on pede de triple okobi galamsey yetu o tubi one them fan bon kwaji bullet mo my Ghana what is on my Ghana one of found by say afenyo marking ye keska was Ghana that's the situation woman and ne kwana koye yes senate for omo financials west ye draining all the state institutions ye draining ye twi omo a what say akwai say wakoma yanka ni akum na ntwie na yi ne wedie no enyina na ye de adua dade awom ni ahange na moja ne esone no saa na say all the Ghana state institutions saa na ye no ya hange owiem ye drop ye chese omo draining a last drop ansa no mafiri abemu na eye
ADM say suya na o pare na o she that dey ko family
o se ko wibi
eni na abre wa alaji so
na o se ko wibi
alaji tanko de ni abre no so
chiriwia na ba no
abagi nnum
na eye samane sa kenye sekufu adwambe ye omampeni a ame fome abanya me sinka Ghana for ya appreciate John Dramani Mahama ni NDC da se Mahama every 2016 ano nya 4 years ni ka ho a ka me sinka Mahama se odi gold kra yes bi agana bia se yenkoso aka Ghana for any soda but time and karma amen will be with the value of John Dramani Mahama under John Dramani Mahama Bank of Ghana etimi nyamfa swa DBC hospital ne esisi ho ene under Akufuado Bank of Ghana eboka ABC da eka Bank of Ghana eboye just a year so sinisika Mahama beje ye bosia oboy ni mputujuma oye nyina Mahama sika was no 56 billion Ghana cedis for that 4 years Mahama be president in Funtujuma acquire schools to see hospitals, market, all this infrastructure Mahama building, you know. 56 billion Ghana cedis. But under Kufuor just a year, I feel by Kupe Bank of Ghana Boka 60.1 billion. And so say the Mahama Diena. Under John Dramani Mahama, Cocoa Board was making profits. Cocoa Board Didra Enyam Faswa syndicated loan. Yamoso not is a banks will be ready at this Keba. The last one man a year syndicated loan and then this was about $2 billion. Cocoa Board Timinas can be at to the stand say and John Dramani Mahama no establish sa a year Cocoa Road infrastructure project. Yan first can be in Cocoa Rose. Yan ton no make for free. Yamu bonuses, Yamu free fertilizer, and then under Kufuor for the past 7 consecutive years to 8 years, every year be a Cocoa Board Boka. ECG under John Dramani Mahama, 2015-2016, they made profit, and the ECG a year Juma Aboka. And the state institution bia and the Kufuor eye Juma Boka because ye draini ye chi mo jani nyina free state institution mo. Na the man ye dangerous ne say na the be man na ye nika ne say se me se aban sisa na se bi o twi ba bi nim ba bi tra say oh this is witch hunting. What that word witch hunting wo be free onum aba no. Ya ma de ensa sa before do mo ye Juma najo. Ye ba witch hunt o wiakete. Akufuor mu foundation o male no it's not only some ya banyo or more in such a way say even Ghana for ebo modern to obeti omumpa they want to sit in opposition and control the government.
Omo shall see training some media boys bia omo do ombe Juma in opposition.
Ghana for has no idea. Now they
say Akufuor me and said now you can go brutish.
They have no idea. And a part of MPP's ideology. MPP's ideology is say government has no business in doing business. Say nya ban say this aban be ye bibi a dim puntu be eye emfaso beba. So give that opportunity to private sector. Now the tax in the that's it. And whenever NPP is in power, what they do is that omo weaken state institutions. Omo making it weak. No omo establish a private one. No omo they are competing. Now omo state they are useless. As we speak, and the STC is still useless. Because happy birthday. And your birthday the mama konsuluma. And omo mpeni kufo. And the good STC. Ya tonya tombo to not STC. Mahama ba o revive ye no. Oto STC no. Sabre ogu STC no. And you this VIP ni sa buses nyina ba ye private sector. Go and check all these buses running. All those companies owners no belong to MPP, the MPP financiers. See within STC said the buyer this private bus operators no e benya access to the market. When Mahama buyer was still all by reviving STC or reviving you know. The cut was so deep and then STC is still struggling. STC was picking up. MPP started taking over and the STC is as dead. It's as good as dead. And no call STC 4 years there was cycle. And no be no much a VIP for no and no more cracked mass will be a VIP when you're STC for assassin. You're good on your fat. Okofa Ghana Airways. Ye wiki no almost odomo ya so first omo be wiki no be my company na boka. They will give the companies a bad name so that they can hang it. Omo ma ne boka na fe ya ton ye so enye viable esika kura nim na ya ton omo ton ana omo kasa to enti from Ghana Airways to Ghana International Airline. MPP for no na to ye. Omo ntimi asa manage enegu ye. They weaken it. And a agenda for MPP, a blueprint at Daho, and will be our echo. Enti womono at any given time, MPP want to control the economy, control the government from opposition. They have succeeded in controlling the judiciary. Because judiciary, whether you like it or not, MPP will control Ghana judiciary for the next 4 decades. And in Tina Kufuada, now Korea, from Supreme Court to all the courts, wa feeling honina. Chief Justice here, the never tanawe. Senka okofani seniority ya, enka Chief Justice nkenu no so. Kwa meo baby ya, but Akufuado ni MPP ageje hu say, so okofa obi a the retirement age bang 3 years 4 years likely event 10 people be lusu 10 people lusu na send this in our power say nipa no kwa retirement it to give the then NDC government to appoint a new CJ and they don't want it and some go far get to Tokonu our year much younger our better for several years. That is it. And what they have done a coup d'etat on state institutions and tisabaya obeba. We are going, I say, you call full force, near recover everything because the damager MPP, Akufuado buy ya course no. Akwa se watu bo etwa asuo frawo. Enye sada no ana se bi ompafu besi wo. Nemum echire ena mpafu besi wo. Ye behu apotro tenten ebra nyankopɔ ya adom ne ato abati aban na MPP akɔtena opposition. Se NDC fo ba na omoye forensic audit on the economy. Anhwa amese Ghana for na kasa betie si abonten abo MPP fo fi ache nkrofo di omasem wo street mu a nobody will bother say enko court enko di wasem enko and I put it to you. Ghana for na kasa will go to MPPs their various home, drag them out and then no ugina ho na your first statement ni abo ko adu dia throw ye wi atutie free so.
All right. Mariam Adams says I hope the next NDC government will do serious judicial overhaul in the judiciary, just like Senegal has done. And I hear says Senegal near me koso wo gidi. CM just catch there. Choboy. Choboy. What for the la. What for the form?
We need 2,500.
Allah, any audio utanya pa. Holiday where you already the patch. Listen, I see the birthday. Do ya fast side the name fanchira do just about the aside ya send back. Yeah, that's me brave, madam. Because I join the CMG catch. Hey, another winner. Hello.
Hello.
Apai.
Edafom.
Boko. One is slow motion. Kwaninya.
Sorry.
But what would you say?
200.
Pau, una chrono. It me kukuru gare muru. Aye. Yeah, that's me brave. Cause I join the CMG sketch there. Star 413 hash. But I'm going to in all this our discussions, then you will hear them talking about 4 years. 4 years they your mama the bad day. 8 years. Baumiado 8 years. Now 4 years, Bahama the bad day. But they couldn't ask in 8 years in the Kufuado the day. Probably 8 years a Kufuado the day, and Jomama last 4 years will give them the answer. But going forward, Kennedy Japan raising an argument about the 4 years and 8 years. And let's go and listen to Kennedy Japan on the 4 years, 8 years.
All
argument.
the things I said has come to pass.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I played back the tape yesterday and I was like, oh wow, the kind of
Yes.
Do you see yourself as the disciplinarian president one day?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
If they give me the nod, Look, you see, my policy is my term is 4 years. And therefore, any politician who thinks of the second term will not be effective. Why? Because he wants to go a second term. He cannot crack the whip. He thinks if he's strict and disciplined, the people will not vote for him. I want only one term. And the one term, the development I'll bring in this country, Ghanaians will beg me to all the things I said has come to pass.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I played back the tape yesterday and I was like, oh wow, you know.
Yes.
Do you see yourself as the disciplinarian president one day?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
If they give me the nod. Look, you see, my policy is my term is 4 years. And therefore, any politician who thinks of the second term will not be effective. Why? Because he wants to go a second term. He cannot crack the whip. He thinks if he's strict and disciplined, the people will not vote for him. I want only one term. And the one term, the development I'll bring in this country, Ghanaians will beg me to all the things I said has come to pass.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I played back the tape yesterday and I was like, oh wow, you know.
All right, so Listo, let me start with you. Canada Japan analysis on 4 years and 8 years.
All right, it's a very intelligent view. Yeah, and sometimes it's me, I'm 1 second, it's me intelligent and cogent analysis. Because sometimes, and baby, I didn't know my fan and koye, but I mean, it's human. Where do you mean because the Constitution did not say yeah will be 8 years. And yes, I can hear after the 4 year term no yabema yakotwaba. The Constitution gives every president 4 years, after which another 4 years. Now say share 4 years na yedema amam penimfo na kwabra it is said ye bema na oba kwa aware na adweye ne say aware especially a man no me kwa menche etu otuba nchia onua obi wo so a onimpefe se bema no ana oba no obeche wonche wo se because odwen ne ho adwen entirima ho adwen into a certain foreseeable future no ntino oye ade a ebetimi anyini kura beyond ono ne generation and enona account as to say obi be president 1 day 2 days 3 days 4 days 4 years 8 years what have you know anya no na hu hia o de emre ketua bi a ebedi wunsem no nipa ne nsem no ode ye no ane hia eno na enka ken cancel so a na enka ehu se ode ice na gu cake ne so. Now I can also read that comment now make here no intelligently to know say obetimi ada also say bia o ye candidate now aba say manage just 4 years. It is just to get you to feel say oh he doesn't need much. So if it's just about 4 years, why not let's try him? What must I say? So it is not like John Mahama asking for more. What I say? Sebaumia comes to say, oh, I just want you to, like Akufo-Addo did. Akufo-Addo used Kenya Japan's strategy. Okay, say, "Mo de mo ma mi fie nine pe." if you're not pet or the person also to want you to feel say it is just for a period of 4 years.
But Baumia make
now
argument.
Yes.
On what being and say
yes.
John was 5 years. On
Very good.
When if you want to share me, baby, yes. No, I chicken who for Cameron Chay, Cameron Chay, Machicano.
Yeah, Baba. So you're able to put the two on a scale and weigh and know, say, one is very, very light.
Machicano.
Oh, because his understanding is say longevity, no, should give him the reason to be able to achieve something or attain success. What you say? When him say or tewo akunyane so a na ebema na timi aye bibi. On how shallow na adwen ye. John Muhammad's case no peculiar. O say midin fie nan ayade a ekufodum fie nwatwi. When timi anya me de me ye animu mpo kwota. And it is true. It is true. John Muhammad fie nan no Ekufodo cannot show even in percentage terms 10% of John Muhammad's achievements. Not
what's happening another 4 years, crack out 12 years.
Ekufodo 100 years. Nema John Muhammad 4 years. Ontimi and yet John Muhammad 4 years by that. When I started talking about these things, people were like, I'm being exaggerative. Okay, say, me challenge the NDC say, Omonfa the 16 years under NDC, no, and you ma omoye, and putu a challenge to the MPP say, yet ye most more the way. The MPP cannot show 10% makakes here. 10% have been very magnanimous to the MPP. They cannot show 10% of achievements that NDC can boast of. Say, they cannot. 8 years under Jerry John Mills, Mahama. 8 years under Mr. Jerry John Mills,
Johnny Van
Sata Mills, and Jerry John Rollins. 16 years, me boy. 8 years under Kufuor, plus 8 years under Kufuado. Kwabra MDC bebu omu fram. Na de bia me kan this ya ho den na ise na ntwie no ya na enya temni deal. I'm trying to let them know say uhu ho den na nkwase ni te say Kufuado emeche nkoto slaughterhouse enku. John Mahama Ekufodo BT no is because NDC intimi show strength. NDC so omutimi if they go back to the Bible or the biblical knowledge about knowing thyself. Next omu who say yen NDC ye kuma say ene opa even with whatever President Kufuor did in Ashanti region Opa NDC nka say the Ashanti region the stronghold of the MPP and nkwa keke on minister whole regional minister but enioma wodo a eni bonumu pe NDC a friends MPP ba mu matimi aye baby okwosha ase free ye no o say Rebecca Kufuor adwuma ono kwasresre sika eye Hey, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
I didn't know BS.
Excellent. Oh wow. Eti kwabra ayadea ebeye very difficult. Say yebe na unim kwabra enfie nine pe o, enfie nine. Like people walk into the studios to easily without even a blink of an eye do. And you have a litany of projects, sir. John Mahama, why ya? Just you would wonder, say, Eti John Mohammed mi ye we nyina te se de emre bi o lady free akwantum ba ya me kofa na kwabra so o ka tem die na o de ma no. Oh, Oledi was not intentional to insult John, but it's like what's so Kenya na dia sheko do ase. Oledi bedru airport I was say hey neba ni say na Akufo-Addo ba na say wetime si airport say me ka chere mo say Akufo-Addo betima ye bibi. February 17 2017 Oledi say Akufo-Addo see terminal 3 ana me ka chere Oledi sa adwini we e bi fa Akufo-Addo tirimu a obebo dama ro ne ho se ne maame a obo odambu ye no osi ye wo di company sem nam say han adwini we timi fa Akufo-Addo tirim because sa tiri na esi ni kon so no John Muhammad ye no eye terabyte adwini na dem ono ne de na Pentium M eno no se nkora de bo ebo ewo woncheni disket apa honorable crowd wa chem ye disket what you say so kwabra enfie nine in the hands of Nyansani is a lot, but sawuma sabi otwea enfie du enfie aduasa kwabra obekọ baba na etie ya enti many can ya adwen except to say he ought to have gone further to state say abai afeli not because we nyam fie dodo fie a de ma John Mahama ne Professor Mills no eno bia na Akufo-Addo ne eye bawumia omanyan meboa anase and Akufo-Addo no ye wo shorter days shorter nights eno ntimi emmoa emma butu nkoso. So Baba yes arguments ne dia na yebusa say how many hours do we have in Akufo-Addo's day and how many hours did we have in John Mohammed's day? If Akufo-Addo the any swate ama say we have 12 hours in a day and Akufo-Addo near what 24 hours under John Mills and John Mohammed there, then Akufo-Addo's argument or Bawumia's argument will be quality. But and this idea then Kwabna I beg to say 4 years under John Mahama again Ghana be tumpon et said yewode entumagwa kura John Mahama and it answers oba obeye den Kwabna John Mahama kura ntumago woni Professor Mills and omuma ya nyinam kanea omuba na bi ni ho na yatete apansam but they gave us kente and Akufo-Addo ba was what kente we dia fedodo ama me boka me shekra ama fo busebusa msika dodo and the energy nkwa keke no John Mahama mana ye kente etu di ntumagu kura John Mahama obema na ye kente ama wafira akodwa bo ase a wan hwa bebe fie no na odeka because enkola be hu se ontuma ye fenti ehye wo ho enti 4 years bia no eye nyansa de dibu man enu ntina John Mahama o ka se mrebi the MPP are used to saying that John Mahama ever said in fear 9 nisha. Yes, because he was looking for some more years to do some more quality things, even though he had done the best. Akufo-Addo in 8 years, Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, they can't attain 10%. And you know, all right, is that?
Thank you. So the issue of 4 years, 8 years, but someone also brought in here on Facebook. Is this guy talking about the failed, corrupt, and incompetent John Abbas Mahama, who was booted out of office by close to 1 million votes? It's just a waste of time, and Ghanaians were retiring disgracefully.
John Mahama's incompetence is Akufo-Addo's competence. No. One text message,
no problem.
But there is an answer to it.
They are participating.
John Mahama's incompetence is Akufo-Addo's competence.
All right. Now, one of the dangerous things people have refused to realize is that MPP trying to paint a picture as if someone who only had 4 years, just like Mahama, should it be given a chance again. This does nothing but subconsciously makes leaders consider doing whatever it takes to stay in, still till 8 years. Okay, so what Kwesi is trying to communicate is that there are no news or 8 years, no dear. Jimmy no say abono hueni. But the news or 4 years, no. When you send him resa.
Yes.
And or yeni or crack a whip or crack it. Or no time no so.
When you say your best studio na Juma na a cow mreka krebia. Which because a Chale Emresa and Mumian. Yeah. Because
Okoboko, but Ubi anyway, so Chasakura is in Yamanakwaba, Honorable Kion is in Yamano Swakwaba, but Charles McCarthy, and make my main coach Charles McCarthy, and I'm back here. Charles, so the 4-8 years, Kennedy Japan raising argument, Abba, raising argument, Abba, Yanko.
Come 4 years, 1 term.
Promised me a daughter, and you didn't deliver. Into the MPP.
Listo na a distracting me a tifo.
Promise and fail.
Mumfanchem. And the turn is a legacy can be secured in 4 years. What I say? A legacy a bit more secured in 4 years. And then a failure can equally be secured in 4 years. There are good reasons for valuing single term. What I say? It has unsung virtues. Many say, "Metima can we with 3 more." What I say? So I'm in a bit of I'm going to need a boo. As and you know, 4 years or no, a bit major legacy and a been so any legacy. So now about the second term, mostly no. Second term, acquire build up on the first term. Usually, when your second term, would you build it up on your
first term?
But on the balance, second term, so when a man for dinner money, because on the second term, I was already
that is on the silver platter.
On a minimum way, at least. But be a way Africa be bring my muhadie. Ya Jimmy Sanya ya Jimmy no. Jimmy level no. Enti impeachment to kwa yenti menye bida. Abrofo no ye impeachment ha ye ku. What I say? But ene yenti menye bi. Enti president bia nya kwenya no to soldier for asa. Because soldier for na committee ma ye ku no. Ene omu nye biu. Especially ye dear ye way. Omunye tunu kura ni ono makoto asi ntina sanity but eye nipa na dwen wa say enie wo nipa na tim e na obetimi dia judge ne so we woman 8 years a obetumi aye bibi ana ontumi nye bibi wa say entino ye hwe in the context. But let me put it on record. So Mama will not be the first person who will lose the election in Africa as a sitting president. It happened in your friend Benny in 1996. The mobility measure so grew a cedar. And on your last. And I on your first person
20 years after.
On your first person all back for re-election. But then Metimaka confidently says a assessment of presidents will make the Fourth Republic and beyond. I think Mama will get a position. So you arrange your more in terms of performance just within 4 years. Yes, for the first 4 years I'll be here, and as a 3.5 years will be there as president. 4 years, Why you be? Until what legacy no. This is another 4 years. Obet me edi ayebi. Si yen fi yetim say e automatic so be abedi 8 years. Me I mean, I don't want to entertain Saturday. I come in Kwa over 4 years and now call.
At least a member of some sense of urgency.
Yes. Whoever is coming. So we banner 4 years now. Yes, no one baby 4 years. This can't. I didn't have 20 pounds so many second term. Second term would be better. What I say, who planner any dear more 4 years. And you say, oh, bomb more dear need the amount. But unfortunately, a higher way. Difficult for a sitting president, government in power. First one term, obey to me say, or lose election, and the can be also, or fast watching chim among for Saj or Beji. Say a man to a team says, say, I'm 8 years. What it means is that so be D4. Now one more home or dear, or be fuck with 2 can be also. We need election.
So at least per your analysis, which is now Ghanaians have opportunity in the person of John Mahama to use him as a test. Say, can somebody get 4 years and still perform?
Yes, then I make a fast scorecard. No, per the first 4 years now. Why? Now would it to yes, the Fourth Republic presidents or Mabe be nice here. When you be I think Mama would have done better than Akufo-Addo. What is it? And some, and some others. And when I issue, I know say, Sammy will come and say, oh, me bad. Let me mention name because let me preface this for him. I know Sammy will come and do the analysis and say, Mama would have done better than Akufo. What is it? Any would
have done.
Mahama has done
better than Akufo.
And American. What is it?
I have no argument.
You see, so that is what in America say a 4 year can have a value, a legacy, with money a legacy. And then a 1 year, 4 years. And I will see my own twaso. That is the most important thing. And my man into a Timusio. Abambia ba over 8 years. Now, oba not the first 4 years in the Dinzimuna, or see, oh, me was second term to me, just second term, but then I'll be timid. Let's look at who the empire and another Darko Akufo the first 4 years. Oh, dear, then second term, yeah, dear my look at what is happening. A binin ya oye. A binin ya because yes. 10 years, the man or Quaku say ye po yempo, obedi ni 8 years, 10 years, pepe. We are Yasiaman as Gracia Kahu. So, Uncle Transfini, that these are the issues we have as a country. Ghana and your countries will be this we are a CSR show, a show with new Abusia for. No. As 4 years, 10 years, they may say one positives and has advantages. Well, for America, I think Trump can have 44. Why is it? No, 42 Trump have become 44 presidents or my 1 term. According to research, Jimmy Carter did best of all of them. Do you get it?
And
1 term.
1 term.
Yeah. Jimmy Carter, 1 term. And yes, 1 term bet my BB. But who's here? I be before the commander, Mr. Meka. We your name poncha mean to me who difference. That is where the problem is. I say yes, sir.
Only men are okay before us, my old catch them sauce. Was we or dry through us? I punch a crowd in a near day.
That is and only issue I yet to and to set 4 years, 10 years anyway, but okay. Then almost one bomb bit me. These are the policies first. And yes, no. And yes, so be bet me abe. And ye niani panis of barbe. And I am focused on. What are you coming to do? What have you been able to do?
But the question that Omo raising is yes, what are you coming to do? Yeah. The is saying I'm a barbe. Can you use the 4 years to do it?
Now, how many years does the constitution allow you to use?
4.
4. Because nobody has 8 years.
But they have forgotten. They have forgotten that even if the constitution gives us that 8 years mandate, then we have a clear example of the 8 years that you will mean.
Yeah.
The anybody can saw no 8 years now.
Yes, until you fact manifesto soon, so now audited the manifesto promises as to what you have done. I don't have
especially when, for example, you have a vice president who has been in office for 8 years, trying to compare himself to a vice president that or office for only 4 years. Or no man penny who was in office for 8 years old, and he is trying to still compare.
Yeah.
One Jomama or a vice president for 8 years, Crampo, and a coyer a 1 term. And or co opposition. And no chess were 12 years in government.
Argument no Cotiano.
Jomama was running mate for only 1 term.
1 term.
4 years. And no cry when 4 years were.
And even with that, and your record as vice president cannot match on only 4 years.
Baumia has had 16 years already.
For
running mate and vice.
4 years no running mate. What do you say?
Running mate is the
tenure in that space no has been.
But we are talking about Democrat power.
Power no 8 years as vice.
Yeah.
Jomama has not been 8 years as vice. He was only 4 years as vice.
So we can we can do this again.
4 years
by saying catalog the achievement of this government. Achievement of this government sector by sector. Now would you compare Yamama as president sector by sector? Now you pass a verdict.
All right. So Canada Japan, I hope so, but now Canada Japan as a 4 years mandate will be better.
It's enough.
Than 8 or it's enough that if you have 4 years now, 8 years were born. And now that is the argument on the street, a conversation that is like Canada Japan has taken a swipe against the candidate Baumia. A flawed argument.
Koramedo wasi. Nidi kama me wishi minia penini. Listo nana kusipoku.
Mpacho de tosu minus wa musa oba de okruwane.
Me bedi birthday.
Eno.
Sasa.
Wait me abon ya ho ka fa ka.
Me bedi birthday.
Na yeso wo bad wo tekwa na white body nsa. Na pa yeso obubu sa there was me kodi me birthday. Hey, obi a wo go school kada yeso ko cancel.
Dabi me mama kwan.
You kwasi asom.
Mama kwan. Adwa timada wase.
She kwasi asom.
Mama kwan me 2 weeks.
Say
mi simo so nkran ha ni. Onimia oti we. Onimia enti no. Mi ni ba bia ko. Mi simo so.
Say be ko di birthday. You.
Di now so. So abom de.
Abom. Da bravo frefro.
Adwa timada wase. Mi awaye no ho ase da na e de ma. Why are they? Listen to Yami Mankwa.
Amen.
By just our dressing, no catch me and come on one shako with treason.
I am one
Nicola me, I say, Usuba, I say, Yapia or Sampa. Oh, yeah, you want court to the Libya. No day of birthday, how could you
Francis, you know our buddy, our friend Francis.
Yes.
Also, I wish you happy birthday.
Good, thank you.
No, see you no. Or also the Kwasafo for a girls brigade for no. Or do more bar.
Or don't buy birthday, Nasi.
And any birthday, you're quite sorry. I say,
Koda, Yanko.
Because
we chat you for you.
Birthday, no, sorry now.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Pejan Biao. Come around him.
Catch me.
4 years. Canada Japan, but mommy set a record in the street say. Unbelievable in Baumiada. Mommy underlines are we say. Eminia Makati kon can be bisa na sem ozo ko. Can be bisa when you then can be bisa wasem.
Wa sure mama so be bisa nsem hu.
Can be bisa say. We be bisa say na man launch performance tracker.
Evo.
Ana mwanya launch.
Abysmal performance.
He's
not part of them. He's not part of them. He has never been part of them. Can you excuse him?
But me catch say me share list ni man who list so man who Charles Makati din so ka ho no.
E be den no be ka ho. Tell me.
Now for more my
e be den no be ka.
More my dwini mu do a e so m kwa breakire ko suya de a point of law on ka ho.
You know there
Makati mpie.
Omo ama no kra yem fa ho ya ye campaign no. Enyashi. Ya di ebe pa ye campaign. Enyashi.
What pie jam?
Bobia, anti ebe ye no. Onimi ye. Gachi kwasem.
Ode wa mi kama asem na. Bagata say we me no be trash that for.
So can say Charles knew how topic asa.
So mo anjo ye na se hontoti ase we. Oba kare kase ya.
Kora unim. Detia be ka secretary Japan onye Baumia as a candidate ND. Odi can lose confidence when mu abra Baumia supervise the economic management team. Emma Kromwa sikafo nyina dane ahiafo. With Kwabra debt to GDP. Ana emuda ho a over physical space of 44%. The Ghana call -4. Into Obia Kwamna or Pese. Unse Kennedy 100% right, but when it comes to Niema Bia Toda away, but I say all the more won't check it the career of the message. And I say you can't say the messenger no. But uche message na eda hono say azamo o kan ubetimi dia bibia ye mfanto ho ana. Kwamna unim. Dientia 4 years ye enough. So obi di be prove ne ho say ono obetimi a perform or ontimi perform no. Eye John Dramani Mahama track record ni ebetimi dia measurement e Ghana. It's a fact, Cobra.
It's the best of standards.
Number one, well, prove actually Ghana for the year 2016 say yempeni for mudi so ye discipliner. Ubetimi anya zero financing from the central bank. Now so why yempuntu juma ama yetimi de ensatene so ka so uko Cape Coast so awa unkotokoraba uko Cape Coast so abehu e friends Cape Coast Stadium. 4 years. Cobra 7 years. After your mama exit, you know, unim say, and Crawford we anumja about sports in general and infrastructure no. Unim say ka for krata bre Ghana say Ghana team our Confederation Cup ye pe park back o kwabra bo biansa ye pe one football pitch e won nanado abaimu ye nya football pitch na ebe siuti enti ya mayen time bi say ya install niam bi o Kumasi Sports Stadium for the first time in the history of this country, Kwabna. Yabekwa Kobo Confederation Cup semi-finals ewa Amononi Kodiwa. Can you imagine? But Yenyan Crawford
qualifiers cry a Kobana Bonti.
Yenyan Crawford Momo Eba Kromanum Bechresa Banway Abomodi. Kwabna John Mahama. I can close my eyes. Unsa media me bono dear. Greater Accra for Monka Maritime Hospital Yamasamwa. In terms of achievement, Cobra inflation na saying by the time I all call 4 years no. In terms of your foreign reserves, Cobra na saying price stabilization. Cobra obetimi a rely wo market no so say I did mo keketwa na 80 pesos a. Cobra betimi agina wa abosome 9 enum ensia. Enti no budget kura na 6 months obetimi a plan na John Mama a sure say baby, I made Jamuni or the 4 years and a years. I near man. Come me bono, Tio, me bono region. John Mama, by the time and the 4 years, no Kwabana or is it no. In terms of infrastructure, our health, Kwabana, Sunyani Teaching Hospital, Nano, Minia Minia Bawo, Sampa, or Muchief Tensino. Emia de Koto. When him said teaching hospital no, me Koto surgical breed and year operation. 120 cities. Surgical breed. Bono, Kwakwaji Mamma ni Baumia teaching hospital na. The plaque Echo Boy Rollins regional hospital anymore. Omo bia no so my Sunyani teaching hospital no. John Mama install modern ultrasound machine. I was a hospital ma Kwabra and ne enuna ehwe bono man. John Mama left us. Hanabisu Krom Health Polyclinic. Stephen Tim Debia Meka Meboni Din Obedi Bochaman. Kene Japo accuse ni senkan for asase na no otwitwa. Kwabra Hospital Stephen Tim ko wamfie wo this capital. A wo dem wo Doma East. John Mama ne see hospital no ma bono. Stephen Tim MPP National Chairman ni Krom. Oba wontimi emfa one bungalow currency was doctors in them. in terms of health, 84 years, feasible. Kwamna uko baby to say Grand Quanta, your mama in terms of health. We see polyclinic, Nanyami answers 17 chrome the anunim, or my change deny and are converted into this hospital without adding a bungalow. Ntisana your mama, a dear crown standard no who say polyclinic no, MPP about who say, well, who didn't to FET a district offense hospital. Your mama is another polyclinic in terms of health. Edema Boma, a baby, a free. Your friend is saying, Baumia, special assistant to your own friends, a Dr. Kidion Boako, or no Abu scan go to sanitation minister, Amia Saya Pamono, by your mama see be 15 polyclinic, El Boma de Maumo. Come meet me a in terms of water. Bruno, Nayasam, your mobile brekum, your key community. The biggest sanitation investment when it comes to say water and sanitation investment, El Brekum. Say I use Suako Kromama Hunto. Chrono 150 meters from Chrono, the last building, no, Omale pipe na kudru. That is your mama's investment. Kwabra nursing training government dia near Obuno near Hafo. Now when him say Ndrumi ensa. By the time my your mama ebe free so no kwabra 9. Mrs. saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 9 no so no. I told an MPP for a say Chirayen. Social intervention amaye. Mobile move freezy employment. Number bisa say sampa nursing training kwabra. Ayanko na chira de ho meboa. Ba omi anko gina platform so na no say NDC nchira de ba ko awaye e de aboa ni pass trem. Enti sampa nursing training college na ankoko na sua de ho.
But obi be argue say o niema ni bi o wa if your time so it's not the 4 years.
Kwabra niema na me ke kan ma restrict me ho. Me bo ma mo abro nye krom polyclinic o. Atamils. Me specific. Me ka John Mahama oba me ata obie promata me se dia utikura bebom ene ebunu no uye mbehyew ne ma omoye o me ka John Mahama time of office New Longro Senior High School from scratch na where quiet and no kwa headmaster Bangaro the assistant headmasters Bangaro teachers Bangaro and the senior high school I want modern lab what in your more years term you to ton cry main but and at least to cano also kania na de shem pass ya kwabna e shen emma we failed as a party when it comes to yeka niema yaye kwa bunu is ukwa senior high school nesisi wenti education health employment I'm talking about permanent employment kwabna usi nursing training mako 9 e de mabuna afo a 230 say na kira de wum accounts officer say na ye adwuma wum secretary say na ye adwuma wum and even cleaners, drivers say and a year juma na what even educational setup no when you know your juma ye see nipa niya permanent job retired and exit na nipa for Friday then abba and ye napco I be your bukata at the end of the day no me a jawa kotuagu and this is your mama who can your mama come infrastructure or we ye my commission ye so the manpower a year juma any effect in your family.
You don't need 8 years to
you don't need to prove yourself.
You don't need 8 years to
you
prove
don't need. Enti economy nomini ade no kura ade akomna na bobo. Na waja ban a 4 years. When ya tamel so 4 years under mama and o sha se implement sika enkoto heritage fund mu. Sika enkoto stabilization account mu. Sika enkoto infrastructure fund mu.
Within 4 years.
Within 4 years, Sika enkoto sinking fund mu. Sika enkoda Exim Bank of Ghana mu. Kwabena ukeke sika no bomu ya $1.45 billion. Enye sidizo election year jo mama to nanum etu ni prema ya bra wodi wanfa prema ya mbam. Oje sika no ho say for Ghana continuous developing tino maye ndi sika basabasa. Kwabena aban we bedru 6 years no onfa $1 and to account so ben sien ya mabobo so yimu nso petrol ni etu a no for ata direct all the revenue akogu central bank no spending and you buy that case 4 years more than enough
mama can't take a crème through but you so your constituency within 4 years what can you do not you but I'm talking about giving you and John Mahama the 4 years because the argument now Kennedy Japan and say Onono believes that 4 years is better than giving somebody 8 years. And I know about me, I go cancel on the obedi 8 years. Jomama obedi 4 years. Won't be your share. Well, Musano was saying, I'm a boss 8 years in the end. But Kennedy, I bet Reggie a year it should be on the street. That or no Kennedy to believe say 4 years no. Obiso Baya Juma 4 years will be Juma.
They didn't can't out Muslims ni no Muslim Funina. Yamumunya baraka de sala.
Baraka de.
Which I should be a Yankupon Shiromuna. Na say Yankupon shares na de fasting a banner. Yam Bompire say, Yenia penny, Sisu Pagan ediso, Yenia Baumia, our Muslim near. Ye say, Obano or Bankoda, Bearman Koda, haram. Uti me kanchere se onu de we kremuni na onye sa de ni ntum
ohia 8 years
Nyankopon wa ma sika kata nani amo peso di kora no to so peso be fa bible so konso anu akokoti wrongly we che se nyema we Nyankopon empene so enti fast yemfa mompa emu no se Ghana yempe be ma ne be ma nkoda oba ne oba nkoda enti fast nya omu ye nyina baby a megina bia asma me ka kyense Nyankopon ka omakoma nan nua no kremosum na dwen free so no na dwen mere fie menia
ora wo mpacho
Allahu Akbar
Atabil Allahu Akbar Kambese mini list odi kan kwajije nkonya wa asori dan ho
da bi na de tosi menu menia list wa so me manitrim kwa ene na woda Nyankopon hyira nyansa ne bibi odi adom no
listo Alex so I wish you happy birthday
ni adwuma pa wo ye magana ma nyina wo ma no krede di Nyankopon onhyira menia bobie so bi ka se ya papa Mahama ewo 4 years wontimi ma ehwe na say ni ponim di oka na no kampon se constitution e di buo man wadidi constitution atem wasan so a mo hihye mra nyina wasan didi o matem adai o mo hihye mra o munnim se 4 years obi ntimi nya hwe no me say 4 years
good question
eja 4 years any de my me so ka kwesat ben ka se me pay so mo me 4 years pe 28 years niama MPP betna akunyans for kan ko duma ntimi anje no ene stadma ko be ni nyina na even sitting MPC sia ne niama ene stadma ko kiana ye no e do so che MP no no aba bedi 4 years waji $4 million aye hu do de aye because one na bank catch there say $1 million one constituency sansa meka na ma mi hu say baomia no kra enne wasi amfa Ghana ma no ono na ban krampo no enyi ni vision entum the entire ban engine vision entum no say because o catch there say oba beto yen roads no and then he's going to use the proceeds to fix all our roads for us and the road to na ho anase ni ho mobile money but me say mobile money yes and say a tax because here for the issue and the mobile money tax and I taxi but me akura sa catch there say o mobile be see airport amaya wo Cape Coast na kufa ko say but me aboa yin see airport bia wa ha ento ono ankasa no yenua no ni vision no a wo si owo ono ankasa ni vision no na ban ne krampo mpe ono ane party no empe enti se ne party ni mpe dia e ba ni sai ena Ghana nyina se yen konko support sa vision no wase Ghana nsese e bobosia and why adwuma Bank of Ghana pen the money is here in Ghana so we are not going to borrow money and Ghana ya borrow ska na yentimi ye borrow ska wa borrow bosia ma se ya kan yentimi ntua ama ankronkro sikombre akwakoto bank ma plan on life se okwa ahumije ma naja wodi beto ni BP nro wodi beto diabetes nro abawo ya san for se sika na di na friend haircut ama mo bre ama Bank of Ghana so ya adwuma ho onim se sika ho no no na kan yo wa ya adwuma ho da no onim se ya papa John Mahama His Excellency aye bi pente so no wa ni sika na no ogina so nti o ka sa asem no and the Bank of Ghana wa onya adwuma bi anse wa boka 60.something billion Ghana cedis enti de papa ba o me ka no ya gidi dia enyeye Ghana no ya de hye ne nsanso a enyeye wo san be ka kire ese oba be si 416 seater toilet e wa agoboloshi fuei Me busamo 32. 32, yes.
But sir, you know the say. Who did the answer no ana?
Who did the won we are unjari. Ujari we are
and now
ujari a wonni.
Okoha toilet no ba ku krampo no ontimi nsie. Enti ono no onye obi a ye di ni di krampa eyeye. Ane mo ka kire ye papa his excellency John Damon say na ban e friends and family ene hwan ba ana ye de na kwakoya senate boss media matete amanfo keka say papa na yi na firi ho no na on supported the idea say nyima bi wo ha ye senate de on batonton no on pene so
that's all
on pene so
was support
me dia say ayi sa hotel you cry is it La Palm Beach Hotel they wanted to sell it they even plan to sell it and the man is against it and it is on pene de anya masa paba bitina sana idea commissioner no so kan be about me kan say idea for have business mo de ko for tena mo so papa ne be defending ho say okra kokotena si ne obeje de say menu akabana konfanache eti what tia pansam ya santeman ye nyina ye dia asante ato abama MPP ato hospital na wanye no na o se tutu na napa wadwen ne manfo ho se ogigi sika no de si hospital no unim se ho niam aba ye de ba besi ni so no aba we se omuntua duty o maka mu so munfi o makotua duty
o ba se ba o mi aso betua
o so betua 1.something million o ko fa wa hefa adin tin o so kotua
se onye bato ba dia
ba ba na hayen me na bibisa mo se ya bibifo na me nkan Ghana de na hayen me de Ghana na mfi me nim de esi wada kan de na hayen hospital na your responsibility say o sie sa hospital no wa anye obia boa agigi sika ade aba se oba ba renovate ama wo responsibility no wo se masa wan fa si twa na ma me prema nkoye we enya ba isem enya ba isem wan ya wo kan no anto boa no anu apa
pani anu apa
me so se da ja me so ma
empa ja ma o
ene minu ya woda ntino eni je bi o makuma mu
de won kra dia apasa
enti me dia dem di ja Ghana fo ne se 7 December ye papa Mahama ne 4 years no 4 years nyema o ye ha mo dia mo pa yanka yamma na Akufo Addo 1000 years o ntimi nya da emma so da and constitution is mo bia 4 years me and Estabanko Kion me pa kan ko south seat no enye se me se mo ma me 8 years o mo ma me 4 years pe eno da ba kire mo se abrantie yamma ne to aso na me yamma ne to aso e de 8 years me election minimum 2024 2028 bi da me ndwene ho because enya nduru ho yenim de ba besie eno ntino obi abaka se 4 years pe Mahama de no ba be ndie in fact eye kwabra de man fancy ya why
honto esmen kantra Ghana for say Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic omna de bright soldiers capsules aba wota yusu wo say ya na libido ekofom onumbi afi ni low sperm count no na san agina na so bright garlic plus capsules ne de so to bi ekoma cha sakuwia efri say ya na akuwia constipation bam ne yematim enti ya wasu omane to bi ebre no ewo Yesu nyan afei de Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic maybe kwacha ondo tin 5 minutes binya yenko
offer
kwabra fa me 5 ne kan honto
asemba kwa
5 uko every
and birthday gift for their mama no
uko every
obi ka instantly etimi shema bufuo na one of the key words are if you be an oba and mami hu ni panel level of intelligence the moment I never cast Mahama or Baba ye den na we e kasa oko Ashanti regional yenu anu kapa Mahama Baba ye den ani brade Mahama said the union mkaka I was say a constitution no ye review na ye ma o mampeni bia just one term because Mahama has proven nana yes say do for che dan so mu cha enane denchem ana kwa so tena himfie cha onare de hye enye number of years abetena aban mu
utwa himfie kan so ana anya de hye
onya de hye enye number of years obedi aban mu na be kire de obetumi aye
chingon so che wanu mu na nkire
hwade Mahama a breaky record Mahama a setting record a breaky records our Ghana political history abambia nyibida nana ukofa education Mahama at the 4 years AC 123 secondary schools Ghana bakwasam even Osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah antumi anyebi Omampeni Kufonya 8 years when see one secondary school but Mahama at just 4 years 123 out of 200 and OCOC Obian break is a record no or within 4 years Akufo-Addo by 8 years in the way Akufo-Addo is here to build and commission one secondary school, brand new secondary school after promising 350 brand new secondary schools within 1.5 years. And here one record that Mahama said to be breaky. Another issue Dumso I shall say for Rollins the person when Timmy or manage here one fix it Kofo bedi 8 years he managed Dumso one fix it Professor Mills manage 3.5 years Muhammad 4 years fix it Dumso problem our since 1970s 80s Mahama at the 4 years
and the wife fair
say no birthday Mahama the 4 years and I fix it Dumso no and Akufo-Addo by 8 years we are back Dumso
no me ba
Ufa Accra has say you for water shortage ade na under Rollins Professor Mills ebeyebi Emma water treatment Mahama be finish water shortage in Accra Omampeni Kufuor person there was a water shortage in Accra na kofa Kufuor gallon de buy Mahama finish and anything called water shortage in Accra and then under Akufo-Addo 7 years 8 years we are back to water shortage in Accra Mahama record you cannot Nana Yanko market Mahama the just 4 years AC water modern market in Ghana ebi mada Ketia market Asokwa market Krofrom can say Molo Aswase Molo market Atonsu market Kotokraba market Nana mention them just 4 years ano the years adwuma we nyina abambia no was our record no not even NDC under Rollins or NDC under Mills Mahama set his record no they at all nana ye can medical centers oko teaching hospital ye teaching hospitals na hospital na esi wada da uyi kolebua dia kan nyina ne konfanochia nsi ne say ye teaching hospitals ekwa na nim ne upgrade no enti uko ti say Trafalgar and the cacao na upgrading wa Mahama alone etimi gina ne naso etimi si Lego Medical Center and they are building for a purpose Mahama alone gina ne naso just 4 years over Accra High would have mean Kada regions Accra High Okododowa Hospital this is hospital Oko Rage what the just 4 years in this year Kwasante region is there MPP by Omampeni Kufuor by 8 years one regional hospital 1 CB, one district hospital 1 CB. Akufo-Addo about 7 years, 8 years. Akufo-Addo is here to build one district hospital, not to talk about regional hospital, not to talk about teaching hospital, not to talk about medical center. And you don't need 8 years to make a change or to make a difference. What they are not doing, China, over airport, aviation, over Kotoka, a military base, over Takoradi, a military base. Over a year Ashanti region military base. Mahama at the 4 years, see a whole brand new airport at home. Mahama the just 4 years, see a whole biggest terminal in the West Africa. We are seeing Terminal 3. Mahama the just 4 years, revive, renovate Tamale Hospital, Tamale can say airport, airport. Emma first time in the history of Ghana, if you say 2 free Tamale straight to Mecca. Mahama enema ewiemushen AC Kumasi airport anwumre nanka ebono naibo no nsia plane si Kumasi airport Mahama when is oyesani amawe nyina just 4 years Mahama build Ketia market 4 years Akufo-Addo about 8 years nie second phase na ka wontumi nsie so you don't need 8 years to make difference Mahama just 4 years Nana osi cheap compounds maku 2,860. Akufo Dubai 8 years mum san say dodo sen na watumi asie. Ofa ye install capacity, energy install capacity. A free Kwame Nkrumah pencil be see Atamas pencil. And now ye say no, ye wo install capacity about 5,600 a year megawatt. Mahama alone, Mahama Nkwa in 4 years. Mahama a day a year 3,665 megawatt to the national grid. And now you don't need 4 years to make difference. And to Omo say Mahama Oba no ababa ye den. Oba no abechem say the sibu mine. Sanya mama kai nyina no nana take Omampeniku for 8 years. Add Akufo-Addo 8 years to wait. Nature say if Omatimi make any difference as far as this a year infrastructure development and the managing economy is concerned. So you don't need 8 years. You just need 4 years.
I just need 1 minute to do this.
Do it for me.
All right. So top choco was me can say a top choco chocolate spread. Ya de fabrudum na atum na enkodano aka no mwadi na wose wode fam na ha saa na wode wose no ketrema bomu a eya na ede papa na wode fam anya na ha wode fam anya na ha be fam ko national theater na enra onu we Kwame we catch me ne va say on say e combine mo be fine pa sia man fantin top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink kwasi ene ye na ye beda so a ye beda eye obi a friend k edem ne e wona adan wo rooms e wona ne amanfo beda de top choco muntiti bi mesre atiefo nyame adoma Saturday 13th yenye ni chire the Page Event Center ewo Kaneshi Malam Road no so anapa no nwotwe eho ne yekoja yenu apeni Rex Omame ko yewufusom ne apene krabia kama reception no to aso Rex Uma efie gbawe bankotes so ahu timu a mo keka dansoma mo bi amfra nyi chire dansoma ho mo nko ye hwe wo ho esremo a mo nko ye hwe ewo ho esremo enti mo nse nenso nyame ya adoma ye kwa koja yenua eye Rexuma. Thank you. Let's go.
Odom sesre busia nansi munumfwe
Thank you, live on Accra100.5. Now back to serious business here. And Memamunina has Simon Mwakwaba. Tanko Adams is here with us. Tanko Adams say Maslock. What is happening at Maslock? I don't know. Maunyo Freddy Agbenahevi is here. Focus in Sawam Kofi Grumi. Gruma Anwaka. Grumi. Yo Gruma. Kofi Gruma. Kwesi Gruma. Mamponfo Gruma. Madam Fukanyaga, dear friend Tubiga. Tubiga. And I not many a friend say, Dagat be Nivisudi agro. Nanu Suntinia friend, ano. No, or Yama Brew, a friend say, SD to SD HO. I want to know Yama Brew. Ti ona de Bruno Mama or say Quano ho. I know na ko be bia na no from a chain free ha ko kumasi please do say go kumasi free ha ko kumasi I'm not chain 10 years. Okay, Ibn Haji Mutawakil that's a Francis Sabla Michael Aikpa Awal Hassan says good work, keep it up, thank you Michael. Now, oh, so Ghana for Mutiemi, we say, ye dim commona, Sabi Anusini, Ebe Dibia, Ayana Eya. Ye dim common, na Anusini, wo Dibi. Ye ka Ghana somewhere, not 38% for Ajata woman yase, na Omo Kabi. Recently, now, Kwame Memoir has a rabafoni in our videos, now, I'm in the mania cry and wajuma. MPP ni get bia or say somewhere Kwame Yaso o radio network no very poor. We dey mo dey share omo enye yi. And still affection. Still affection. And yasa. And afife. Still afife. Still omo. Where they are, what they are saying? Kwame, Rania, you know, one pound, mammy. 1 pound, mammy. Okay, 200 first one. And a second one is 200. But on only the young way, on only containers in young way. But ECG the end there, say, no, Radia to Maraqua. Yeah. Oh, a radio to me, oh, a radio to me, a radio to me, Onyamia, Onyamia. You say, me, a beer quite. Am I ya? Sebe be a share. Hey, Yako, a rade, Yadwase. Israel Yame, Yanyo DNA, we a boy. Hey, we didn't go ni papa, yes, I do way there. A rad 1 Mount Sasso, Ama on my Ghana, 1 Mount Sasso, man, this year buying. Yadwas yo, Israel Yame, Yadwase. Ah, then can you pan and care, say? Anybody that's any here. Ram the Aqualata check Accra. Yamis me pamontoma, and yet, Kwame, ye gumpai bosso, yet was Ruja, Minimia Jinapo, yet them pibom pibossa. Send and say, Minia Jinapo 2 Quino, Oko Israel. Oko Israel. Namusmi Zim, Ewaha, or demand pie. Na me so mo kasetia eye ginapo ene munyina mo agina tuo be yakwa bonsam na ene ye de chekere mo ye tua mo kakaduro ye sisiri pepre hwentia makowisa ni nyina keka bob ye de tua mo wo ye oba na so afa bia fabro wo ye be ma no afa bia fabro Euradi aye. Euradi aye. Ah, onyame a wo de otumi so. Wayo, Euradi waye. Ni enye ode ni akowa oye buei. Adio. Oh, Yahu kwame yahu say no say yenyahu bi kura ka kume kakra bi ebeba yebehu ni nyina say bi wo Atlas ena bi yo say MPS ai na nipa pe say na sabe ginapo nyame odi na chi no waso nyame a odi ginapo achi no say nyame no waso papa say nyame no eni akaka duro de akromfo ne yatua wo mu bi papa o ya de yatua wo mu bi we kura de amfa akaka duro no a ene ni ya ni ntiri no yesi siri so de di twi wo mu eturu mi ya gidi di twi mu sa ni e de akasha so e de akasha so aka ho a ye de atwi wo mu a awurade adom onyame ena wadi ehu afofi a hwe containers nyina na kinken aba once around the na beba Randy the no so ye gumpai boso ye gumpai but sana Randy the no first one was 200 no e wo ho na omo kofa ne ma aguma apro say Randy the no sa na obekan Debio on say story we no ayi dia ayira no ye no okan no eye 26 years and ras and Sunday David 20 Sunday no okan ho first one no okan ne dia no say containers bi wo ho eye a wo mo anyi a apro 200 ba wan kasa ayira say mon ka mo adwum because we no ye be hu kin o nyaminti adai yesu so randiabe mininu yegumpai boso a yegunso paiba wodi ma se dan se wa na makodi empaibo jina mpaibo musa because akromfo ni bo a wanfa kasha entwi wo mo a omo mfa ma ana se no operation recover enye safe ni ye ba be ha ye hu bia ye nchew ye beje ne ye di aba are maza production team no monti bi so e bi nkoda na chi munyi bi mfiri o ye becho na ye di ni nyina aba enti Randy die we no enche kura yes enche kura ye be hu enche kra sa ono osi 200 nyina ne agrochemicals nyina eko 200 nyina roughly 160 de yebehu roughly anye kra ye mpa ibom ya dia 180 wo mo afa 20 yente so baby ejira na ejira yente so baby ejira ani ejira kwata 180 de eye om de beba 20 no ye hu a no problem ye hu a no problem but shebe 161 8 between sa hono even between between sa Augustine Kujo say enyere nyina no say 3,000 containers and 2,006 aba tina make say cocoa board and say kwata we are looking at so we swat kakra ti sanye ekra no enyawaheta it's okay 20 no there. Hey, Croy Ghana. And Rana, mene, me ba, Kwakuna, menini dinko, my friend was schooner. Ye didn't come on a catch and say, Kwaku, Ubefia, Meka Ghana, Simbiachro, or say, Men can send them some catch the wa. Utibe pile. Obetro exams, final exams. Untimi. And try exams no utibe pile until Ubefia. Me catch na. Dachi ankwama. Yana odia bobra. No, but the point is, Obi aba office for from. And ye me ono de be ya adwuma no a you decided say obefa niema no. Yeah, trust me. Ye ka no. Ye di agro, but enye ECG nkwa o. Enye cocoa board nkwa o. There are others not TSO, chino, TSA. Nadmo dear. Am said Nadmo so mbeka say near maybe like omo kwaye no and near maybe ayira. Nadmo mekai Emma mebeka and say omo nhwaso no omo dealing with enkrofo kro no a Nadmo so the same. Baby because yeah say enye and 70 bin na yentimi moswa. There is no way say former ECG boss me a madam for Dubik say nya busu asem a eni kwai say Dubik o papa eye related omo ne ejinaponum ye related but wa wunua jinapo na mo ye ne ma ebegu nanimu ase because ade we jinapo bra abre wo ho no minim da obeda bra sofa wa sofa jinapo sofa. I met jinapo somewhere last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks. Utimi say ne swate wa fon and now cocoa board also away not modiano what I should share with wakai Mr. Nadmo omo beka and say near maybe and I know on but unfortunately no to mean cancer no kese ekano ayadin lekana ayadin timi nkan kese kra tisa nka sabe enye jinapo na esenke je ekromu atem didie do so jinapo ba office dabe February no ba office I am say by 30th February no mo on confirm no so I am say start adwuma first week of March March April May now onipa da se ni say yan kan kire jinapo say on na di dum so aba on say so obi kasana so wagimi a you just keep quiet and walk me say o kasana mu so wagimi pe I just keep quiet and walk away. Because Jimmy ni when they are Jimmy, you can't change Jimmy ni agene. What do you mean? And the more you try to change Jimmy, the more he or she gets upset. So you need to just allow the person to go. It is for say 2 months, 3 months. You see, Jimmy say, Jinapo ye incompetent. Intina dum so etieso. Nipa na dem 8 years. What them 8 years? One an energy minister before Napo. Na Abuachi Jako. Se Abuachi Jako na mewuba ansa na Napo ba. to the extent that even Otumfo say tutu complaining about doom so. Say man she gadgets say. Na pot me hwe ye nim the whole Ghana attempt say abusa no. See abusa no say on my load shedding. Near who schedules amount for the or the deal be at them say I pay and load schedules. But today, amount for to me Kasati say, I said, Jinapo Bayana on a John Mama Eddie Dumso Abba. Yeti Chroma Anna a Tema General Hospital. You doom Kanya man kola babies. Ewuye. Tema General. This issue every between the health ministry and Obano no complaining send about ewuno. True of us. Chroma and nieti Chroma ya. Baumia kwa campaign ojina platform so and a fine. Ekroma na nieti ebia na awotwe na nkania na amanfo gu esumu ewo kroma kwami entia ana dansuman ene la bad ni adiade ensuo etimi ekọ off ebia 2 months no munya nsuo ye program ha on several occasions mama for efre every other areas. Baby 3 weeks, baby 1 month, baby 2 months. Today, a man 4% mama. You see, you may not like Jinapo. You need your personal feeling, right? But mind you, Sabita Fraja, Jinapo is not managing energy ministry like ne bottom machine. Entino or managino said or no epe wabra JM enimoshe on my way energy system ni here John Mahama a chain even in upon wemu, and that is the reason why John Mahama the first term John Mahama one and sana man for preside the first term no and John Mahama ekofa a thermal plants at the buy ufu sena ewunyano Munya bad reception ni na momfa nchaye na sa na yo ehunhia no ba se dey ameka charge na pono we say everything is about communication. I have said this to my brother on several occasions. Ye di nkomo phone so ameka kire no ye share one on one ameka kire no communication. You need to be careful how you communicate to the people. You need to be careful how you communicate, especially your current generation way. When you are communicating, na say communication no as a etwitwa esi umma clarity ememua ubenya problem. Even when you are telling us the truth, ubenya problem. And that Jinapo problem no. And that's why boni bia. And I can understand him. Mamenka semwe. Sabe minu anoma ye do mo hyase me ba Accra say ni e share radio so aminim say ye mu bi time no mo no hyase na Jinapo num nyina aka ho. Right? Jinapo knows how to explain things, but you see, explaining something different from communicating message to people. Different. In the Mecca Sembia, on your communicator, it doesn't mean he is incompetent. And minim said ya meka and because sa containers we are same way no. Any question catching ma a former administration no form who did that. No way. How? Any question more form who did that. But the crow ya timino. Moon 70 be brave. Says Kwame and some no. So you want to say when near day now bet me a church the mube brea. Na wakunya problem. But Obia Abu Bagu them, Adani bedru. Adai be church the bedru. Obia Bob no good them mako. Ada bedru ono. Adani ebehu. Ti yenka ho hwe. And I make can say Cocoa board dear no. We are just hoping and praying. Obia be kan himself ya na yahwe baby a ebekwa akosi. Then my fa we ntwa to make girl be MPP ni girl bi. Be 3 weeks ago say I say share a move share the in the first place Kwame mama nka sa asem we hwa onipa da sani eya ono na auto cement MPP a free abemu na cement na a range between 110 115 to 120 e one and never depending on where omo mbefa ko bro techimai kentampo no motono omoton mo 120 retailers no aha say ne baby 115 baby 110 kuma say 110 115 right because because of fewer prices into no na omo befa omo de ni nyina dey etoso okay so odi yan cut it down sorry MPP ni atimi ato cement 115 cedis or 120 cedis. Sometimes now auto cement 115 120 cedis no. Now auto fuel 19 cedis, 17 cedis, 16 cedis per liter. And so now say Ghana at the same time now we are dealing with $1 to 16, 17 Ghana cedis. At that time, no, I see a year. Now you talk a year docno 7 cedis, 10 cedis. Or say a year. Now a year, ayo, angwa kesiano, fright or kesiano, yellow no, galono, kofo galono. Now I say 1,300, I say 1,450. Now I say a year. Lord fair, near Teteso. No, I say break the 8. In all this situation, okay. So now the same person today, when you say or talk a year for less than 13, 12 cedis per liter, when you say today so a importer, he will need less cedis to go and get dollars. A yard back for niema. So a yi a niema a porter. It's on the dollar rate need to know. On Sisaska bebre na ode ako onim. Right? Onim sa de we. Onim say now say or send this car 1,000 cedis because of 11 na year free onim to know. Enya dia sa deductions no ebe no onim. E woni trim o kwatwa bet na odia onim se ni nyina ekoni botom enya de obi atb onim sa de we nyina but on jiminti owia na abusa se anti se minya we nyina na cement price na ko 125 130 no na iron rods no enti emfaso no a wanya every petrol no a yateso no emfaso no a wanya every 11 no a ye free one a eba bottom direct no emfaso no wanya free betting tax na ye free a eba bottom direct no wajimi keka bom na faso skoto cement aso on keka mom fa nkoto wode be no wi wajimi won wo ka se o mu nim nyansa wo mu si ena bobie didi atem ye nua na odidi atem wajimi In the course of you having all this, prices there, still now see break the 8. Now you are in an era. Yeah, Kwame. Now, say you know, oil, any meeting say on Ghana Web and other news portals. Yes, Labadi, Kenke. Now, ube duenya Kenke 3 cities, all Labadi. Right? Me dokrunya duanya mitimi di bebre. Me mpe dokno bebre. Me mpe ankasa just than minchi. But me sorry say me na ma me koto dokno di. Very hard for me. Anyway, opa banch ifufuo no pa fa banche nko awo. Medi. Me krumo aduane no. So, but omo kotobi no. Omo kotobi no. Yes. Almost say be about 3 cities. And the other commodities. I have watched some few videos. A young crofworker, a commodity side above from goods and services. Inflation is dropping. Then this person is telling you no. But today, that is what we are going to talk about. Live on Accra100.5. I'm on for I say Patrick Lai says I used to like Jinapo, but I don't like the way he's trying to cover the MPP in this container saga. Anyway, but Patrick Lai, you can't also hate Jinapo. Mind you, Jinapo is not managing the government alone. You can't hate him. Anything America say, so be what personal hate the manual. But look, let's be factual. Let's talk about the real issues. Let's be factual. Let's talk about the real issues. The only problem I have with Jinapo energy ministry and I say onwemu meka energy ministry and do be akwa there be, but minua Jinapo ne mode of communication, that is the only issue. Many problem ewo ho. That's the only issue. Many problem ewo ho. But whatever is happening to us today, you can't point fingers at Jinapo. On penase mo ka e na on penase mo no mfa ho. So to fi ono so tini fi. E on nya on fi di wo so nya on fi di no. Obiara dane dem. So you can decide not to like Jinapo. No problem. Or no ankasa no on said any problem because on him say we are seeing any penny and the bepo asem. But my point is say ne communication na akofasa anema we bebre e de aba. And me anonym that me when I feel strongly about something I tell my brother. Me say that sending a message I catch and say no bro don't go this way. Me catch no. Sebio me mfa ne ma metena ba bi nkoye yaw no na me hu amakwa akosere akere no Jinapo nye obi a se ebi a bebi na otwe na adwene sisu a onye that type of person say watwe na adwene sisu na ne buafu. No, Jinapo is not that type of person. So as to whether while sending a message as to whether you like him or not, I mean that is not the issue. The issue is that enye Jinapo na de what do you call it? Your friend is say you buy or did do so aba. And this containers issue, if say Jinapo put in nema together very well, and or hitting one. Come on. I've been telling you that my all-time best Hanabisu, Dr. Hanabisu, on kwaya or the office issues no fast no. When ya botre ubia so shiani bia no shia or gather information into a body straight say adie we meni ni pasumesi we ya or office ha and a dim komo we say ni say na transpire meni we na di and unu say Hanabisu we no nobody onipa da se ni bia ntimi MPM free baby a omde Hanabisu akose or be challenge the statement one. Nobody. You dare not. Because on my comprehensive report on Enyema Okotoso. Very comprehensive. He mentioned names. And Oko office Biafra, that is how you should communicate to the people. Let the people understand. Don't give me figures. When you give me figures, many a day. Me say, and I give minister about $500 million, say ECG $500 million. And so me Mako yes go. Somebody, either somebody deliberately stole the money, and I say through negligence, which is also a criminal offense, whichever way. Beyond that, please, JJ, why a deputy minister? Until onye obi a oye abef anasa kotofofro ya onim de oye. But I know now baby I shall see free no. I know we will see proper changes. Oh yeah, we will see proper changes. And he will fix it. Anyway, my many of my phone come out just 5 minutes. Me partner on me on transfer. Just 5-10 minutes. Just 5-10 minutes. Then you come out about prices. Our prices the same. Market. Our prices the same. Yeah, moment you trust. Our prices the same. 0302208090. Yenim komo. Our prices the same. Yenim komo. Na monka mepacho. We are talking about prices. Enya fe na de kwa coffee for baby a. Uye no me you so. Okay. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is the day of Love FM in still midnight. But you are just but the FM audio, the FM boom.
Yeah, I want to meet you.
They want me say, and yeah, about goods and prices, no, but you have on perform the sector, no.
Pacho, Yanko, we are talking about prices. We are talking about prices. Enyama bo, so want to bro for enyama bo. Okay, hello.
Obi.
Yes, sir.
Your friend me original Santana Nungwa Funyina captain.
Yanko.
Wabna, where they me pacho. Apebia, Obua ye kakra no. So your friend of Frank, but see, Aveme. Or whatever, or hard in your hopper. I will custom.
Mesa, me pacho, Oba mi akwa eyanim.
Because yeah, Bianco, Kobe, Bobby.
Hello, sir. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pacho, this is Masa.
Boko, Pacho, Yanko.
Pacho, me consider this
okay. Okay.
That's not the one man at the same time. You show my now, one
me pacho say, Tobo na kasawai. Take your time.
Me sit prices one man and no matter. Now, me show
Debbie, personally, what could to be ayateso? That is what I want to find out.
Pacho, my to be ayateso.
Ayadiya. Emo baya.
A dinner moment, I must have I want to see the can
ne say
ne want to see the 90.
Ne 160 90. What kind of money do? Okay, all right. So what I'm talking about prices and Niama Ebo. That if you don't have that experience, don't worry your head. And we don't have that time. Let's take ourselves to exactly what we are talking about. Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Commander, Macho, if I'm Thomas, every connection, me go to president, get to an 11 series by, me go to and I'm one of my 9 series.
A year president.
president small one. What's the president on small one? I
say your toothpaste into Woka other brand and I say Pepsodent brand. Oh, okay. Ketwana say 11 cities.
11 cities, but I'm going to 9 cities.
How many more 9 cities? I see. I want here for.
Kaneshi, market Gino hospital.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. That's fine. Thank you. I'm going to find another caller. Hello.
Hello, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Where are that? They don't have them Nagodala.
Nagodala. Okay, Yanko.
Medwaba School Junction.
School Junction. Okay.
You know, for in the photo, first night 4-5, and then we call them 3 million.
Yeah.
You know, green, long green rice.
Long green.
Half bag.
Oh, okay. Now say.
First and the 4-5, and then almost 3 million.
I see. What on the Benea? 3 days ago. I want here for market. Madina. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to find another caller. Hello.
Hello, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Me ma wa yoko ewie.
Me Joso.
Nyamin Shaw. Me den de Mr. Lincoln.
Mr. Lincoln yanko.
Yo. Wa mo afa. Baby a farm factory no no. Supermarket me wo ho. Last week well close up kesiye no. Me turn 8 cities. And rice 5 kilo rice only din the mamam. MAM 5 kilo no me turn 70 Ghana. Omo other brands wo ho. Put me nya ebinom 80, put me nya ebi 85. Ebinom 70. And yes, me advert my supermarket no.
Don't worry.
Me nim say for form akoto. Niama wo ho. Enti minia. Niama
na prices ni yes say.
Me see omo 5 kilo no dey me bobie.
Me pa chan.
Me see brand no ye mamam. MAM 5 kilometer no 70 Ghana. And a close up kesi no enye kisi wanu.
And me see na saying.
Ukok Joma. First no na close up kesi no utuminya no 20 Ghana 22 Ghana. And as our rice no so utuminya no 100 ana 110. Asebe mi kai bo bi obeti ba ko ho se sia no akoto wo niama.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Medase. Kojo Fiagba says, come on, I bought.
forest. He himself eventually was known to own about 2 or 3 mining companies that had been given permission to go into forest reserves. I think that those trees, some of them 700 years old, some of them older than Ghana, older than our ancestors, are more important than the gold that lie underneath them. And the point is, if we cut all the trees, we will be leaving a barren land to our children and grandchildren. We don't want the forest zone to become the savannah zone. We must protect those trees and rebuild those forest reserves. So we would stop the mining in forest reserves. The question about
free SHS.
Yeah, free SHS bill. I support any bill. I'm saying it's a problem of compliance. We have all the laws. We have everything. It's the enforcement that is the problem. And the enforcement is a problem because those who should be enforcing it are part of the problem. Today, DCs and ministers all have small-scale concessions, and I indulge in what I say. And that's why I said, any person who serves in my government, if you want to be a small-scale gold miner, go and be a small-scale gold miner. If you're a DCE, be a small-scale gold miner. Don't take public office under my administration. And so we're not going to countenance having any of our ministers or our political appointees involved in small-scale gold mining so that we can enforce the laws properly. And what are the suggestions we've given? One, we know the districts where mining takes place. We will open an office of all the agencies that oversee the mining sector in those districts. There must be a Minerals Commission office in every district where gold mining is taking place, so that enforcement and compliance can be right at the doorsteps of the industry in the particular district. The Environmental Protection Agency, there must be an EPA office in every district where mining is taking place. And we have universities that are producing young graduates. UNER is one in Sunyani, UMAT is the other in Takwa. These young graduates are geologists, they are environmental protection specialists. They have a lot of experience when it comes to gold mining. And so we're saying that we're going to identify the concessions and who hold the concessions. And we're going to employ these young people to work with the companies that legitimately own the concessions so that they can guide them in how to do proper mining. We're going to ban mining in forest reserves. As for that, it's non-negotiable. The law that was amended to allow people to go into forest reserves, the law that was amended to let people enter forest reserves to do mining will be re-amended to stop it. Because the figures I'm getting are frightening. And that is why the climate change is real, because our dry seasons are getting harsher. We used to have 365 days rainfall in the western region. Today it is not so, because all the forest reserves have been invaded by mining companies. And it's insightful that in the past, somebody who was supposed to protect the forest, he himself eventually was known to own about 2 or 3 mining companies that had been given permission to go into forest reserves. I think that those trees, some of them 700 years old, some of them older than Ghana, older than our ancestors, are more important than the gold that lie underneath them. And the point is, if we cut all the trees, we will be leaving a barren land to our children and grandchildren. We don't want the forest zone to become the savannah zone. We must protect those trees and rebuild those forest reserves. So we would stop the mining in forest reserves. The question about
free SHS.
Yeah, free SHS.
And I'm a good party, no. But I'm only here, I would have won and I'm a good party. By young Tiaho, I'm a good party, no. May catch it over meeting so much when you know I have it. Yes. Over mistake. There'll be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see your empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Trouble. Africa. Or to make a children in quarter. Why is ceremony to young man? Why is ceremony to young man? Now, what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisees because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisees because we are Christiania? Men come Muslims who want some it is said. On what about me for a Muslim community? You will vote to jail. You will vote to jail. It is a new man, my young macram of law. Our new to be your quota. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So what more in your now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from? Because the honorable chairman said here. Understand? So what I'm saying is, it's a drama. When you make your me a capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that drama politics.
Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people.
Dr. Bawumia, you know, when your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. That time, now $1 to 4 cedis, and then $1 to 12 cedis. The next day, propaganda, the whole Ghana newspapers were cut off. I don't insult. I tell the truth. You said all these things, and I'm drawing the attention of the delegates. Say NDC is going to use all these things against us. What I said, the man spoke well about the economy of the country. He gave 170 questions to Vice President Emisata to answer. And then they also have Vice President President Tedia. Yentimi Enkanya Waka. Also, you have the inflation and the lock and key. Is that what is going on from 11% to 47%? Is it an insult or the truth? I am drawing the attention of delegates. So these things are going to be used against Dr. Bawumia What you say?
Right.
It's not an insult. It's the gospel truth.
Right.
I didn't think Ghana from Percy I kind of correct. Now, near all Atamosa ye binti Sa Tati Ahu Brase, and many are nom allow him there. I'm a Messiah, yam so many or by the Nizia. Indeed, we don't insult, we don't insult. Our pocket is empty. Our pocket is empty. What kind of insult? Dr. Bawumia, you know, Nanu Dintin, your Bakaya. When your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. That time now $1 to 4 cedis, and net $1 to 12 cedis. Okay, as we did the next day, propaganda, the whole Ghana newspapers were caught up. I don't insult. I tell the truth. You said all these things, and I'm drawing the attention of the delegates. Say NDC is going to use all these things against us. What I said, the man spoke well about the economy of the country. He gave 170 questions to Vice President Emisata to answer. And then they also the Vice President, President Tedia, Yentimi and Kanya Waka. Also, you have the inflation and the lock and key. Is that what is going on from 11% to 47%? Is it an insult or the truth? I am drawing the attention of delegates. So these things are going to be used against Dr. Bawumia. What you say? Right. It's not an insult. It's the gospel truth. Right. I didn't think Ghana from Percy I kind of correct. Now, near all Atamosa ye binti Sa Tati Ahu Brase, and many are nom allow him there. I'm a Messiah, yam so many or by the Nizia. Indeed, we don't insult, we don't insult. Our pocket is empty. Our pocket is empty. What?
There are a few factors General Secretary so about Okoye report no so aye ahe ninyina. Okay, all the studies are so far. The big issues are one, cost of living. Nema poor a consoro a hotel a buy. It was a major issue. Emma, Nipa, Ebufu, Seven in Abelisa. So, cost of living, no, one major factors. Now, the common idea, your friend of arrogance of power. Arrogance of power. Say, Yasu na ayeti, Yasu eti, yeti asem. Party for country say, Yenye Risha. And yes, 8 years, Yanti. And yes, Party for country say, Yenpe 11 no ebe hanging. Now, mobile phone users, mobile money, almost 16 million in this country. They are almost using mobile money account. 16 million. All the voters almost mobile money. 11 no ebe hanging. Ebe hanging. The person answer, Party for country say, haircuts no debt restructuring no DDEP. Someone answer. Say, debt restructuring ever hard because most of them are pensioners. Pensioners. Now, you can't say needy, and you can't say young for home kahom. You may you wait for them. And from a penny announced said there will be no haircut. Some of them got a foreign in IED, but if I don't, you may haircut. And a little bit every year because Omo Amukuta are bonds, no, Omoye 800,000. 800,000. Omonina Omo dependents, 3 or 4 dependents. 80 is over 2 million people. Obufu enkoye ba. Basaso ene ba. The delegate system no the secretary na bomb that's mama e high nipa bebre bufu ye police stations the na ye lesson sa system we so aban ye tua na kobio na ye tua afforestation for bio ketre so ye tua afforestation require 100,000 people. Afforestation require 70,000 people. That's a mama. A high. Nipa bebre bufu ye police stations. 18 a year lesson sa system. We so aban ye tua na kobio na ye tua afforestation for bio ketre so ye tua. Afforestation require 100,000 people. Afforestation require 70,000 people. There are a few factors General Secretary so about Okwe report so aye actually niyana. Okay, all the studies are so far. The big issues are one.
The history of our tradition. And I've also listened to the minority leader in parliament, Afenyo's beautiful statement. But I do not want us to delude ourselves. We must ask, how come a party with the philosophy and vision for humanity, that's our main strength, humanity, of our tradition, how come we have been reduced to the current situation, a situation we all regret or must regret? How come? This thing didn't happen just like that. If we take care to look at the electoral history from 2016, 2020, 2024, and if we are sincere with ourselves, we would know that the electorate of Ghana has matured. Nobody can deceive it. I assure you, I believe this electorate, the Ghanaian electorate, I'm not talking of party electorate, has not rejected the value systems of our tradition. Doesn't want respect for human rights. Who wouldn't want an economy that is generating wealth to benefit the entire population inclusively? Who would not support equality of opportunity for all the children of Ghana? All the children, from kindergarten through junior high, senior high, to the universities. Ghana would support this. Who would want to live under a dictatorship that would grab people and put in detention 5 years without trial? Ghana does not support that. 2016, the nation very liberally gave us power, huge majorities. But just 4 years later, let's be critical with ourselves. What was the outcome of the 2020 election? And then just another 4 years, what was the outcome of the 2024 election? I believe we must be stopped in our tracks to tell the truth to ourselves. I believe such self-critical analysis would be the first step to our regaining power. And it's possible for even 2028. He gave the history of our tradition. And I've also listened to the minority leader in Parliament,
This bill. I support any bill. I'm saying it's a problem of compliance. We have all the laws. We have everything. It's the enforcement that is the problem. And the enforcement is a problem because those who should be enforcing it are part of the problem. Today, DCs and ministers all have small-scale concessions, and I indulge in what I say. And that's why I said, any person who serves in my government, if you want to be a small-scale gold miner, go and be a small-scale gold miner. If you're a DCE, be a small-scale gold miner. Don't take public office under my administration. And so we're not going to countenance having any of our ministers or our political appointees involved in small-scale gold mining so that we can enforce the laws properly. And what are the suggestions we've given? One, we know the districts where mining takes place. We will open an office of all the agencies that oversee the mining sector in those districts. There must be a Minerals Commission office in every district where gold mining is taking place, so that enforcement and compliance can be right at the doorsteps of the industry in the particular district. The Environmental Protection Agency, there must be an EPA office in every district where mining is taking place. And we have universities that are producing young graduates. UNER is one in Sunyani, UMAT is the other in Takwa. These young graduates are geologists, they are environmental protection specialists. They have a lot of experience when it comes to gold mining. And so we're saying that we're going to identify the concessions and who hold the concessions. And we're going to employ these young people to work with the companies that legitimately own the concessions so that they can guide them in how to do proper mining. We're going to ban mining in forest reserves. As for that, it's non-negotiable. The law that was amended to allow people to go into forest reserves, the law that was amended to let people enter forest reserves to do mining will be re-amended to stop it. Because the figures I'm getting are frightening. And that is why the climate change is real, because our dry seasons are getting harsher. We used to have 365 days rainfall in the western region. Today it is not so, because all the forest reserves have been invaded by mining companies.
Is another one of Gavi's strong supporters and partners. A warm welcome, please, for the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, making his way to the stage now.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me proceed on established protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for me, the issue of vaccines is deeply personal. And that is because when I was growing up, one of my younger brothers was affected by polio. He was crippled. He lived with the stigma of his disability for many years. And eventually he was driven into depression and became an alcoholic. And he died from alcohol poisoning. Having to look after the 2 children he left behind. And so I understand what life-saving vaccines are. The rest of us who grew up healthy and are here today were the lucky ones. And we grew up in a period where access to vaccines was close to zero in our part of Africa. Today, Gavi has changed all that and giving hope to millions of children. Across the world, many children are growing up to become responsible citizens of their communities because their lives were saved by Gavi's immunization. In Ghana, we're proud to be partners with Gavi, and I'm proud to say that in partnership with Gavi, Ghana has achieved 97% immunization coverage. But it means that another 3% is missing. And we're working hard to find those 65,000 children who are in remote areas that are difficult to reach. And I know that working with Gavi, we will be able to find those children and also give them the life-saving vaccines. Ghana is a lower middle income country, and so our partnership with Gavi is one of co-finance. And I'm proud to say that over the recent years, we've spent almost $67 million on vaccines in partnership with Gavi. One of my first decisions as president was to uncap our national health insurance. The previous government had put a cap on the statutory fund of the national health insurance. So excess funding above a certain percentage of the budget went back into the consolidated fund. By uncapping the national health insurance, we've been able to give the insurance fund more than 3.5 billion cedis more. And so this has enabled the health insurance fund that puts up the funding for our partnership with Gavi to be able to front load $20 million for our co-finance partnership with Gavi this year. So on behalf of the children, I want to say thank you to Gavi. We are hoping that we'll fast track our weaning of Gavi by 2030. We're supposed to go off Gavi funding by 2030. And it's my expectation that we'll work hard to be like Indonesia and in future become a donor country to Gavi. On behalf of the children of Ghana, I want to say thank you to Gavi. We appreciate and we're proud of your partnership, but more so to say thank you to the countries that have just made significant pledges to the replenishment of Gavi. And I'm taking back the slogan, while others step back, we step up. Thank you very much for what you're doing. But to conclude, let me put the Gavi replenishment in context. Gavi is seeking to spend $9 billion over the next 5 years from 2026 to 2030. And that is to immunize 500 million children across the world. These children's life will be safe to grow up to become the scientists, engineers, nurses, teachers, and doctors of tomorrow. This morning while I was lying in bed, I did the research. And I realized that one B-2 Spirit bomber that dropped bombs on Iran recently cost $2.13 billion. If you work the math, what Gavi is seeking is the value of 4 of those B-2 bombers. Surely the world can afford the value of 4 B-2 bombers to save 500 million children. It's a choice we have to make. It's a choice we have to make between taking lives and saving lives. And I'm sure that we will save lives instead of taking lives. And so, on behalf of the children of Ghana, I say thank you to Gavi. I say thank you to all who have pledged today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Our next speaker is another one of Gavi's strong supporters and partners. A warm welcome, please, for the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, making his way to the stage now.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me proceed on established protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for me, the issue of vaccines is deeply personal. And that is because when I was growing up, one of my younger brothers was affected by polio. He was crippled. He lived with the stigma of his disability for many years. And eventually he was driven into depression and became an alcoholic. And he died from alcohol poisoning. Having to look after the 2 children he left behind. And so I understand what life-saving vaccines are. The rest of us who grew up healthy and are here today were the lucky ones. And we grew up in a period where access to vaccines was close to zero in our part of Africa. Today, Gavi has changed all that and giving hope to millions of children. Across the world, many children are growing up to become responsible citizens of their communities because their lives were saved by Gavi's immunization. In Ghana, we're proud to be partners with Gavi, and I'm proud to say that in partnership with Gavi, Ghana has achieved 97% immunization coverage. But it means that another 3% is missing. And we're working hard to find those 65,000 children who are in remote areas that are difficult to reach. And I know that working with Gavi, we will be able to find those children and also give them the life-saving vaccines. Ghana is a lower middle income country, and so our partnership with Gavi is one of co-finance. And I'm proud to say that over the recent years, we spent almost $67 million on vaccines in partnership with Gavi. One of my first decisions as president was to uncap our national health insurance. The previous government had put a cap on the statutory fund of the national health insurance. So excess funding above a certain percentage of the budget went back into the consolidated fund. By uncapping the national health insurance, we've been able to give the insurance fund more than 3.5 billion cedis more. And so this has enabled the health insurance fund that puts up the funding for our partnership with Gavi to be able to front load $20 million for our co-finance partnership with Gavi this year. So on behalf of the children, I want to say thank you to Gavi. We are hoping that we'll fast track our weaning of Gavi by 2030. We're supposed to go off Gavi funding by 2030. And it's my expectation that we'll work hard to be like Indonesia and in future become a donor country to Gavi. On behalf of the children of Ghana, I want to say thank you to Gavi. We appreciate and we're proud of your partnership, but more so to say thank you to the countries that have just made significant pledges to the replenishment of Gavi. And I'm taking back the slogan, while others step back, we step up. Thank you very much for what you're doing. But to conclude, let me put the Gavi replenishment in context. Gavi is seeking to spend $9 billion over the next 5 years from 2026 to 2030. And that is to immunize 500 million children across the world. These children's life will be safe to grow up to become the scientists, engineers, nurses, teachers, and doctors of tomorrow. This morning while I was lying in bed, I did the research. And I realized that one B-2 Spirit bomber that dropped bombs on Iran recently cost $2.13 billion. If you work the math, what Gavi is seeking is the value of 4 of those B-2 bombers. Surely the world can afford the value of 4 B-2 bombers to save 500 million children. It's a choice we have to make. It's a choice we have to make between taking lives and saving lives. And I'm sure that we will save lives instead of taking lives. And so, on behalf of the children of Ghana, I say thank you to Gavi. I say thank you to all who have pledged today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please welcome His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadera, President of the Central African Republic.
That's how we do it on the Citizen Show. And a boy giant. And just 3 or 2 or 10. CK's here. At Boko Godwin. Kojo Asempo Furniture Works, I see you. Morena Mevo, thanks for joining Nakumbe Awumbila. Grace from you here. Musabatwa, thanks for coming through. Elizabeth Fojo, Cartier Floss. Abena Adu, Bempon is here, Remy Aluku, Eric Jerry. Ebi Bento, Tikai Odonko. Digo Papa. Digo Papa. Mubarak Muhammad. Bab Zozi Asankwa. Bambua was a bozo. Fire! Now, I'm saying, brain akoso. Sense me na e be cynical so paso na wie. Free sabre ko se no sia bebo akanka se no bebo yakwam. Me man pimpim ne tom pipian koma ne pimpim akwaba. Juma de any din the Citizen Show high Accra100.5 FM. Me din na na otu Darko Ghana mai kasama fonene. Watch man PSA so no man PSA matana konya bunu so. That's right. I'm actually they also serious. Anyway, I'm a Makai. The days of Yakofa Commonwealth Walk Accra, University of Ghana. Me a jago. Internet, you will be prohibited. I only said now what you so yes, Bobby said your name list one up who between Como or some exclusive for us in the anybody sa and commander. Mo 7 year Cabarin so I join a and Chamubati Ninka or a spokesperson Emma Lance and Natural Resources Minister. Faster like I said, my 2074. Give us P capsules, give us cool capsules, give us Emma mixture, give us GC mixture and capsules. Boosted in the true and one in boost Emma mixture. I am careful a year Bioblast disinfectant and Bioblast heavy duty cleaner. So you want money to pay your bills and you want the bills microcredit. About find out what no unse uswana jopa because unshana flora case baby diaper. You can find my NV Go TV and one will be here. Thank you so much for joining. In the next minute, I be judgment na ya kano congratulate to me near Kuyanim, Nunsiaba, ya sorry you could fee I am funtia. It will be a tea. Into a Juana de Yabano Yabe. Kute, I say after this one power. Africa man Bombardier and so on. Ebenezer Mokhtar, I see you. Derry Eric, good afternoon to you. Bob Zozi, so much dancing here. Aisha Ahmed, I see you. Abu John, also the Nidiaba. It's good to hear from you. Thank you, bro. But Abuja Foba, of course, and some no Chief Justice Beka, you know, you be racing him. And you see, it is only proper. Say you cannot correct actually to me. So many things, and I see now, Chimo. So many things. Yeah, I have to say your life, and your chief for your life, on Facebook. Timmy Ube to me, I join you in na washe amayin. Even apart from Chief Justice and some, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Edi Are Hussein Bituja and Muamu follow na okasa efa eviasing tokwa ekoso. This world has suffered so many fates of unthinkable wars. Free pre-Stone Age era. They see the Stone Age era. Post-Stone Age era. By ya they see the First World War. Somewhere in 1914, by ya they see the Second World War. Somewhere in the 40s. And near Kosudin na chrese and it is sad. I read a book titled The Colder War. And in that book, your Troy no Esusu say a possible say if we say best yakwa the Third World War. And una ye bom payetia. Because it is better that we live in peace as one people than to always rage in disagreement and die in pieces. Who here say we are say the together. But you see, Santokwasia, I na one ekono. I don't know. Because Utie, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama address on war noa, especially war relative to Iran and Israel and Tokanua. You had Russia and Ukraine. So many of them. Hamas, ni Israel and Toka, so many of them. Near John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, actually, we say, a mofra ni ma and a brekese. And millions of children are losing their lives because of the decision or ill decision of irresponsible grown-ups in this world. Yeah? Ghana, your foreign policy and Kurumadi Jai was here non-aligned. Or see ye non-aligned. And until Russia and Ukraine kono na NATO danko Akufo-Addo vote against Russia but in favor of Ukraine. It was very worrying. Because in Nkrumah said, we do not look to the left, neither do we look to the right on foreign matters. We look forward. The Nkrumah person say, in such circumstances, Ghana yen decide this a type bakwachi against the other. So for instance, Iran Israel in Tokwe. And Kruma say, men ko tie Iran achi as Ghana. Men ko tie Israel achi as Ghana. Eti ohwe okwanya honorable Okujoto Ablakwa. Foreign Minister Eyen Niamanua, he's being very diplomatic in conformity with the foreign policy of our country. Over Facebook, Ashemani. And that is how we should pray. Unfortunately, good for the more time. They voted against Russia. See, can't be crying say free Russia, but that be one guy is going to be. One guy is going to be. They voted against Russia. But the John Dramani Mahama's administration have been very circumspect. And we are very careful in dealing with the Iranian and Israeli war. And we are very careful. And we are very careful because all of them, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our trade partners. Who is wrong at this point in time is of no use to us as Ghanaians. We don't care. Who is right? We don't care. But what we care about is that there must be peace between Iran and Israel. There must be peace between Hamas or Hezbollah and Israel. There must be peace between Russia and Ukraine. The world must be at peace. You know why? What put us together as a globe is mightier and way stronger than what separates us as individual entities. And following the Second World War, you understand the operations of the United Nations. Say you be who see any pabako. John Dramani Mahama in his address to the globe, we are friend John Mahama to the whole Wiase. Na osu emofra ehwere wamunkwa. When one bomb flies, millions of children die. Thousands, even hundreds of thousands of women die. Is that what the world wants? Is Israel happy that children are dying? Is Iran happy that children are dying? Is Iran happy that women are dying? Is Israel happy that women are dying? Is this a point to prove who is stronger than the other, or who has more sophisticated weapons than the other, or who is more into nuclear weapons than the other? When children are the receiving end of your war, when women are the receiving end of your war, why do you kill children? Why do you kill women in the name of fighting for what you call justice? What kind of justice kill children? What kind of justice kill women? Look, both the Bible and the Quran are very clear in dealing with women. One is very clear in dealing with children. Even the United Nations Charter during war are very clear in dealing with women. One is very clear in dealing with children. In fact, but I'm talking about women. I'm talking about children. Because what they agro, US and US, senior based on historical trajectory or convention. I'm not saying that is their position. This is just my opinion. Chances are that they may want to follow their allies, and of course, Israel with Iran to mean US ally. So certainly it will be Israel. The moment US didn't hold Jim, Third World War here, because Russia, China, North Korea, especially the BRICS country, will make sure that they will counter this America and the other side of the house. So it's obvious that we'll be venturing into a more dangerous zone, which is a colder war, which will be the Third World War. You understand? I think that, look, Kwam, even in relation to our country, your children, When and to question you who say, I'm a friend in Mahu here. We need to take very good care of them. We need to show so much love to them. Because in the days of war, women are most affected. As a lower middle income country, Ghana co-finances its vaccine program with Gavi. President Mahama detailed steps Ghana is taking to increase its contribution, including uncapping the National Health Insurance Fund, which has allowed for significant allocation to vaccine financing. He notes that Ghana has spent almost $67 million on vaccines in partnership with Gavi in recent years and has front-loaded $20 million for co-financing this year. And looking ahead, President Mahama is expressing Ghana's ambition to fast-track its transition from receiving Gavi funding by 2030 to becoming a donor country, citing Indonesia as an example. So, Mr. President, Ayobia and Kodata Nakuma. So I'm not surprised. Say John Dramani Mahama connected and tokwa ekoso to emofra ewu. Because in his own backyard, he has so much plans for the future generation of our country. Bonsema John Mahama Wayade. But I don't know. Me ba say yeni wiase bekasa nti brofo na womu no yenim say wiase bete. And that is why even as a country we must be careful. Today bia me ka say yes, obi betima yen MPP, obi betima yen DC. But yen ka hunu say ye Ghana for kane. We MPP ni NDC ni no nyo tamfo. Don't let anybody deceive you. We MPP ni NDC ni onyo tamfo. Don't let anybody lie to you. We are Ghanaians first before our political inclinations. Yeah. Eradin Pengu, how was Ghana? War. Enim tribal kalau. Kobisa Rwanda. When the Hutus and the Tutus were sorry against each other. Kobisa war-torn countries like Sierra Leone, like Liberia, like Darko, like Ivory Coast. We'll ask them. We must be careful as a country. Not you share a dear every